Chapter 121, Professor, You Once Taught Me. This session was by far the most dramatic of the four. Smith burst in with Baskerville at his side, dragged the imprisoned Mr. Musgrave before them, and coldly declared, "One more refusal, and he dies." But Musgrave didn't even flinch. No matter how Smith jeered and threatened, the old man refused to sign the pact. He genuinely didn't fear death. Frustrated, Smith shoved Musgrave back into his cell and turned his wrath on Baskerville. Sherlock had warned us this would happen. Smith had caught wind of Baskerville's secret attempts to send for reinforcements in Greece and to enlist Hagrid's help. So today he came prepared. Rather than resort to magic, Smith chose brute force. In a flurry of blows, he battered Baskerville until the giant lay unconscious on the floor. Only then did he depart, leaving Baskerville helpless, right where Sherlock and Hagrid found him. Sherlock's lips curved into a tight frown as he listened to the story. "Exactly what I predicted," he said quietly. The loud crash when Hagrid burst through the door snapped everyone to attention. In that instant, the man they'd been pursuing slipped away with the captured Athenian. Once the commotion died down, he turned on the assembled crowd, wizards and warlocks who'd been squaring off against Hagrid only moments before. "You're telling me none of you knew about this?" he demanded. Earlier, during his interrogation of Baskerville, he'd intentionally let these traitors overhear every question. He still needed to verify leads, yet now, faced with his direct challenge, the room fell into an uncomfortable silence. The Parthenon black market wasn't sprawling, but it lay so deep in Nocturne Alley that even a seasoned visitor like Hagrid would have needed directions from Borgin and Burke's to find it. And yet, despite all precautions, its inner sanctum had been compromised before anyone noticed. Only when representatives from Hogwarts showed up did the traffickers realize they'd been under watch. Shame colored their faces as they exchanged guilty glances. At last, a tall wizard with long, flaming red hair cleared his throat. "I do have a vague memory of such a figure, about a month ago." "Silence!" The man's voice boomed across the room, halting the red-headed wizard in mid-sentence. He fixed everyone with a steely glare. "No more excuses. We move now, before the Ministry and Hogwarts descend on us." The man who barred their way had a brutish face, clearly not someone to cross. Among those confronting Hagrid, he looked like one of the ringleaders. With a practiced, insincere grin, he turned to Sherlock Holmes. "Sir, this is our business. Hogwarts has no right to interfere. Of course, out of respect for Professor Dumbledore, I can ensure you leave unharmed." Hylaven found himself in a bind. He didn't know Sherlock's true identity, but offending Hagrid, the wizard Hogwarts had sent, was the last thing he wanted. A Hogwarts professor would be arriving any moment, too. And yet the Parthenon black market wasn't his alone to command. Sherlock and Hagrid's very presence in the warehouse had already cost Hylaven face among the other managers. Now Hagrid refused to back down at the hidden door. If the intruders wouldn't enter, so be it. They could always search later. But with the sensitive affair of John Smith and the Baskerville case hanging in the balance, Hylaven knew that allowing his own people to leak details, or condoning Sherlock and Hagrid's blatant intrusion, would only erode his standing further among the market's overseers. Managing the situation had become a real nightmare. In the proud Viking tradition, anyone who showed a hint of weakness was immediately surrounded, overwhelmed, and devoured until nothing remained. Concerned about his own reputation, he grit his teeth and forced out a show of strength. To him, this was already a generous compromise. After all, if he'd pulled this on someone else, he'd squeeze every last drop of profit from them. He hadn't counted on provoking Hagrid's wrath, though. At Hylaven's words, Ubis Hagrid's eyes went wide. How dare this upstart speak to him like that? "I'm Rubus Hagrid. If Sherlock can't pry the answers out of him, my time here is wasted." Just as Hagrid opened his mouth to retort, a sharp, high-pitched voice sliced through the tension. Sparks crackled in the air, and in a flash, a new figure materialized before them. "I suggest you tell us everything you know." A tiny figure suddenly materialized before us, so diminutive that everyone but Baskerville, who was already sprawled on the ground, had to bend at the waist just to see him. Sherlock sprang back in surprise. He'd fully expected either Professor McGonagall or Professor Sprout to arrive first. McGonagall, as Dean of Gryffindor and Deputy Headmistress, would naturally come to impose order after such a disruption. Sprout had shown keen interest in Sherlock's inquiry just the day before. Instead, the newcomer was none other than Professor Phileas Flitwick. Flitwick scanned the gathered group until his eyes settled on Sherlock, peering out from behind Hagrid's great bulk. A warm smile spread across the charms master's face. "I heard you're working on a case and thought I might lend a hand," he said. There was a playful glint in his eye, as if he'd been keen to test Sherlock's latest disguise, especially impressive considering no polyjuice potion had been used. Sherlock inclined his head. "By all means." Flitwick's arrival was unexpected, but to Sherlock it made little difference which professor assisted. Every mind brought to the puzzle was a welcome one, and now, with Flitwick added to the roster, they were that much closer to the truth. Professor Flitwick gave Sherlock a polite nod and then spun on his heel to face Highhaven. His tone sharpened instantly. "You just said this was your own affair and that Hogwarts needn't concern itself." Highhaven, unused to the little professor's steely gaze, felt a ripple of apprehension, but the smirking faces of his own associates egged him on. Yes, you're absolutely correct, Professor, but—" He never got to finish. With barely more than a quiet flick of his wand, Flitwick sent Highhaven sprawling onto his back. Dust billowed up around him as Flitwick tucked his wand away and said, almost offhandedly, "I don't care for your tone. Send someone else forward." Dazed and staring at the high ceiling, Highhaven lay motionless, too exhausted to struggle or even wonder precisely how Flitwick had struck him down. He felt the fight drain out of him, the hard edges of his confidence crumbling. Watching this, Redmart, a rival black market broker who'd long chafed under Highhaven's rule, smiled to himself. His chance had come. He stared up at Professor Flitwick, who at barely 5 feet tall was almost his equal in height, and raised his guard as he took a cautious step forward. "Preposterous, just because you're a Hogwarts professor." Before he could finish, Flitwick gave a light flick of his wand. The man crumpled face first onto the cobbles, just like the fellow before him. "Next!" Flitwick called, his voice as brisk as ever. His sharp eyes surveyed the small group of would-be challengers. A witch in dark robes stepped up, chin lifted with false bravado. "This is Nocturne Alley," she began. "Do you really?" A quick spark of magic from Flitwick sent her sprawling onto her back. "Next!" A young wizard hurried forward, wand already in hand. He tried to jab out a charm before he'd even spoken a word, but the moment he raised his wand, Flitwick countered. The man flew backward, landing with an undignified thud. His collapse was more spectacular and more humiliating than any that had come before. Flitwick lowered his wand, peered down at the prone wizard, then swept his gaze back across the alley. "Next," he said once more, voice mild but unmistakably final. Professor Flitwick flicked his wand in a graceful arc, and the hapless wizard before him jerked and bounced like a rubber ball, shot from floor to ceiling before crashing back down again. Only when Flitwick grew bored did he give a final sharp flick, sending his vole. It's him hurtling across the warehouse into a stack of wooden crates. "Anyone else?" he asked, his voice deceptively light. A deadly hush fell over the remaining black market wizards. They had watched helplessly as their companions were dispatched in turn, and now Professor Flitwick's steady gaze swept over them, calm yet inexorably powerful. It was the unmistakable aura of a Hogwarts professor. None of them dared challenge it. Then the man who had answered Sherlock's earlier question raised a trembling hand. Professor Flitwick," he stammered, voice barely more than a whisper. Flitwick inclined his head, waiting. The man's face drained of color as he braced himself, certain he would be next to fly. "I beg you, sir. You taught me once. Please don't do this." At the sound of his name, Flitwick halted. Recognition flickered in the professor's eyes as he stepped forward. The wizard, overcome by a mixture of relief and terror, dropped to his knees. In that instant, the warehouse, the flickering lanterns, the tumbled crates, all of it vanished from Flitwick's mind, replaced by a flood of memories from another time, another classroom, and a familiar, eager student long ago. Professor Flitwick tapped Morgause gently on the forehead with the tip of his wand, his voice brimming with exasperation. "Do you even remember what I taught you? Is this really all you've learned? And what on earth are you doing tangled up in a place like this?" Morgause bristled under the rebuke, feeling every bit as put upon as a scolded grandchild. "Professor, I didn't get a single OOL certificate." Flitwick fell silent. 12 possible certificates, none of them earned by a Ravenclaw, was extraordinary, baffling even. But there was no point in arguing. After a long sigh, he said, "All right, start from the beginning. Tell me everything." At that, Morgos's shoulders sagged with relief and resentment alike. He gave an apologetic shrug. "I swear, Professor, I've tried my hardest, but I can't perform on exams." The older wizard's stern expression softened, old affection flickering in his eyes. Morgos let out a slow breath and steeled himself. It was time to lay out the whole story. Chapter 122. It's over. John Smith was a wizard from Northern Europe who boasted of extensive experience in the magical finance sector during his early career. 2 months ago, he arrived in Britain with a single purpose: to close a major deal. His northern roots soon led him to the Parthenon black market in Knockturn Alley. Despite its Greek-sounding name, the Parthenon had been founded by Northern Europeans, and though modest in size, had amassed a reputation for offering rare and powerful artifacts. Whenever the market opened, Smith was there. Yet in 2 months, he'd purchased only one antique. That scant buying record wasn't remarkable. Many attendees observed for half a year or more before making a single transaction. Apart from the shadowy broker Morgos, only a handful of vendors even knew Smith's name. What none of them realized was that Smith had quietly converted the market's adjoining warehouse into his own headquarters. Behind locked doors, he coordinated his affairs, and there he concealed 2 invaluable allies, the Greek known as Baskerville and the Athenian called Musgrave. Neither man had ever been glimpsed on the trading floor, and no one in the Parthenon suspected that Smith's greatest acquisition was not an antique at all, but the warehouse itself and the power it gave him. Until today, the secret doorway and the hidden cell tucked behind the warehouse had remained unknown to everyone. Now, standing in the dimly lit corridor, Professor Flitwick listened intently as Morgos finished his account, and couldn't hide his frown. There simply wasn't enough to go on. "I've already alerted the Ministry of Magic on my way here," Flitwick said, turning to Sherlock. "Will you need our help?" Sherlock paused, steepling his fingers, then shook his head. "Our lead has gone cold. Unless we can track whoever slipped away, I doubt we'll learn anything more." Flitwick gave a brisk nod and moved toward the concealed door. He slipped inside the tiny prison cell, examined its every corner, then re-emerged with a sigh of regret. "There's no significant magical residue," he reported. "He must have vanished by portkey." "Agreed," Sherlock replied. "From the moment we forced our way in, his capture was never a realistic prospect." Flitwick's shoulders slumped. He had secretly hoped to witness Sherlock's famed deductive method in action. But with the trail gone and no fresh clues to pursue, there was nothing left to do here. He, Sherlock, Hagrid, and the loyal Baskerville had no reason to linger. Together they turned away from the warehouse and stepped back into the night. As Professor Flitwick reached the door to depart, Morgos sprang forward, arm outstretched, voice quavering with urgency. "Professor!" The diminutive charms master paused mid-step. He turned, studying his former pupil's desperate, hopeful expression. Softening at the sight, he drew a quill from his robes, hastily scribbled a few sentences on a scrap of parchment, then rolled it tightly and flicked it into the air. The little scroll hovered neatly in front of Morgos, propelled by a flawless levitation charm that instantly reminded him of his earliest days at Hogwarts. Morgos caught the parchment and pressed it to his chest. Flitwick regarded him with gentle resolve. "You may have gone astray, Morgos," he said, each word measured, "but you will always be a student of Hogwarts." He cleared his throat, lowering his voice so no one else in the corridor could hear. "Take this letter to the Unicorn Sanctuary in Norway. The steward there is one of my students. Show him this, and he will see to your safety and training." At that, Morgos felt something he hadn't allowed himself in years, a flicker of hope. Tears sprang unbidden to his eyes. After being expelled without a certificate, he had sunk into a life of petty errands in the alleys of Knockturn, scraping by on odd jobs for anyone willing to pay. In time, he had found a modicum of stability with the shadowy Parthenon black market, but it had never been honest, and it had never felt like home. Now clutching Twick's letter as though it were a lifeline, Morgos could barely speak. "Professor." Flitwick offered him a small, encouraging nod. Then, without another word, he turned and vanished down the stone corridor, leaving Morgos trembling with emotion, and with a chance at redemption he had long thought lost. Chapter Text: A New Beginning. Morgos could scarcely believe his luck. All it had taken was one case to bring him face to face with Professor Flitwick, the very man who had once guided him through charms. Even more astonishing, the professor not only remembered him, but had arranged a position for him at a magical creature sanctuary in Norway, on the recommendation of one of Hogwarts's 4 deans. Though Norway was miles from home, the sanctuary work played to Morgos's strengths. Rather than demanding top academic credentials, it called for stamina, practical skills, and a willingness to live close to nature, observing magical creatures, maintaining enclosures, and helping keep the facility running smoothly. It was exactly the chance he needed in his darkest hour. Overflowing with gratitude, Morgos bowed deeply to Professor Flitwick, tears of relief glistening on his cheeks. Words felt inadequate, but the depth of his thanks shone in his earnest gaze. With one last nod, he turned and strode out of Nocturne Alley into the light of a new beginning. At last he could stand tall before his family and tell them he had real work again. And whenever Professor Flitwick required his help, Morgos vowed to repay this extraordinary kindness in full. Professor Flitwick was guiding his former pupil, Morgos, away when the bald wizard who'd saved Baskerville's life with a bezoar felt a surge of urgency. Noticing Sherlock and the others about to leave, he stepped forward, raised his hand, and called out, "Professor, please, one moment." Flitwick paused, turned, and frowned as he studied the stranger. This was Morgos, his old student, who just contributed crucial information to the case, so it made sense he'd be intercepted. Yet Flitwick still wondered who this new figure was and why he dared to interrupt. Before Flitwick could speak, Hagrid bustled over. "Professor," he said breathlessly, "this is the wizard who administered that bezoar to save the Greek gentleman, Baskerville, just now." At that reminder, a flicker of gratitude softened Flitwick's expression. Still, he remained resolute. "I'm grateful for your aid," he told the bald wizard, "but I'm afraid I have no position to offer you here." With that, Flitwick gave a brief nod and motioned for Sherlock's party to continue on their way. "Sir, you saved my life. I won't forget it," the bald wizard said as they stepped away from the hidden stall. Sir Henry Baskerville smiled. "If I'm not mistaken, you weren't born without hair, were you?" "That's right," the wizard admitted, hope flickering in his eyes. "In addition to the gold I owe you, I'll provide a bottle of the Potter family's hair restoration potion," Baskerville promised. The wizard's face lit up with pure joy. Baldness was any man's greatest foe, especially when a cure existed. Only lack of funds had kept him at a loss. After jotting down his contact details, the 4 companions left the Black Market Alley and headed north along Nocturne Alley. Not long after, the gleaming white towers of Gringotts Wizarding Bank rose into view, and the street's shadows gave way to bright morning light. Hagrid steadied Baskerville with a firm arm around his shoulders. Pointing at the baronet, pale, yawning, and on the verge of collapse, he rumbled, "Professor, you and Sherlock should return to school. I'm taking him to St. Mungo's. He still needs time to recuperate." Professor Flitwick gave a small nod. "No problem. The Ministry of Magic is already handling this. I'm hoping they locate the missing man soon." Hagrid's fingers curled into fists. "That blasted Smith, if I ever get my hands on him." Flitwick held up a hand to calm him. "Hagrid, Smith is clearly an alias." "What?" Hagrid blinked in surprise. "Professor, have you taken up detect? I've worked like Sherlock now." Flitwick chuckled. "I'm no detective, but even a first year could tell you that John Smith is about as genuine as a 3-headed toad. Trust me, he's using a false name." "Right, Professor," Hagrid said with a resigned shrug. If he couldn't wrap his head around something, he'd drop it. At Hogwarts, Ravenclaw symbolized wisdom, and as its head, Flitwick was the living embodiment of that ideal. If Flitwick declared the name fake, then it was fake. "Not only is the name fabricated," Sherlock interjected, pulling a curious silver brooch from his pocket, "but his supposed Northern European background doesn't hold up when you examine this insignia." "Translator, take a look at this first," Sherlock said, holding out the curious little object. Then you can go on with Hagrid. The translator accepted the piece, a tiny Viking axe ornament, with care, turning it over in her hands. Its iron blade was barely 4 inches long, and the handle was etched with a series of angular symbols. "These are ancient runes," she murmured. Dr. James Baskerville stepped closer for a better view. "Good heavens," he exclaimed. "It spells out Smith, your name, Holmes." Sherlock nodded, brows furrowing. "Indeed? Where did you find it?" "Right beside the secret door," Baskerville answered. "Have you ever seen anything like it?" "Never," Sherlock admitted, then paused. "This is troublesome." "What do you mean?" Baskerville asked. "Just that one of my theories has been unexpectedly derailed." Baskerville turned the ornament over again, scrutinizing each mark. "It's common enough to carve runes on an object like this," he said, "but it seems we've misread them. The correct transliteration isn't Smith at all, but Smeor." Sherlock's frown eased into a satisfied smile. "Then my deduction was sound all along." "Well then, translator, please take good care of yourself going forward. About this case, it's over." Sherlock cut him off crisply. "Getting you out alive was the best outcome we could hope for. The Ministry of Magic will handle everything else from here. And Mr. Musgrave? I'm sure the news has already reached his family in Athens. With one of Greece's oldest magical lineages working alongside the Ministry, they'll find him soon enough." Hagrid grunted his agreement, but Professor Flitwick's eyes widened ever so slightly at Sherlock's confidence. When Hagrid and Baskerville had departed, Flitwick cleared his throat and offered, "Sherlock, would you like a ride home? It's not far from here. I could drop you off tomorrow." Sherlock shook his head. "No need. Let's just head back to Hogwarts." With summer break looming, there was ample time to rest at home later. Flitwick nodded, and without another word the pair apparated into the Floo network at Diagon Alley. Moments later, they stepped out of the green flames into the cozy confines of Flitwick's office. Flitwick smiled warmly and gestured to the cluttered desk and shelves lining the walls. "Welcome back. Make yourself at home." Sherlock simply inclined his head, already turning over the next steps in his mind. The case might be closed, but there was no time to lose before the holidays began. On the 8th floor of the West Tower, the 13th room on the right, Sherlock announced without hesitation. For a moment, Professor Flitwick stood frozen, eyes wide in surprise, then broke into delighted laughter. Sherlock slipped into the cozy clutter of Professor Flitwick's office in Ravenclaw Tower, just as the diminutive charms master was rummaging through parchment and quills. "Remarkable, Holmes," Flitwick exclaimed, pushing his glasses up the bridge of his nose. "You pinpointed my location instantly. I'm more convinced than ever that you belong in Ravenclaw." Sherlock inclined his head but remained silent, his dark eyes cool under the flickering candlelight. Flitwick chuckled, recalling a distant memory. "If the Sorting Hat hadn't been so insistent back then, you might still be a Gryffindor." He paused, as though savoring what might have been. "Not that there's anything wrong with Gryffindor, of course, bravery and all that. But Ravenclaw offers a freedom of thought you simply can't find elsewhere." Sherlock's brow flickered with an inscrutable expression. Flitwick caught it immediately. He wagged a finger, half amused, half reproachful. "What's that look for?" The professor's tone softened. "You know, Minerva McGonagall nearly chose Ravenclaw herself. I regularly tease her about it. If we'd both held out an extra moment, or if the Hat had paused to listen, she'd be sitting here instead of me, and I'd be lecturing Transfiguration in Gryffindor Tower. But that's enough what-ifs for one day." He tapped his wand against a stack of scrolls. "Now, what can I do for you, Sherlock? Quick, tell me what else you found besides that ornament." Sherlock wasn't the slightest bit surprised that Professor Flitwick had already pieced together so much. While most wizards lacked any real talent for deduction, Flitwick was clearly an exception. "Professor, please look at this first." Sherlock retrieved a worn scrap of parchment from his coat and laid it on the table. It, too, had come from the same cell. Flitwick drew his wand and tapped the parchment lightly. Immediately, the edges darkened and began to peel apart in 2 thin layers. The professor's smile vanished, replaced by a solemn frown. "There are 2 inks here," he said quietly. "The outer layer is ordinary, the inner layer is venom." "Meaning that even if Musgrave had signed that agreement, he would have died anyway?" Sherlock asked. "Exactly," Flitwick replied. It's a slow-acting poison, flobberworm mucus combined with lobelia venom. By the time he concluded the deal, it would already have been too late. The victim would probably succumb to the poison in 3 to 5 days, Sherlock said, his voice low, and by then it would be nearly impossible to trace. Truly despicable, murmured Professor Flitwick. Sherlock fixed him with a steady look. So you really have no intention of pursuing the investigation, no more than you told Hagrid or the Greek interpreter? Flitwick's eyes flared with irritation. I know the Ministry of Magic better than you do. I've already heard about Miss Abbott's case from Professor Sprout. If she hadn't stepped in, they would have been quite content to let it slide. They haven't improved a bit over the years, that Cornelius Fudge and his lot. Sherlock felt a twinge of helplessness. He had once believed the Ministry would be, at the very least, as competent as Scotland Yard, only to learn that the magical world had its own, equally fallible investigative body. He sighed and met Flitwick's glare. Those two friends of Mr. Translator aren't our concern. If they'd planned anything, they would have made their move long before now. The black market wasn't our real obstacle. Today's setbacks were nothing more than bad luck. I've already checked. Its opening hours are irregular, any day of the week. If our translator hadn't been kidnapped, we'd have had plenty of time, and the imposter posing as Smith wouldn't have slipped away. At this, Flitwick finally understood Sherlock's point. He sighed and reached out for Sherlock's shoulder, but when Sherlock remained upright, he settled for patting his knee instead. Holmes, you can't make every situation unfold exactly as you predict. You're not, and can't be, influenced by Felix Foy. Less around the clock. Even with the best laid plans, sometimes it all comes down to a little luck. And you've surely realized that, by pure logic, the culprit could have used an unforgivable curse to bend that Athenian to his will, yet he chose not to. Several factors could explain why the hostage still hasn't broken, Professor Flitwick mused. Perhaps the caster's magic wasn't strong enough. Maybe the Athenian's willpower is exceptional, or it could be that his ancient family possesses some secret safeguard. In any case, as long as he holds out for another day, he not only keeps himself alive, but also increases the odds of rescue. Flitwick's logic sounded plausible, but Sherlock recognized its flaws. Given Smith's demonstrated vigilance and cunning, the chances of a straightforward capture were slim, and since the Ministry of Magic had taken charge of the operation, any rescue would be far from automatic. Still, by deducing the location of imprisonment in under 24 hours, Sherlock had ensured the Greek interpreter's timely recovery. A stroke of luck, no doubt. He outlined every step of his investigation for Professor Flitwick, who listened with rapt attention. All that remained now was for the British and Greek ministries of magic to pool their resources and launch a coordinated effort. Whether that would take 10 days or 10 years was anyone's guess. Chapter 21, The Last Match. With no further surprises, the Greek interpreter case, though a few mysteries lingered, was for all intents and purposes closed. The following morning saw the season's final Quidditch match, Gryffindor versus Ravenclaw. No one gave Gryffindor the slightest chance. Beyond any other consideration, they were already down a player. Victory bordered on the impossible. Yet, spurred on by Captain Wood's unwavering confidence, the team marched onto the pitch determined to fight. Lose the match, not the spirit, they reminded each other. That resolve carried over into breakfast in the Great Hall. A pall of solemnity hung over the Gryffindor table, broken only by the memory of the Lion King and the Savior, those brave heroes who had foiled Quirrell's schemes and safeguarded the Philosopher's Stone. Without their daring, the little lions might not have found an appetite at all. Ron, with a meat pie half swallowed, leaned toward Sherlock and Hermione. "Once we're done here, let's head straight to the stadium and cheer them on," he mumbled, eyes shining with pride and worry. Hermione offered a determined nod. Sherlock mirrored her expression. Just then, a flurry of wings heralded the arrival of the morning post as owls swooped into the great hall, bills and letters clutched in their beaks. The day had truly begun, and with it, the final test of Gryffindor's courage. Sherlock's eyes brightened the moment Watson swooped down, flapping his wings. Hermione, ever prepared, offered the little owl a bite of toast. Watson tucked it between his talons and unfurled the scrap of parchment tied to his leg. Sherlock snatched it up, glanced at the message, and began to smile. Hermione and Ron pressed closer, curious. Hermione peered over Sherlock's shoulder. "What does it say?" Sherlock read aloud. "Person found. Come quickly. FF." Ron frowned. "Person found? Found what person? And who's FF?" Hermione added. Sherlock folded the note and slid it into his pocket. "FF is Professor Phileas Flitwick." That single explanation was enough. Hermione rose to her feet, excitement sparking in her eyes. "So there's been a development in that case? You're going at once?" He nodded. "Yes." Sherlock hesitated just a moment, then added, "Cheer for Gryffindor for me." With that, he sprinted off toward the West Tower. Hermione jogged after him for 2 strides, then stopped. There was no catching up now that he was on the move. She turned back to Ron, who remained frozen in place, staring after Sherlock with a look of utter bewilderment. Hermione gave him a knowing shrug. "Well, you heard him." And with a final glance up at the distant tower, she headed F in the opposite direction, already plotting how to find out what Flitwick had discovered. She sighed and nudged her friend. "Come on, let's go cheer for Gryffindor." But Sherlock was already on the move. By the time she reached the corridor, he was standing before Professor Flitwick, whose expression was unusually stern. "Sherlock," Professor Flitwick said without preamble, "the Ministry of Magic has located that Athenian." "So soon?" Sherlock's surprise was obvious. Professor Flitwick's face darkened. "They've found the body." Sherlock went still. He'd hoped Flitwick had called him because the investigation had taken a promising turn, but this was far grimmer news. He forced himself to think. "Where?" Flitwick's eyes narrowed in approval at how quickly Sherlock collected himself. "I'll apparate us there right now." He raised his wand. In a swirl of motion, he performed the delicate sequence, a quick, on-the-spot pivot, the vanish of disapparition, and the reappearance of apparition. In the next heartbeat, they stood at their destination, ready to confront whatever awaited them. Apparition is the fastest means of long-distance travel in the wizarding world. Not even flue powder or portkeys can match its speed, and enchanted broomsticks are slower still. Because it demands exceptional skill, the Ministry only teaches apparition to witches and wizards once they turn 17. The greater the distance you attempt, the harder the jump becomes. Only the most accomplished magic users dare to cross continents, lest they suffer splinching, grievous injury, or worse. Since apparition is forbidden on Hogwarts grounds, Professor Flitwick escorted Sherlock out to Hogsmeade Village first. He regarded Holmes with a kindly seriousness. "Holmes, try to keep calm," he advised. Flitwick's mastery of the magic made transporting a passenger seem almost routine, but he nonetheless reviewed every precaution in a solemn tone. "The first time can be disorienting. Just focus on me and push through the discomfort." Sherlock gave a curt nod. In the next heartbeat, Flitwick gently guided Holmes's elbow, raised his wand, and uttered the incantation. Darkness swallowed Sherlock's vision the instant he stepped forward. A crush of pressure bore down on him from every direction. His chest felt as if it were encircled by iron bands, tightening with each breath until the air seemed to vanish. His eyeballs were driven back into their sockets, his eardrums pressed painfully inward, and his limbs cramped so that it felt as though he'd been folded into himself. He knew, rationally, that it was all an illusion. Still, he gripped Professor Flitwick's arm like a lifeline, fighting to maintain his balance as the world constricted around him. Inwardly, he marveled at the experience. First, the suffocating squeeze, then a disorienting spin as if his body had liquefied and was being forced through a tube of thick rubber, like toothpaste under siege. It was far more brutal than any passage through the Floo network, yet his careful mental preparation kept fear at bay. Then, as abruptly as it had begun, the invisible tube burst. The pressure vanished. The darkness receded. "We've arrived," Flitwick announced gently at his side. Sherlock blinked, his vision clearing until the familiar contours of the room came back into focus. Here's a polished version of that opening sentence. He first laid eyes on a vast swath of green. "Could you please provide the rest of the chapter? I'll then rewrite it into smooth, idiomatic English while preserving all characters and plot details." Chapter 124, The Second Bloodstain. As Sherlock's body slowly readjusted and before his vision fully returned, The fresh, unmistakable scent of grass drifted into his nostrils. When his sight finally cleared, he found himself lying on a gentle slope, carpeted with green blades swaying in the breeze. A short distance away, a wizard stood tense and alert. Beyond him, another figure lay motionless, crimson stains darkening the grass beneath. Sherlock recognized the scene immediately. The injured man must be the one who sent for Professor Flitwick. His suspicions were confirmed the moment a sharp pop cut through the air, the unmistakable sound of apparition. The standing wizard spun toward the noise, anxiety etched on his face. Relief washed over him when Flitwick appeared in a shimmer of magic. "You're finally here," the wizard exclaimed, hurrying forward. He knelt beside Flitwick, his worry evident in every line of his posture. "Professor Flitwick, I'm honored you'd reach out to me directly," said the young wizard with a respectful bow. Flitwick gave his old student a warm pat on the shoulder, then turned to Sherlock Holmes. "Mr. Holmes, this is Arnold Piers Pocus. He now serves in the Ministry of Magic's Memory Modification Command Unit." "Officially, the Accidental Magic Reversal Squad," Pocus corrected, lowering himself into a light crouch as he extended his hand toward Sherlock. "I'm a Ravenclaw alum, class of '97. Pleased to meet you." Sherlock inclined his head and shook the offered hand. He couldn't help wondering if all of Flitwick's former pupils had this habit of crouching when they reunited with him, some curious Ravenclaw custom, perhaps. Pocus looked up earnestly. "Mr. Abbott has told me of your reputation, how you can spot errors in a single glance. Truly impressive." He straightened, brushing imaginary dust from his robes. "Shall we? There's something downstairs that requires our attention." Flitwick and Sherlock exchanged a quick nod. Pocus exhaled in relief and rose fully to his feet, clearly not built for prolonged squatting. With that, the three set off down the corridor. Not far from them lay the tall figure of a man, sprawled on the pavement. Sherlock followed Piers Pocus over and crouched to examine the body. Pocus watched him for a moment, then began to speak. "Earlier this morning, the Ministry detected an unusual magical fluctuation here. Because this is a Muggle residential area, my team and I rushed over expecting to find someone casting spells out in the open. We never imagined we'd discover this instead. We've just confirmed that the victim is the Musgrave family member from yesterday's case. Identification was swift. We've already notified the Greek Ministry of Magic. They sent us the personal details yesterday, and Professor Flitwick filled me in as soon as I arrived. As soon as I got the news, I volunteered for overtime to secure the scene. So whatever you need to do, you'll have to be quick. I can't keep this cordon in place much longer." Piers Pocus said this with a curious look, studying Sherlock's every move. He'd heard about Sherlock Holmes from Mr. Abbott and Professor Flitwick, but seeing the great detective at work in person was still something else entirely. It was hard to believe that a 12-year-old wizard could examine a corpse so intently, no flicker of fear, only a focused gaze and a confident air of experience. Watching Sherlock Holmes probe the body with his magnifying glass, one might have supposed he'd done this a dozen times before. What's happening here? Have Gryffindor's youngest already mastered such courage, or is the wizarding world simply moving faster than I realized? Piers Pocus had babbled everything he could think of, yet Sherlock remained lost in his examination. When Holmes carefully rolled the body over to inspect the grass pressed beneath it, Piers finally couldn't hold back. "Mr. Holmes, please hurry. The others will be here any moment." At that, Sherlock straightened up and spoke in rapid-fire tones. "Look at the grass around the bod, ye flattened in chaotic directions, trampling marks from two people. The victim's robes are disarrayed, and a collar button is torn off. Both signs point to a struggle before death." His hands were clenched into fists, the nails caked with dirt and bits of grass, the unmistakable remains of a desperate struggle with the earth itself. His face was frozen in a grimace of agony. His eyes stared wide and unseeing, as if he'd glimpsed something unspeakably dreadful in his last moments. Scattered bruises and cuts marred his body, but the most glaring injury was the deep puncture in his chest. The fabric around it was soaked through with dried, dark red blood, and the wound's clean, linear edges spoke of a sharp blade as the weapon. As for the cause of death, Sherlock paused, surveying the scene with clinical detachment. It was poisoning. Poisoning. Piers Pocus echoed, incredulous. Not the knife wound? You just said the chest wound was fatal. It is a fatal wound, Sherlock conceded, yet he didn't die from it. Piers's brow furrowed in confusion, and across the table, Professor Flitwick looked equally puzzled. Sherlock met their stares steadily. I called that wound fatal because in isolation it would certainly have killed him. But here, the real killer was the poison. He was already dead before that blade could do its final work. Before he could bleed out, the dark toxins coursing through his veins had already stopped his heart, Sherlock reasoned. But we've already found the weapon. Piers Pocus snapped, thrusting a dagger toward Sherlock, as if that settled the matter. Wizards might favor wands, but plenty of people have been knifed to death. Sherlock watched the blade for a moment, lips twitching. There was no point arguing magical theory with a young wizard. He didn't bother taking the dagger, just gave it a quick, appraising glance. You're right, these cuts line up with a dagger's edge, he conceded. But that doesn't prove it killed him. Piers's eyes widened. Then how? Simple, Sherlock said, crouching beside the body. He swept aside a few strands of grass, revealing scuffed earth. Look at his robes, torn, twisted, and the way the grass is trampled all around. He fought. If he'd been stabbed in the chest while still alive, if his heart were beating and he'd been thrashing about, there'd be arterial spray everywhere, splatter on the ground, flicks of blood on the nearby wall, even stains on his own cloak. Yet the scene is disturbingly clean. No misting, no cast-off. That tells me these incisions came after death, after the poison had done its work. In that case, the blood stain beneath the victim would be ragged and show a clear direction of flow, Sherlock observed, his gloved finger hovering above the floor. Then he pointed decisively at the pool of crimson. But look at this. Note how the edges form a perfect circle. That kind of even diffusion only happens when the blood seeps out slowly while the body remains completely still. Professor Flitwick and Piers Pocus exchanged astonished glances. In the wizarding world, investigations usually followed a blunt three-step ritual: prior incantato, then legilimency, and if all else failed, a squad of dementors to secure a guilty plea. It was rare to see such meticulous, almost surgical reasoning. After a moment, Pocus spoke up. Still, how did you know it was poisoning? Sherlock allowed a faint half-smile. Even simpler, notice the victim's purple lips, the skin's sickly green-black hue, and the faint, lingering odor of decay. Those are textbook signs of a deadly toxin at work. Sherlock crouched beside the body, his brow furrowed in concentration. It was definitely a fast-acting poison, but at this point the residue is too degraded for me to identify the exact type. Piers Pocus tapped his pen against his notebook. Could have been delivered by a venomous tentacula, an acromantula, maybe even a rune spore. I'll file an official report, Piers sighed. The Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes can run the proper tests. Sherlock nodded, flipping open a small, ornate magnifying glass. Notice how the corpse's core temperature is significantly lower than the surrounding grass, far beyond what you'd expect, and I've just detected faint traces of charm magic. Freezing charm, by the look of it, Professor Flitwick agreed from where he stood on a nearby tree stump, peering through his own wand like a pointer. Piers frowned. That suggests the killer was in a hurry, didn't have time to wipe away all the magical fingerprint. Flitwick nodded thoughtfully. A careless departure. They panicked. Sherlock rose, brushing a blade of grass from his coat. No, this wasn't a cold, calculated murder. It was a crime of passion, an act of pure, angry impulse. Not premeditated? Piers asked, surprise in his voice. Sherlock shook his head. There was no reason to kill on the spot. The victim had already been convinced to sign over the property deed. There was no urgency, only blind rage. From the moment they slipped away from Nocturne Alley yesterday, both the kidnapper and his captive knew the British Ministry of Magic, and even more so the Greek Ministry, would be on their trail. The victim, keenly aware of their pursuers, decided he would not remain submissive. As soon as they reached this isolated stretch of countryside, he turned on Smith, struggling fiercely and refusing to go another step. Smith, frustrated and impatient, lost control. Rather than using spells, he let his anger take a primitive form, fists and curses. The fresh bruises and cuts on the victim's body testify to the brutal scuffle. Footprints in the grass trace the victim's desperate bid for freedom up the nearby hill. Witnesses believe that, in a final act of defiance, the victim shouted, "Even if I starve, die out here, or jump off this cliff. I won't follow you another inch." That challenge proved Smith's breaking point. In a blind fury, he struck the fatal blow. Only after it was done did Smith grasp the enormity of what he'd done, and by then it was far too late for regret. Under those circumstances, the only option was to slip away quickly after masking the entire scene, Sherlock concluded. Piers Polkiss stared at him in disbelief. This deduction surpassed even the effects of the prior incantato. Sherlock had essentially reconstructed every moment that had just transpired, as if he'd been standing there the whole time. Feeling both awed and incredulous, Piers blurted out, "Excuse me, are all muggles like you?" Arnold, who'd been listening nearby, rolled his eyes. "Have you lost your mind since you visited the Ministry of Magic? Even a mere scrap of logic tells you there can't be dozens of Sherlock Holmeses running around the globe." Piers's mouth snapped shut at his professor's rebuke, and the haze of wonder cleared from his eyes. Of course, there can only ever be one Sherlock Holmes. Chapter 125. After Sherlock finished explaining how the scene had been staged, Piers Polkiss fell silent for a moment, then nodded in reluctant agreement. "All right," he admitted, "it does make sense, but knowing the death was faked still doesn't tell us who did it." Sherlock shook his head. "On the contrary," he replied evenly, "that piece of information is precisely what opens the door to identifying our culprit." Polkiss stared at him in surprise, and Professor Flitwick, standing nearby, leaned forward with curiosity sparkling in his eyes. "Allow me to demonstrate," Sherlock said, his voice calm as ever. "I pride myself on my powers of observation. I've studied every inch of this room." He began to pace slowly, each step measured. After only a few strides, he halted, turned sharply, and fixed Polkiss and Flitwick with a steady gaze. First, the offender's height, just under 6 feet. Gender, male. Build, not particularly muscular, someone who relies more on skill than brute strength. Wand arm, he's equally dexterous with either hand. Wand length, 8 inches, give or take a hair. Piers frowned. "How can you be so precise?" Sherlock inclined his head. "Subtle scuff marks on the floor, the angle of footprints by the sideboard, and slight wear patterns on these bookshelves all point to those details." He continued, "This man comes from a privileged background, financially comfortable from childhood and educated at the finest institutions. Yet his youth was marred by injustice and cruelty, breeding in him a fierce, unrelenting thirst for revenge. Those are the facts I can offer to you and to our colleagues in the Greek Ministry of Magic." Flitwick's eyebrows shot up. "Extraordinary," he whispered. Sherlock merely smiled. "The rest, I suspect, will be drawn out soon enough, once we confirm our suspect matches this profile. He's self-disciplined, arrogant, sadistic, currently homeless, and nursing an injury on his right hand. That's as much as I can deduce for now, useful starting points." As Sherlock finished, Piers Polkiss stared at him, mouth agape. His eyes widened, disbelief written across his face. "How on earth did you figure all that out?" Sherlock spoke again, this time at twice his usual speed. "Observation, analysis, organization, deconstruction. Take the footprints on the lawn. The long stride and deep impressions tell us the man's about 6 feet tall. I'll spare you the exact math, but pressure distribution and print length leave little doubt. Then look at those blood smears. Every streak is deliberate and controlled. He's precise, yet there's no wild splatter you'd expect from someone brute strong. A bulkier fellow would have tossed droplets further with more chaotic arcs. As for his boots, notice the scuffed leather and unevenly worn soles, patched with mismatched nails, clearly not someone who can afford replacements. He's sleeping rough. Finally, watch his posture. There's a slight hesitation when he shifts weight off his right side. He's favoring that hand, almost certainly because it's injured and crudely bandaged out of sight." Piers stared in awe, struggling to keep up with Sherlock's rapid deductions. Sherlock simply gave a small, satisfied nod, as though he'd just delivered the most ordinary of remarks. One might argue his restraint and meticulous methods merely reflect exceptional self-control, Sherlock began, pacing in front of the assembled scholars. Yet the fact that he allowed his victim, already subjected to prolonged torment, to struggle and fight back rather than silencing him at once, tells a different story. Likewise, the blood smears on the body, traced both left to right and right to left, indicate an ambidextrous perpetrator capable of precise, controlled motions with either hand. We even estimated the wand's length by analyzing the intensity and dispersion of residual magical fluctuations. Admittedly, that measure isn't infallible, but let us not forget that our translator friend has seen this suspect on more than one occasion. Cross-referencing his eyewitness account with H, these forensic deductions leads unerringly to the conclusions I've outlined. Mr. Holmes, Piers Polkiss ventured, studying the detective's confident expression and catching the approving gleam in Professor Flitwick's eyes. Have you overlooked something? Anyway, he had legitimate reasons and wasn't out to cause trouble, the translator pointed out. He used polyjuice potion, that's why he could change his appearance. Sherlock nodded at once. Precisely, that's why I noted his actual height. Polyjuice can alter how you look, but it can't change your habitual mannerisms. And I've already allowed for the slight shifts in body proportions. Piers Polkiss stared, astonished. Could that really be the explanation? Professor Flitwick tapped his chin thoughtfully. And what about his background, his upbringing and education? The translator smiled wryly. Despite racing against the clock, he arranged the crime scene with remarkable precision. He planted convincing false clues and steered anyone who followed him onto the wrong path. The simulated wounds were crafted with meticulous care, no signs of panic or rushed sloppiness. Everything was placed methodically, which speaks to extraordinary self-control and nerves of steel. In my own dealings with him, I found him unfailingly generous and impeccably dressed. Even when he was issuing threats, he remained perfectly composed. Such calm confidence usually comes from someone raised in comfortable circumstances and given a first-rate education. Sherlock Holmes tapped the glass case, drawing Piers Polkiss's attention to the trio of jagged wounds arrayed like a macabre signature. These injuries, he began, weren't inflicted by accident. The pattern is too deliberate, each cut designed to stage a death that never truly occurred. And look here, although our culprit is known to be a wizard, he's chosen not to use magic. He prefers something far more visceral. Polkiss blinked, uneasily shifting from foot to foot. Visceral? You mean he enjoys inflicting pain with his bare hands? Precisely. Holmes pressed a fingertip to the largest wound. There's a primitive satisfaction in direct violence, fist on flesh, that no spell can replicate. That kind of cruelty usually stems from deep-seated resentment. My hypothesis is that he endured severe mistreatment or injustice in his youth, and now channels that trauma into revenge. It's the most plausible motive we have. And what proof supports this theory? Polkiss shot back. His mouth quivered and his eyelids flickered in annoyance. Holmes held his gaze calmly. Proof? None yet. This is an educated conjecture, based on the nature of the wounds and the suspect's deliberate rejection of magical shortcuts. I recommend you pursue leads consistent with childhood abuse or institutional cruelty. Polkiss fell silent, conceding the logic even if he couldn't voice it. After a moment, Holmes added, One fact we can confirm. The murderer injured his right hand during the struggle. That detail alone should narrow your suspect pool considerably. Piers Polkiss paused, eyeing the body with keen interest. Notice the blunt edges and hardened muscle tissue around those wounds? That tells me the victim trembles whenever he attempts fine motor tasks. And the Mr. Translator we rescued mentioned a dragon-hide glove on the right hand, exactly as I've deduced. He was about to elaborate when Professor Flitwick's face went suddenly pale. I'm picking up a powerful magical signature, definitely ministry personnel. I'd rather not meet them here. Holmes, do you have anything more to add? Sherlock shook his head. No, that covers it. He turned to Piers. One more thing. Please keep my deductions to yourself. Tell anyone who asks that it was your idea. Why? Piers protested. Just do as I say. Before Piers could respond, Flitwick gave a sharp nod. In the blink of an eye, he and Sherlock vanished in a soft pop of emerald light. The grass where they had stood lay still for a heartbeat, then rustled again as 7 or 8 robed figures materialized. They, our leader, unmistakable in his green bowler hat, stepped forward. Cornelius Fudge, Minister for Magic. Piers Polkiss's heart sank as he arrived on the scene. It was clear the ministry's top brass had taken a personal interest in this case. Cornelius Fudge stood at the edge of the circle of aurors and officials, his expression one of open disgust. "What's the situation?" Fudge demanded, voice cold. Auror Delix, a broad-shouldered man standing nearby, answered crisply, "It's confirmed. The victim is Lionel Musgrave of Athens, stabbed in the chest by one John James." Fudge's thin lips curled. "I don't think so, Delix. I suspect he was poisoned." Delix shot a sharp look at Piers. "Pulchus, your role here is to erase Muggle witnesses' memories, not to dispute an Auror's findings." "On the contrary," Piers replied, stepping onto the dew-laden grass. "I have every reason to question it." He knelt beside the body, drawing the astonished gazes of everyone around. Clearing his throat, he began. "First, a knife thrust into the chest would force the heart into violent spasms. Blood would have sprayed in an arc, staining this ground. Yet there's barely a drop here. Second, the wound edges are clean, not torn or jagged as they would be if the blade had been slashed in a struggle. And look at the victim's fingertips." He pointed to the slight bluish tint under the nails. "Classic sign of cyanide exposure. All evidence points to poisoning, not a stab wound." A murmur of surprise rippled through the assembled officials. Even Fudge's eyes narrowed, intrigued. High above on the Hogsmeade station platform, Professor Flitwick had already led Sherlock back toward the village, leaving Piers Pulchus to hold the Ministry's full attention on this perplexing crime scene. Because they'd apparated right at the doorstep of the Three Broomsticks, they didn't bother going back to Hogwarts. Instead, they stepped straight inside. Professor Flitwick, a regular at the pub, greeted Madame Rosmerta with a warm smile. "One sherry and soda with ice, and a little cocktail umbrella, please." "Right away, Professor." Flitwick hummed approvingly and dabbed at his lips. It was a weekday, so Hogsmeade's main street was almost deserted, and the pub pleasantly quiet. Madame Rosmerta, taking advantage of the lull, glanced at Sherlock beside Flitwick. "Same lemonade as last time?" she asked. She'd already heard from Hagrid that Sherlock was a first-year student. She hadn't expected him to return so soon, especially in the company of Professor Flitwick, and their secretive demeanor only piqued her curiosity further. Unfortunately, neither of them offered the slightest clue to their business, and Rosmerta found herself gently disappointed. A few minutes later, Sherlock carried over a large mug of frothy hot butterbeer, while Professor Flitwick settled a colorful, complex drink before himself. They slid into a small table by the window and sat down side by side, ready to continue whatever investigation had brought them here. "Holmes, what's your assessment?" Sherlock set down his teacup and regarded the crime scene reports with his hallmark calm. The Athenian's death was nothing more than a tragic accident. Even if the British and Greek ministries of magic joined forces, they'll find it nearly impossible to track down whoever or whatever is responsible. To the killer, that Greek wizard represented both his greatest hope and his heaviest liability. Now that the liability is gone, he can slip away far more easily. Professor Flitwick nodded and let out a relieved chuckle. "We were fortunate to rescue our Greek ally in time. If we hadn't, poor Hagrid would have been inconsolable." As one of Hogwarts's elder statesmen, a professor who had weathered countless battles and political storms, Flitwick noticed Holmes's shoulders slump ever so slightly. He stepped forward and gave the young detective a gentle pat on the shoulder. "Holmes, remember that the magical world operates under different rules than the Muggle one. Your skill in melding Muggle logic with arcane knowledge is nothing short of remarkable. Born to non-magical parents, you've faced the upheaval of this world head-on, and you're only in your first year. Many pure-blood wizards never display such promise so early. I dare say that, at your age, even Albus Dumbledore might not have achieved what you already have." Flitwick's eyes twinkled with genuine warmth as he chuckled, confident that his words would fortify the brilliant young detective's spirits. "That Osseo was simply brilliant. Sherlock, when I designed that challenge, I never imagined you'd solve it that way." Professor Flitwick's eyes sparkled as he leaned forward across the rough-hewn table at the Three Broomsticks. As Charms Master, he lived for moments like this. Still, there's room for improvement. Your wand movements, for example. "If only you'd been sorted into Ravenclaw," Sherlock teased, prompting a delighted chuckle from the little professor. They spent the next hour trading repartee over 3 generous mugs of butterbeer. By the time they stood to leave, Sherlock understood Flitwick's real meaning. The case was officially closed. In the eyes of the Ministry, the mystery was solved. Yet the murderer remained at large, his identity a shadow. Even now, John Smith was nothing more than a transparent alias, only Hagrid hadn't caught on. Flitwick patted Sherlock kindly on the shoulder. For someone so young and new to our world, you've achieved wonders, but keep in mind what I said, there's always something more to learn. Sherlock nodded. This investigation had taught him that lesson better than any textbook. He'd mastered a tricky charm, navigated unfamiliar magical customs, and thwarted a dark plot, all in his first term. And yet, he felt only the first stirrings of curiosity. As they parted in the cool evening air, Sherlock resolved to return to his studies with fresh urgency. Next on his list, astronomy, the very subject he'd once dismissed. After all, learning was the one magic no wizard, no detective, could ever afford to neglect. It was truly indispensable for cracking cases. No one could keep him from mastering it, not even Lord Voldemort himself. Chapter 126, Autumn Jang. Madame Pomfrey commanded absolute authority in the Hogwarts hospital wing. Her judgment was final. So final that even Professor Dumbledore himself would be turned away if she chose. When Harry collapsed during the potions exam, it was she who ordered him to remain under observation for 3 full days, and she refused all but the most authorized visitors. On the first morning, the Weasley twins burst in, clamoring over Harry's bedside. Their usual boisterous cheer soon disrupted the quiet, healing atmosphere, and their get-well-soon present, a brightly colored toilet seat, crossed a line. Madame Pomfrey scowled at the crude prank, deemed it unhygienic, confiscated it on the spot, and promptly escorted Fred and George out with a strict warning. After that, no one but the hospital wing staff set foot inside. Only on the third afternoon did a delegation of house prefects arrive, each coming quietly to pay their respects and to pick up stray homework or send messages. Sherlock, for his part, had been occupied elsewhere these past days, assisting Hagrid with the hippogriffs and helping Professor Flitwick plan the upcoming Charms showcase. With both of them tied up, there was little choice but to let Madame Pomfrey's strict rules stand until Harry was fully rested. By the time evening descended, the ward was peaceful once more. The only sound, the gentle clink of potion vials and the soft breathing of students, finally on the mend. In the aftermath, everyone agreed that it was the Lion King and the Savior who had turned the tide of the crisis. Percy Weasley, Harry's fellow Gryffindor prefect, greeted him the moment he arrived, grabbing Harry's hand so firmly it would have been officially deemed harassment if Harry had been a girl. Only after what felt like an eternity did Percy finally release his grip. He began by unleashing a blistering reprimand on his twin younger brothers for their ill-timed pranks. Then he shifted to high praise for Sherlock Holmes and Harry himself, commending their courage and quick thinking. Curious about Ron's part in the chaos, Percy asked for every detail. When he learned that Ron had deliberately sacrificed himself in the Wizards' chess game to secure victory, working side by side with Sherlock, he couldn't resist one more burst of approval. "Well done, a true Weasley. You've made us proud." From Hufflepuff came Gabriel Truman, their male prefect, who offered Harry his own heartfelt congratulations, along with an armful of homemade treats. Unfortunately, Madame Pomfrey confiscated more than half of the sweets, arguing that some of their ingredients exceeded safe limits for Harry's recovery. She promised to return them once he was discharged. That modest plate from Hufflepuff, so simple, yet so thoughtfully prepared, had genuinely touched Harry's heart, and it was delicious. He was still savoring the last bite when he noticed a figure striding toward him from the opposite side of the Great Hall. Harry's pulse quickened as Prefect Gemma Farley came into view, the Slytherin girl who'd so boldly challenged Percy Weasley on the Quidditch pitch only days before. At the same moment, Harry raised a hand to push up his glasses, and in his flustered state the frame wobbled, slipped through his fingers, and clattered to the floor. A sharp ping sounded as a small chip appeared at the edge of one lens. Gemma paused in mid-stride, an almost amused look in her pale gray eyes. "You seem surprised, Mr. Potter," she observed, her tone smooth and even. She was tall, with delicate aristocratic features that looked at odds with the prankster reputation Slytherins often carried. I understand many still harbor prejudice against Slytherin, thanks to you-know-whose deeds, but I hope you, the chosen one, won't judge my house by old rumors. The Sorting Hat itself declared Slytherin as worthy as any other. With a graceful bend, she retrieved his glasses and tapped them once with the tip of her wand. Instantly, the frame straightened, and the chipped lens restored itself, leaving no trace of damage. Harry took the glasses back, blinking as if waking from a spell, his cheeks flushed at her poise and at how beautiful she was. "Thank you," he managed to stammer. A faint smile curved her lips as she rose. "You're very welcome, Mr. Potter." Then, without another word, she swept away, leaving Harry staring after her in a mix of awe and gratitude. "I hope my actions will change the way you see Slytherin," Gemma Farley finished, her tone genuine. Harry opened his mouth to reply, but before he could, an abrupt voice echoed from the doorway. "Farley, what are you doing here?" They both turned to find Ravenclaw's prefect, Penelope Clearwater, striding in alongside Cho Chang. Gemma stood politely. "Penelope," she greeted, "I was just telling Mr. Potter that all 4 Hogwarts houses are equally excellent. Surely you agree?" Penelope regarded her with a faint, amused smirk. "Houses, yes, but I wouldn't say that about the students themselves." Gemma's lips curved into a polite smile, and she wisely chose not to argue. Instead, she faced Harry once more. "Get well soon, Mr. Potter." With a graceful nod at Penelope and Cho, she swept out of the infirmary, leaving an air of Slytherin poise behind her. Penelope's manner was noticeably more relaxed than the formal visits Harry had already had from Gabriel Truman and Gemma Farley. After all, it had been Sherlock who'd helped Cho track down a rare 7-color eyeshadow palette over Easter, so through his friendship with Sherlock, Harry had grown quite familiar with both Ravenclaws. Now Penelope stepped forward and, without waiting for permission, drew Cho to the bedside. "Everything all right?" Cho asked, settling into the empty chair beside Harry's bed. "Much better now," Harry replied with a small smile. And as Penelope folded her wings of indifference and actually took a seat, he felt, if only for a moment, that the 4 houses really could find common ground. Penelope's short boots tapped lightly against the polished copper footboard. When she saw Harry still gazing down the hallway, where Gemma Farley had just disappeared, a teasing smile curved her lips. "She's gone. Stop staring," she chided. Harry snapped back to himself, cheeks flushing. He ducked his head and stammered, I wasn't." "Save it," Penelope interrupted, waving a dismissive hand. "As much as I despise Slytherins with their snake-shaped silver buckles, I'll admit Farley does look like a mooncalf lost in a nest of vipers. A pity such brightness is so rare this deep in the dungeons." She tilted her head, eyes softening, and let out a thoughtful sigh. After a moment, she glanced at Harry with a half-smile. "I always figured her charms appealed only to older students. Yet our first-year hero here seems utterly smitten. I must say, Potter, your taste isn't half bad." "Prefect Clearwater, Harry's protest faltered. Any explanation would sound weak now. Penelope raised a hand to quiet him. "Relax, it's perfectly understandable. Older sisters like her always have that special appeal for younger boys," Penelope Clearwater said, a confident smile curving her lips. "But I'm not so bad either. Want to see what the Gryffindor big sister experience is like?" She rose gracefully and spun once in front of Harry, letting her skirt flare softly. Harry's cheeks burned, but even in his embarrassment, he had to admit she had a point. In sheer looks, both Penelope and Gemma Farley were stunning, just in very different ways, making it impossible to say who was better. Harry stammered, caught off guard. Before he could finish, Cho Chang's gentle voice cut in. "Prefect Clearwater, I don't think Mr. Potter is worried about Prefect Farley's arrival," she said, each word soft and soothing, like a babbling mountain stream. She offered Harry a reassuring smile. "We all know Gryffindor and Slytherin tend to clash." Penelope laughed, easing back onto the bench. "My dear Cho, whatever are you fretting about?" she teased, eyeing her friend with amused interest. "I was only teasing our adorable little savior. You do real eyes. I already have a boyfriend," Penelope said with a mischievous smile. Cho Chang's cheeks flushed pink, and she fell silent. Instead, she turned to Harry. "Mr. Potter, the story of what you and Mr. Holmes accomplished has spread all over campus. We're truly in awe of your courage." Her genuine warmth eased the tight knot in Harry's chest. He grinned. "Hey, that was my line." Penelope feigned offense, but her smile never wavered. Then, as if she'd remembered something urgent, she shifted gears. But you know, I've noticed something strange. Our house's relations with Gryffindor feel tenser than ever, more so than with Slytherin even. Have you noticed that? Huh? Harry frowned. What are you talking about? How could Gryffindor and Ravenclaw be on worse terms than Gryffindor and Slytherin? Penelope's brows shot up in surprise. You haven't heard? Didn't the students who came looking for you mention anything? Mention what? Harry asked, growing more confused by the second. Penelope's hands curled into fists at her sides. Those insufferable, she paused, took a breath, and then told Harry something that made his blood run cold. Early this morning, the final Quidditch match of the season began. Gryffindor, down one player, went head-to-head with Ravenclaw and was utterly overwhelmed. The final score shattered Gryffindor's 1692 record, marking their worst defeat in 3 centuries. Harry stared in stunned silence, feeling as though his throat had hardened. He tried to speak, but no sound came out. Cho Chang looked at him with sorrowful eyes, her long lashes casting shadows on her cheeks. I'm sorry, Harry, she whispered. At her gentle concern, Harry shook himself. It's not your fault, he said quickly, waving his hand. This completely falls on me. If I'd been playing, Wood must be heartbroken. He always believed we had that win in the bag. He fell silent, guilt and regret heavy in his voice. Oliver Wood had led them through challenge after challenge. How had they stumbled at the very end? If I'd been in that match, none of this would have happened, Harry muttered, his cheeks reddening. Potter, you're far too hard on yourself. Cho Chang's dark eyes shone with admiration as she reached out and squeezed his arm. Even now, when you could be furious or in pain, you're worried about blame. Harry shook his head. I made the mistake in the first place. No, Cho insisted. You were the one who stopped Quirrell, protected the Philosopher's Stone, and saved everyone at Hogwarts. That's infinitely more important than any Quidditch game. Harry gave a self-deprecating shrug. It was Sherlock who figured everything out. I only helped with the small stuff. Cho smiled. Sherlock did splendidly, but you deserve just as much credit. After all, our combined efforts scored us 102 points for Gryffindor. Just then, Penelope Clearwater, unable to find an opening in their easy banter, pouted and drifted out into the corridor. She leaned against the cool stone wall, twirling her wand absently as she gazed out the window across the grounds. She folded her arms and huffed. That Percy hadn't bothered to tell Harry about the house match. Well, she'd show him. The tip of her wand scratched sparks against the windowsill, sending a small bird fluttering away in alarm. 10 minutes later, Cho Chang emerged from the common room, her cheeks still rosy from whatever had kept her inside. Penelope, she blurted, when did you get here? I saw you deep in conversation with the Chosen One, Penelope teased, leaning against the wall with a mischievous grin. Didn't want to interrupt. Cho's face went an even deeper shade of red. She looked down, twisting the hem of her robes. It wasn't like that. Uh-huh, Penelope said, arching an eyebrow. In a few years, can we at least consider asking him out on a date? No. Cho's denial was so quick it came out as a squeak. Honestly, apart from being the chosen one, Harry's just a normal boy. You've already dropped his first name, and you're still trying to explain yourself. Penelope laughed, cutting her off. Cho opened her mouth, then closed it. Penelope clapped her hands. All right, enough. The end-of-year feast is about to begin. Let's go. She looped her arm through Cho's and tugged her friend toward the dormitory stairs. Their laughter echoed down the corridor, leaving behind nothing but the faint shimmer of wand sparks on the sill. Harry soon stopped laughing. He genuinely enjoyed talking with Cho Chang. Growing up the way he had, Harry had never really had friends. Nobody at school wanted to risk Dudley and his gang's wrath by hanging out with him. And he'd barely interacted with girls, even since arriving at Hogwarts. In that light, Cho Chang really was his first female friend, aside from Hermione. Without realizing it, he began comparing the two. Cho wasn't just beautiful, she was easy to talk to. Even better, they had common interests. From their conversation, Harry learned she loved Quidditch, and that she was a fan of the Tutchill Tornadoes. Next year, she'd be joining the Ravenclaw team as a full-fledged seeker, the exact same position he played. Although she hadn't taken the field in today's Gryffindor versus Ravenclaw match, she'd stayed on as a reserve. That was why she'd apologized earlier. Harry didn't mind in the slightest. Friendship came first, competition second. Harry leaned back against the soft hospital pillows, smiling to himself. Even if Gryffindor had lost to Ravenclaw, it hadn't mattered one bit to his budding friendship with Cho Chang. They'd found so much in common as they chatted, even laughing together over the quirks of Quidditch fandom, that when Madame Pomfrey finally reminded Cho it was time to leave, both Harry and Cho lingered in the doorway, reluctant to part. Before stepping out, Cho shared a fascinating tidbit. In a distant eastern country, people traditionally give their surname first, then their given name. So technically, she teased, you should call me Chang Cho. Harry grinned. It hardly seemed important now. They'd quickly move past formalities. By the end of their conversation, Harry and Cho felt just right. When Cho was finally ushered away, Harry watched her go with an unexpected pang of disappointment. Just then, Madame Pomfrey bustled into the room, her usual stern expression softened by good news. Professor Dumbledore has approved your attendance at the feast tonight, she announced. That's great! Harry sat bolt upright, nearly jumping out of bed. Staying cooped up in the hospital wing had been tedious beyond belief. He couldn't wait for a change of scenery, and a feast was just the ticket. Madame Pomfrey hesitated, folding her arms. Although Professor Dumbledore insists you'll be fine, I worry he doesn't appreciate how rowdy these house celebrations can get. There's potential for mischief, even danger. Harry let out an exasperated sigh. He knew she only meant well, but after everything he'd faced this year, he felt ready for a bit of harmless fun. And robes that didn't smell of disinfectant. I'll be careful, he promised, flashing her a grin. I've weathered worse than a few overexcited first years. Madame Pomfrey gave a reluctant nod. Very well, but if I even hear a sneeze of trouble, you're back here, under strict bed rest. I won't let you down, Harry assured her. As she turned to leave, he closed his eyes and savored the thought of pumpkin pasties, butterbeer, and the familiar buzz of Hogwarts feasting hall at full tilt. It was the change of pace he'd been craving, and after today, he'd earned every bite. Voldemort was in full retreat, and Professor Quirrell lay defeated. Harry couldn't imagine any real danger at tonight's end-of-term feast. Still, he kept his counsel. If Madame Pomfrey would only sign off on his discharge, he didn't mind volunteering to scrub the entire hospital wing. In the end, though, she insisted on one more clean bill of health, delaying him until the last possible moment. When Harry finally slipped into the Great Hall, it was already packed. The final evening of term always brought a heady mix of laughter, music, and anticipation, and tonight was no exception. Harry's mood lightened in the festive glow, but as he crossed the threshold, every head turned. For a heartbeat, the chatter died away. Then conversation resumed, but all eyes remained fixed on him. He offered a small nod of acknowledgement, kept his gaze low, and made a swift, steady path to the Gryffindor table beneath the portrait's curious stares. Harry didn't dare relax until he'd slid into the bench beside Sherlock. Only then did he exhale, a long, shaky breath. Behind Sherlock's broad shoulders, the curious eyes drifting over the courtyard felt just a little less oppressive. Over the past year, Harry had learned to bear the stares, but only in Sherlock's company did the attention lighten. Sherlock glanced at him, amusement dancing in his dark eyes. That look on your face tells me your chat with the Ravenclaw girl was most enjoyable. They'd both been at the Three Broomsticks earlier. Sherlock had lingered with Professor Flitwick longer than planned, so he'd only just arrived back at school. Naturally, the moment Sherlock stepped onto the grounds, students turned to watch. Unlike Harry, though, Sherlock seemed to feed on that kind of attention. He took in Harry's windblown hair and dusted robes, then arched an eyebrow. I thought you'd have grown used to this by now. Harry dropped his gaze, fiddling with his wand in its holster. Oh, Sherlock, spare me the teasing. His voice was low, almost embarrassed. You're the one who defeated Voldemort, so why do they all act like I'm the hero? He'd come to say Voldemort's name without flinching, thanks to Sherlock's and Dumbledore's insistence that he shatter the fear tied to it. Naming the Dark Lord now carried no more weight than any other. Sherlock's expression softened. He reached out, resting a steady hand on Harry's shoulder. No, my dear friend, he he said quietly. That's precisely the one thing I agree with Dumbledore about. If it weren't for you, Quirrell, under Voldemort's control, never would have gone down so easily. Harry's words rang true. The protective charm his mother left behind was about the only thing powerful enough to force Voldemort to retreat. He half opened his mouth to say more, but Hermione, perched on Sherlock's other side, cut him off. Honestly, she chided, if you two insist on rehashing the whole Voldemort business, could you at least choose a better moment? Sherlock barely even blinked. Harry followed Hermione's gaze and spotted Ron's face, a portrait of misery. He knew Ron both admired and resented how casually Harry and Sherlock tossed Voldemort's name around. On the one hand, it spoke to their bravery. On the other, it ignored Ron's very real anxiety. Since Hermione had asked so politely, Harry nodded and let the topic drop. Instead, he turned to Sherlock and asked, "By the way, how did you know who I'd been talking to earlier?" At last, with Voldemort off the table, Ron exhaled in relief. Ron shot Hermione a silent thumbs up and muttered through gritted teeth, "Just look at Malfoy's face. I'd love nothing better than to sock him in the nose." His anger at the Slytherins was impossible to hide. Unbeknownst to most students, Professor Dumbledore had quietly decided that some truths were better left half-told. He omitted any mention of Lord Voldemort and instead circulated a neat, edited account of the recent events. According to the official story, the Lion King, the Savior, and their loyal friends had braved a series of enchanted checkpoints devised by the Hogwarts staff. In the climactic trial, they unmasked a Defense Against the Dark Arts professor in disguise and foiled his attempt to steal the Philosopher's Stone. That heroic tale swept through the castle, and it fit Gryffindor's reputation to a T. Sherlock and Harry were soon inundated with congratulatory gifts from every corner of the Great Hall. Yet, when the House Cup ceremony finally arrived, it wasn't the scarlet and gold of Gryffindor that claimed the trophy, but the green and silver of Slytherin, lifted for an astonishing 7th year in a row. In over 1,000 years of Hogwarts history, such a streak was rare, but as every witch and wizard knew, not entirely unprecedented. The end-of-year feast had begun in earnest, but everyone's thoughts were on the House Cup. The Great Hall was awash in Slytherin green and silver, massive banners bearing the house, serpent hung behind the high table, and floating candles cast a soft emerald glow over every bench. With decorations like these, it was impossible not to be reminded of what truly mattered. Leaning toward Sherlock, Ron lowered his voice. "You really shouldn't do that." Sherlock offered him a cool sidelong glance before turning back to the hall. "He won't be smiling for long." "I beg your pardon?" Ron's surprise made his voice carry more than intended. A hush rippled through the nearby tables. After all, Ron was one of the heroes who had stood by Harry's side to defeat the Dark Professor, and they afforded him a certain deference. Still, his outburst earned a sharp look from Percy Weasley. "Ronald," Percy straightened in his prefect's robes, "please keep it down. This is the end-of-year feast. The 7th years are about to graduate, and Professor Dumbledore will arrive any moment. I won't let Gryffindor, already at rock bottom, lose more points because of you, just so Professor Snape can gloat," Percy snapped. "But, Percy," someone faltered. "Sherlock said Malfoy won't be smiling for long." Percy froze. "What did you say?" He turned sharply to Sherlock. As a Gryffindor prefect, Percy enjoyed far broader intel than the average student. Apart from Harry, Hermione, Ron, and a few others, he was the one who understood Sherlock's capabilities best. Prefects, no matter their house allegiances, were in the habit of sharing information. In fact, last Christmas, had the Weasley twins not spirited him away with their usual family matters ruse, he'd have been seated with Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, and Slytherin prefects, and would have learned then about Sherlock's habit of taking requests from every corner of Hogwarts. More tellingly, Professor McGonagall had recently given Percy a discreet nod. The school now officially recognized Sherlock's talents. In Percy's book, when Sherlock made a claim, especially about someone like Draco Malfoy, it was worth taking seriously. Percy's voice wavered as he spoke. "Holmes, are you saying?" He couldn't help it. Since he'd arrived at Hogwarts, Slytherin had held the House Cup year after year. Percy himself had risen from a timid first year to a confident 5th-year Gryffindor prefect, yet still Slytherin reigned supreme. Today's announcement had stoked all those old fears of being outshone and dominated by them once more. But Sherlock's calm tone hinted at something unexpected. "It's actually quite straightforward," Sherlock replied, folding his arms. "All we have to do is pause for a moment and consider the timing. The recent accomplishments simply haven't been added to the scores yet." Percy's eyes widened in sudden comprehension. Of course, no one had included the daring exploits of the Lion King and the Savior. First years, both of them, had breezed through every professor's checkpoint, confronted a member of staff single-handedly, and thwarted a plot that could have endangered the entire school. Even if the credit technically belonged to those heroic first years, it was their feats alone that had swung the odds. Percy felt a surge of vindication. To ignore such deeds would be nothing short of scandalous. At last, he thought, Gryffindor would get its due. If this goes on, Hogwarts will become the laughingstock of the wizarding world. "Honestly, how could I have missed that?" Percy exclaimed, eyes wide. "Holmes, you're brilliant," Sherlock couldn't help but sigh. "There's nothing to it but drawing a logical conclusion from the facts." By the end of the school year, the Gryffindors had grown accustomed to Sherlock's matter-of-fact manner. At first, some had whispered that his eccentricity belonged in Ravenclaw, not Gryffindor. Yet after one extraordinary feat following another, he had more than earned his crown as the house's Lion King. After all, every monarch is entitled to the occasional roar. Percy, still buzzing from Sherlock's insight, quickly smoothed his robes and slipped back into his usual composed self. He returned to his seat with a satisfied smile, eager to share his newfound wisdom with anyone who would listen. "Don't worry about them. Let them celebrate too early," he said with a dismissive wave. When someone asked him why he was so sure, he shot back, "Time will answer all your questions." Ron rolled his eyes in annoyance. It was obviously Sherlock. He was just about to launch into a full complaint about his prefect brother when the doors of the Great Hall swept open and Albus Dumbledore entered. The noise in the hall died down instantly. Even the most boisterous students fell silent at his approach. Once everyone was seated, Dumbledore stood behind the staff table and beamed at them. "Time truly waits for no one. Another year has already passed," he declared, his blue eyes twinkling even more brightly than at last September's opening feast. But instead of making a cryptic remark and letting the students dive into the meal, as he usually did, he held up a hand for quiet and said in a clear, strong voice, "Before you indulge in these delicious dishes, I must trouble you with an old man's tiresome clichés." A ripple of startled laughter and a few groans ran through the assembled students. Those who weren't first years anymore exchanged bewildered looks. Had Professor Dumbledore, too, taken leave of his senses? It was like listening to a Muggle school principal launch into one of those interminable opening speeches, and before anyone could brace themselves, Dumbledore had already begun. "Ah, what a splendid year this has been. I can see your minds are fuller than ever. Fortunately, you have the whole summer holiday ahead to let it all sink in and to clear your heads before term resumes. And to our 7th years in particular, you stand on the threshold of true wizarding life, ready to leave school behind and enter the world as fully fledged witches and wizards. Having been your teacher for these 7 years, I would like to offer you some parting words of advice." As the headmaster's gentle voice rolled on, eyelids started to droop throughout the great hall. The first-year students, especially those from Muggle families, exchanged secret, exasperated glances. "He's really going on, isn't he?" their faces seemed to say. Only the older students, above all the departing 7th years, remained fully attentive. They knew that once they left Hogwarts, they might never again have the chance to hear Dumbledore share his wisdom in person. For most students, the highest-ranking person they'd ever hoped to meet was a school professor. Yet, to the younger ones, all of Dumbledore's pronouncements, no matter how true, sounded like empty formalities. Still, they listened patiently. Everyone knew that the real excitement came next. "Now, if I'm not mistaken, it's time to award the House Cup." The moment Dumbledore mentioned the cup, the hall sprang to life. The Slytherin contingent, nicknamed the Little Lions, looked around with haughty grins, as though daring anyone to challenge their supremacy. Only Prefect Gemma Farley and a handful of her housemates maintained a touch of grace, The rest practically broadcasted, "You're not worthy of our attention." Sherlock watched it all, shaking his head ever so slightly. He was no longer the naive newcomer he'd been a year ago. In a full year of study, he'd learned one thing clearly. Slytherin was meant to be better than this. Just as Professor McGonagall and the Sorting Hat had reminded everyone at the sorting ceremony, each house at Hogwarts had its own strengths, but none was inherently better or worse. Everyone, they'd said, was equal in their excellence. Sherlock thought back to what he knew of Hogwarts history. A true Slytherin had a simple code. If you were weak or incompetent, they might look down on you, but they'd never harass or torment you. They'd just ignore you. If you were talented or powerful, they'd respect you and even go to great lengths to win your friendship. Their methods could be blunt, their hearts ruthless, and their motives far from pure, but they never preyed on those who couldn't defend themselves. That was the old Slytherin. The Slytherin house of today was something else entirely. These students sneered at anyone with imperfect blood, purebloods they called themselves, hurling insults, bullying weaker classmates, and stamping on anyone who didn't fit their narrow ideal. Sherlock felt a deep disappointment. Only a century ago, Slytherin had stood for ambition and resourcefulness without cruelty. How had they so quickly overturned their own traditions? He longed to square off with Dumbledore and Snape, to ask, how can you run Hogwarts properly when these insects infest its halls? If nothing changes, the school will become the laughingstock of the entire magical world. He shook his head. This was beyond the purview of a mere first year. Better to leave it to Dumbledore and Snape. As Dumbledore concluded his address at the graduation ceremony, he cleared his throat and consulted the parchment in his hand. Here are the current house point totals, he announced. 4th place, Gryffindor, with 299 points. 3rd place, Hufflepuff, 369 points. 2nd place, Ravenclaw, 421 points. And in 1st place, Slytherin with 495 points. A wave of emotion swept through the Great Hall. Some students leapt to their feet in triumph, others sank back in disappointed silence, a few remained impassive or merely curious. The margin separating Slytherin from the rest wasn't necessarily a testament to unrivaled talent. Take Gryffindor's 4th place finish, for example. The Little Lions had managed a respectable haul of points in their classes, and even claimed the season's top individual scorer. Yet their achievements were undercut by relentless penalties. For every point they earned, they seemed to lose several more for infractions, dragging their total sadly low. He let the hall's reaction wash over him. For now, his concerns lay elsewhere. After all, he was only a first year. Let the professors fret over house standings. There was only one house firmly in 1st place, yet a whole parade of deduction champions sat quietly behind them. And then there was Sherlock, who, during the Quidditch match, had somehow rallied his teammates into a full-blown brawl, earning his house both a hefty points deduction and a batch of detentions. All those positives and negatives balanced each other out, so it was no surprise to see them lingering at the bottom of the standings. By contrast, the Hufflepuffs didn't care much for the inter-house rivalry. Whether in class or in the common room, they generally ignored any chance to score points, unless a professor expressly called on them. Even so, half of their 369 points came courtesy of just one student, Cedric Diggory, a tall, handsome 3rd year whose brilliance in the classroom was matched only by his unshakable good nature. The Ravenclaws, meanwhile, were a special case. In subjects that intrigued them, they would rack up points almost effortlessly whenever a professor asked a question. But when the topic fell outside their interests, they might as well have been invisible. Still, when a teacher did directly summon them, even on material they found dull, they could be counted on to deliver the correct answer every time. Ravenclaw had long hovered just behind Slytherin in the house standings. They matched Gryffindor's point-earning prowess, but almost never surrendered points for disciplinary issues, so 2nd place came as no surprise. Slytherin's lead, meanwhile, was equally predictable. They boasted the strongest Quidditch team in the school. Their students, at least to all outward appearances, were scrupulously well-behaved, and they excelled at strategic point seizing whenever opportunities arose. Those qualities alone would have kept them atop the charts. But there was another, even more decisive factor, the head of their house, the formidable Professor Severus Snape. Among those in the know, his influence was understood without a word spoken. In the great hall, a roar of triumph broke out from the Slytherin table, accompanied by rhythmic stomping that echoed off the enchanted ceiling. Even Snape's usually austere features curved into a faint, satisfied smile. After all, nothing pleased a true Slytherin more than the taste of victory. Ron scrunched up his nose and jabbed a finger toward the Slytherin table. Ugh, look at him. That's downright revolting. Around them, curious heads turned to see Draco Malfoy drumming his fingers on a silver goblet, his pale eyebrows drawn into a scowl. Fred Weasley leaned close to Percy, eyes gleaming. Percy, isn't it almost time? I'm itching to sock that pretty little face of his. George nudged Fred's ribs and added with a grin, One punch won't cut it. You'll need to go in with both fists. 2 solid blows. Percy cleared his throat, all the restraint of a calm sea hiding the storm beneath. He hated Malfoy. Hell, he hated all of Slytherin, but he managed a steady nod. Soon, boys. Just hang on a bit longer. Still, Percy couldn't keep the jitters out of his voice, and his gaze flitted across the hall to where Sherlock stood by the faculty table, watching with those ever-calm eyes. Sherlock, he thought desperately, do not let me down. As if in reply, Professor Dumbledore rose from his own seat. His robes whispered as he stepped forward, his gaze sweeping every table before settling on Gryffindor. You've all done admirably this year, he said, voice gentle yet carrying through the great hall. But there are recent developments we must also take into account. Instantly, a hush fell over the students. The clatter of cutlery died, and every pair of eyes turned toward the headmaster, waiting. The Slytherins' triumphant smiles abruptly vanished. Something in the air felt off. Gemma Farley stared at Sherlock and Harry with a knowing look, while Penelope Clearwater and Cho Chang exchanged startled glances. Even Professor Snape's smirk faltered as he shot Dumbledore a sharp, questioning glance. Dumbledore cleared his throat and let his gaze sweep across the hall. Mr. Ron Weasley. The moment Ron's name rang out, his face turned as red as his hair. Dumbledore continued, his voice measured and warm. Not only did Mr. Weasley and his partner deliver one of the finest games of wizard's chess Hogwarts has seen in years, but at the critical moment, he stepped forward, offering himself to secure precious time for his companion. For this act of courage and sacrifice, I award Gryffindor House 50 points. A thunderous cheer erupted from the Gryffindor table, so loud the enchanted ceiling seemed to tremble with it. Percy Weasley sprang to his feet, practically leaping onto the bench, and bellowed to the other prefects. Did you see that? That's my brother, my little Ronnie. He puffed out his chest with pride as the hall buzzed with renewed excitement. He's done it. He's cleared Professor McGonagall's life-size chessboard challenge. The twins rolled their eyes in perfect sync. Funny how, when he needs a hand, it's little Ronnie, but otherwise, it's just plain Ronald. He's practically a grandmaster at that game now. And don't forget, he's the illustrious prefect brother. Their teasing tones couldn't hide the pride shining in their eyes. Percy might have fussed relentlessly, but his brothers were unmistakably proud. Ron stood there looking as if Ian had just cast a confundus charm on him. Harry leaned toward Sherlock. Sherlock, do you think Professor Dumbledore will award us? Without a doubt, came the cool reply. Sherlock's gaze drifted to Dumbledore's poised figure at the bay windows, the soft candlelight haloing his silver beard. This evening, the glory shall belong to Gryffindor. Harry let out a long breath. If Sherlock was certain, then it was as good as settled. At that moment, Dumbledore folded his hands, drawing every eye in the great hall to the raised dais, and intoned, Miss Hermione Granger. Hermione's cheeks turned the exact shade of a freshly boiled beet. She ducked her head, pressed her face into her arms, and let out a small, thrilled squeak. Quiet triumph written in every tremor of her shoulders. She faced the flames and calmly applied logical deduction, demonstrating an extraordinary intellect. For this, I award 50 points to Gryffindor. A thunderous cheer erupted at the Gryffindor table, voices roaring, Hermione! Hermione! Even from those who'd once complained about her endless lectures. Harry leaned toward Sherlock and whispered with a grin, I bet she's crying tears of joy inside. Sherlock stole a quick glance at Hermione, then turned away. Emotional spectacles bored him. He felt no part in this tidal wave of excitement. What he didn't know was that Hermione wasn't crying at all. Inside, she was seething with frustration. Yes, she had calmly deduced the correct potion, just as Dumbledore had announced. But Sherlock had been the first to spot the right bottle. Hermione never even drank her potion to return to the previous chamber. And when they faced the crisis of only one dose left, it was Sherlock's clever reasoning that guided them safely through the flames to the final room. Now, as the headmaster lavished praise and points on her alone, Hermione's chest tightened with guilt. She knew deep down she didn't deserve all the credit. She could do nothing but nod in silence as the 50 points were awarded to Gryffindor. That very fact made her cheeks burn with embarrassment. She felt as if she'd sacrificed something deeply personal. Third place, Sherlock Holmes. Chapter 129, The Lion King and the Savior. When Professor Dumbledore's voice rang out, pronouncing the name Sherlock Holmes, an invisible spell seemed to freeze the entire Great Hall. The boisterous celebration died on the spot, as though struck by a silencing charm. All chatter ceased. Every eye turned to Dumbledore, brimming with curiosity. He straightened his robes, pride shining in his eyes, and spoke with fervor. He, with his extraordinary powers of deduction, corrected the very mistakes I made. He stood alongside his classmates against Professor Quirrell, though perhaps it's time we stopped calling him that. In short, under Sherlock's guidance, the Philosopher's Stone remained safe, and the Evil One faced the justice he deserved. 50 points to our brave little lions. A thunderous roar of cheers, screams, and applause swept through the hall. Sherlock, momentarily stunned by the acclaim, glanced over at Professor Snape. Professor Snape glared at Dumbledore as if the headmaster might any moment sprout fangs and strike, but he held his tongue. Dumbledore's proclamation, Lion King Sherlock, had hit the Great Hall like a thunderclap, and the Gryffindors exploded in cheers. Official recognition from Professor Dumbledore himself. What could be more glorious? The reaction was deafening. 3 consecutive 50-point awards sent Gryffindor's totals soaring. Eager first and second years grabbed quills and parchment, feverishly calculating. 299 plus 50 plus 50 plus 50 equals 449. At 449 points, Gryffindor rocketed into second place, just 46 points behind Slytherin. Far from discouraged, the Gryffindors brimmed with confidence, certain that their next victory was close at hand. All across the hall, every pair of eyes now rested on Harry, once again the focus of fervent admiration. Ron's face had settled back into its usual glow, his eyes bright with excitement and anticipation. Hermione looked up, a small, relieved smile playing at her lips. Even the ever-stoic Sherlock couldn't suppress a grin as he leaned forward. "My dear Harry, it's your turn now," Sherlock announced. Oliver Wood, still smarting from their recent Quidditch defeat, was positively buzzing, his cheeks flushed as he called out, "It's time!" "The moment of truth," Fred Weasley declared. "The moment we've all been waiting for," added George. No one dared hush the twins now. All around, the little lions watched with gleaming eyes. They were on the brink of clinching the House Cup, provided nothing unexpected happened. Dumbledore didn't bother with suspense. He announced it plainly. Harry Potter has shown remarkable courage and extraordinary bravery. 50 points go to Gryffindor. He offered no further details, unlike Sherlock, Hermione, or Ron, who might have recounted every dramatic twist. But since Voldemort's return remained a secret known only to Professor Quirrell, and with Quirrell racing against time, nobody else could speak openly of what had occurred. For the students, the specifics didn't matter. Dumbledore's succinct praise was enough to set their imaginations alight. Almost at once, the Great Hall erupted in a thunder of voices. "Lion, Savior! Lion King! Savior! Lion King and Savior! Lion King and Savior!" Their cheers grew so fierce it felt as though they might tear through the enchanted ceiling and shoot out into the night sky. Anyone standing outside might well have believed an explosion had shaken the castle. The jubilant roar at the Gryffindor table swelled to deafening heights. Even the Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs joined in, cheering wildly for the little lions. Harry, Hermione, and Ron leapt to their feet, faces alight with triumph. Sherlock, usually as immovable as an old hound, stayed seated, at least for a moment. Then the triumphant student surged forward, enveloping him in a mass of joyous embraces. In seconds, the four friends were lost in a sea of celebration. Across the hall, the Slytherin table sat in stark contrast. The proud confidence they displayed earlier had evaporated, replaced by dejection and regret. First years stared wide-eyed and slack-jawed, as though petrified in place. Only a few, like Prefect Gemma Farley, who'd never shown arrogance, retained their composure, offering the last vestiges of Slytherin dignity. After Dumbledore invoked his headmaster's authority to award Gryffindor a full 200 points, the house rocketed from last place all the way to first. The noise in the Great Hall was instant and overwhelming, so much so that Dumbledore actually cast a sonorous on himself just to temper the roar of cheers. His amplified voice rolled out over the clamor. "We'll need to make a few adjustments to our decorations." With a single graceful wave of his wand, every emerald and silver banner shifted to scarlet and gold. The massive Slytherin serpent statue dissolved, replaced by a proud, roaring lion. Suddenly, Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff students flooded the aisles, dancing, clapping, and whooping with joy. After 6 straight House Cup victories for Slytherin, with a 7th on the horizon, this last-minute turnaround felt like a long-overdue triumph. The young lions, eagles, and badgers who had watched Slytherin dominate year after year now let their excitement pour out, as if finally exhaling years of pent-up frustration. Even Sherlock, who usually couldn't have cared less about house points, found himself smiling. Compared to the sea of green and silver overhead, the crimson and gold banners looked far more striking. He glanced over at Professor Snape and saw him shaking hands with Professor McGonagall. Minerva's smile was warm and genuine, which made Snape's own, which came off a bit stiff and awkward, feel all the more pronounced. But in that moment, nobody minded. The Great Hall had erupted into an ocean of joy. Students were singing at the tops of their lungs, dancing between the tables, and celebrating as if the world itself had been set right. It was especially raucous among the Gryffindors. Thanks to Dumbledore's last-minute decision, what should have been a solemn graduation ceremony had become a grand playground for Hogwarts's lion cubs. The 7th years were positively buzzing. For most of them, this was the final major gathering they would ever share under these vaulted ceilings. True, some were still juggling graduation exams, job applications, or other urgent matters, but nearly everyone had dropped everything to be here. They all understood deep in their hearts that this night represented their last chance to leave Hogwarts with perfect, unblemished memories. And as the music swelled and the laughter rang out, none of them felt the slightest regret. After 6 years of living under Slytherin's shadow, the other houses at last felt as though a great weight had been lifted. They walked through the castle corridors like freed serfs, hearts full of song at the prospect of leaving Hogwarts behind. Word of the Lion King and his savior spread rapidly through the alumni network, and those 7th years who'd been unable to attend the ceremony listened with regret. But what's done is done, and life moves on. All Hogwarts could now offer were its best wishes to the 2 young wizards as they stepped into the wider world. No sooner had the graduation feast ended than the final exam results were posted. As expected, Hermione claimed first place in the year, while Harry and Ron, each prepared to flunk at least one subject, found themselves sitting among the very top scorers. Their surprise was almost as great as their relief. Nearby, Seamus and Dean, longtime camaradas, turned in solid, respectable grades. Neville, on the other hand, passed by the skin of his teeth, his score in potions dragging dangerously close to failure. His outstanding herbology marks almost made up for his other weaknesses. But the real surprise was Sherlock. He'd earned straight outstanding grades, O's, in transfiguration, charms, potions, and herbology. That alone would be impressive. After all, Hermione held outstandings across the board herself. Yet rumors buzzing through the halls insisted Sherlock's scores even outshone Hermione's. At Hogwarts, unofficial whispers often carry more weight than the official transcripts. Take charms, for instance. Professor Flitwick had quietly told Hermione she'd scored a phenomenal 112% on her exam, 12 extra credit points on top of a perfect score. By that standard, her mastery of every other subject had to be similarly stellar. And now, everyone was saying, here was Sherlock topping even that. Could he really be that brilliant in every magical discipline? It was almost unbelievable. In a twist, though, his brilliance didn't span every class. In defense against the dark arts, history of magic, and astronomy, Sherlock managed only as acceptable grades, barely above the passing line. Strange, considering how he seemed destined to excel in everything else. Sherlock's exam results looked as though they'd been plotted out in advance. He finished second only to Hermione, and when you consider just the subjects in which he scored outstanding, he still ranked among the very top of his year. Naturally, this left several of his professors feeling a bit mortified. Each head of department toyed with the idea of pulling Sherlock aside. Was it their teaching that had failed him, or did he simply choose to devote his energies elsewhere? They never got the chance. Professor Dumbledore intervened first, offering his colleagues a kindly warning. I would advise against it, unless you'd like to see just how sharp his temper can be. Nobody bothered asking Professor Quirrell's permission. The Defense Against the Dark Arts chair had already departed Hogwarts for good, and so the matter quietly dropped. And with that, the 1991-1992 school year came to an end. On the last morning of term, when the rule, no magic over the holidays, went into effect, everyone prepared to return to the non-magical world. Even the so-called Lion King and the Chosen One had no choice but to pack their trunks. Fred Weasley, staring regretfully at the notice in his hand, groaned, I swear, I was really hoping they'd forget to send us this. Even if they forgot, Percy would stop us. Don't forget, he's a prefect. Ow! Fred and George were in the midst of plotting their next prank when Percy materialized out of nowhere and delivered a swift kick that sent George sprawling onto the grass. Not only am I a prefect, Percy proclaimed, dusting imaginary lint from his robes, I'm also your brother. He paused to admire the prefect badge gleaming on his chest. If anything, its enamel seemed brighter than ever. With his nose in the air and robes fluttering, he marched off as if he'd just saved the world. George sat up, rubbing his backside. I swear, he's turning into the old bat, appearing and vanishing like a ghost every single day. Fred offered his twin a hand. Don't worry, mate. The summer holidays stretch from June all the way to September. He gave George a conspiratorial grin. We've got plenty of time to teach Percy a lesson or two. A shared spark of mischief lit their eyes. Brother or prefect, Fred and George Weasley had no intention of letting either title stand in their way. The long summer ahead promised ample opportunity for payback. Harry and Ron crouched behind a rosebush a short distance away, stifling snorts of amusement. Nearby, Neville Longbottom clutched Sherlock Holmes's hand, his eyes red and brimming with tears. Sherlock, Trevor's gone again. You have to help me find him, Neville wailed. Sherlock raised an eyebrow. Neville, how many times has this been now? Hermione Weasley, herself trying hard not to laugh, pressed a hand to her forehead. Honestly, Neville, every time Trevor disappears, you come rushing to Sherlock as if he's personally spirited your toad away. But you're the only one at Hogwarts who can help me, Neville protested, his voice trembling. Hermione rolled her eyes. Yes, of course. After all, he's Hogwarts' very own Detective Holmes. Sherlock dropped the bemused expression and turned his cool gaze back to Neville. When did you last see Trevor today? Neville Blinn ked back tears and sniffled. He was right here with me when the exam results came out this morning. Sherlock nodded, steepling his fingers. Very well. Think carefully. Did anything unusual happen between then and now? Before Neville could answer, a clear voice called out across the lawn. Hey, Granger! Hermione spun around to see Parvati Patil and Parvati's Ravenclaw twin sister, Padma Patil, striding toward them. Parvati waved, her eyes dancing with curiosity, while Padma offered Hermione a polite, questioning smile. Parvati and Padma Patil approached in perfect step, arms linked and smiles bright. Parvati shot a knowing glance at Neville, who was practically vibrating with anxiety. Granger, she teased, I hear Mr. Longbottom's toad has gone missing. Hermione managed a sympathetic shrug. She'd lost count of how many times Neville's toad had disappeared and reappeared, usually in the most inconvenient places. Yes, she admitted. Parvati arched an eyebrow. Let me guess, he's planning to drag Mr. Holmes into the investigation? Hermione sighed, but nodded. At this point, she wasn't surprised by anything Neville or his amphibian companions might get up to. Just then, Padma's eyes lit up. She shot her hand into the air. Look! Chapter 130, The Most Beautiful Girl in the Year. Trevor. Neville cried, tears of joy welling in his eyes as Padma held out the toad. Gently accepting his long-lost pet, he turned to the Patil twins. "Thank you so much." Parvati and Padma exchanged a casual glance, as if rescuing Trevor had been nothing more than a passing favor. Padma then shifted her bright eyes to Sherlock Holmes. "Mr. Holmes," she said, curiosity and admiration mingling in her voice, "do you know where we found him?" Sherlock's keen gaze swept across her face. "In the lavatory," he replied simply. "Amazing," the twins exclaimed together, offering Sherlock a thumbs up. Parvati chuckled and nudged her sister. "Told you he'd work it out." Padma bobbed her head enthusiastically. Prefect Clearwater and even Cho Chang say, if you've got a mystery you can't solve, you always go to Mr. Holmes. A buzz of whispers rippled through the onlookers. The Halloween incident had introduced Sherlock to Hogwarts. The Christmas mystery had proven his skills, and the Easter case had made him famous. By the time the school year drew to a close, Sherlock's reputation at Hogwarts was unmatched. His decisive help in guarding the Philosopher's Stone alongside Harry Potter and in exposing the Dark Professor's conspiracy had made him the talk of the castle. Rumors of the Greek interpreter case, however, remained confined to a select few who'd actually crossed paths with Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds. Had more people summoned the courage to question the friendly giant, Sherlock's fame would have soared even higher. That afternoon, the Patil twins, Padma and Parvati, found him in the courtyard. They didn't quibble about how he'd pieced together the mystery. They simply lavished him with praise for a few moments before fluttering off. As they reached the archway, they called back, "We hope you'll write to us over the summer." Once they'd vanished around the bend, Sherlock turned on his heel and found Hermione staring after them, her face faintly flushed. "What's the matter?" he asked. Hermione blinked, as if roused from a daydream. "Oh, nothing," she said, hurriedly tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear. But her eyes betrayed her. She was still watching Padma and Parvati's retreating figures long after everyone else had moved on. "From the moment those twin sisters questioned me, you've hardly taken your eyes off them," Sherlock observed, his sharp gaze fixed on Hermione. Hermione's cheeks flushed. "I wasn't staring," she protested, though her racing heart betrayed her. Sherlock raised an eyebrow. "You haven't looked away since they left. You must care a great deal about them. Why?" Hermione's embarrassment deepened, but she summoned her wits. "I just think they're both stunning," she admitted, tapping her chin. "I couldn't help stealing a few extra glances." "Is that all?" "Of course," Hermione declared. "Everyone appreciates beauty. It's not only you boys who enjoy watching pretty girls. We do too." She straightened her back, confident. "And I'm not the only one who thinks so. Dean said they're the most beautiful girls in our entire year." At that, Neville, who had been gently coaxing his toad back to health nearby, chimed in. "Dean? Dean Thomas? The boy who lives in your dorm." Neville's question sent Hermione's thoughts racing to the dark-skinned boy with the easy grin. Her heartbeat quickened. She turned to Sherlock, curiosity sparkling again in her eyes. "What about you, Sherlock? Do you really think the Patil twins are the prettiest girls at Hogwarts this year?" Neville asked, but despite the height of summer, he suddenly felt a chill graze his spine and hunched his shoulders. Sherlock regarded him coolly, then turned his calm gaze on Hermione. In a voice as measured as ever, he replied, "My dear Hermione, beauty is utterly subjective. Parvati and Padma Patil may be striking to the eye, but I pay far more attention to people's actions, their words, and the character they reveal. Calling anyone the prettiest overlooks qualities like wisdom and courage, virtues infinitely more significant than mere looks." Hermione's face lit up. "Then you must promise to write to me, and even call, throughout the summer holidays." Before Sherlock could answer, Harry and Ron, having drifted away from the Weasley twins, came strolling over arm in arm. Hermione turned to Sherlock with a reassuring smile. "Don't worry, Sherlock. I may not be able to call, but I promise I'll write to you." Ron's face brightened instantly. "Me too." He piped up, thrusting a hand in the air. Harry nodded as well, an almost sheepish grin on his face. "Same here." It was oddly natural now, the idea of sending letters by owl rather than making a phone call. Harry still remembered how strange it had felt, coming from a Muggle family where telephones were the norm. But living in the wizarding world had changed him. He couldn't be certain how the Dursleys would react if he tried calling his magical friends. To them, magic was a terrifying unknown, like a roaring flood just waiting to burst through their doors. So it seemed far wiser to stick with owls. Harry hadn't even asked for Hermione's or Sherlock's home numbers. The risk simply wasn't worth it. Hermione raised a single eyebrow at Ron and said in a slow, pointed voice, "Ronald, I do hope that when you write to me, it's not just to borrow my homework." Ron's mouth dropped open, and for an instant he looked ready to explode. He spluttered, I would never copy your work. I just, borrow it." Hermione's lips twitched in amusement, but she let the comment hang in the air. Ron's ears turned a brilliant shade of scarlet, and a vein throbbed visibly at his temple. He opened his mouth to defend himself again, but all that came out was a muffled, "Borrowing homework isn't the same as copying." Sherlock, observing the exchange, chuckled softly. "I must admit," he said, "I'm looking forward to these letters already. They'll be far more interesting than the average owl post." Hermione beamed at him. "Agreed. Just no cheating, Ronald. Otherwise, I'll have to start charging tuition." Ron shoved his hands in his pockets, grumbling good-naturedly. Fine. But if my grades suddenly improve, you can't blame me for having a brilliant tutor." Harry laughed alongside them. Magic or no magic, some things, like best friends bickering over homework, never changed. And as they gathered their things to head back to the castle, each of them felt a little thrill at the thought of the letters to come. A small reminder that no matter how big the world got, they'd always find a way to stay in touch. "It's only borrowing your summer homework for reference." Reference? How could that possibly count as copying? Someone called out, and immediately the corridor rang with a cascade of half-serious slogans. Gryffindor courage lies in bravely facing every homework challenge. Sharing resources is pure magical righteousness. References are merely stepping stones toward true knowledge. Laughter echoed off the stone walls as students jostled each other, the last flurry of end-of-term energy crackling in the spring air. That playful moment was just a brief interlude in the whirlwind of farewells before the holidays. To Harry's surprise and delight, Cho Chang came looking for him one afternoon, only she wasn't alone. Instead of her customary prefect's single stride, she arrived flanked by two Ravenclaw girls, the animated Alicia, a fellow Muggle-born witch whose bright eyes sparkled with curiosity, and the quieter Lucy, who observed everything with calm attention. After Cho made the introductions, Alicia peppered Harry with eager questions about how he'd managed to foil Professor Quirrell's plot. Lucy listened intently, offering just the occasional nod or brief answer whenever Harry addressed her directly. In that moment, Harry felt the thrill of newfound friendships blooming on the brink of summer, and the promise of stories yet to be told. "I even asked Marietta to come," Cho Chang said, her voice faltering, but she refused. She pressed her lips together, forcing a half smile that didn't reach her eyes. Marietta Edgecombe had once been her closest friend. After the Easter fiasco, Cho had been quick to forgive, but Marietta wouldn't forgive in return. In that moment, Cho realized some things could never go back to how they were. "Cho, you shouldn't have called her," Alicia snapped, arms folded. "She's the one who betrayed us, yet she acts like we're the ones in the wrong. Who does she think she is?" Lucy nodded fiercely. "Exactly." Harry, who'd already heard the full story from Sherlock, stepped forward and offered a gentle smile. "Cho, honestly, it's not your fault." A few paces away, Hermione and Ron exchanged surprised looks. Since when had Harry become so close to Cho Chang? Hermione had worked with Sherlock to solve the Easter mystery, yet here was Cho confiding in Harry, who hadn't taken part at all. Cho took a steadying breath and met Harry's eyes. "Thanks, Harry. I really appreciate it." Ron couldn't keep his eyes off the three Ravenclaw girls, especially Cho Chang. He kept sneaking furtive glances her way. My brother's got excellent taste, he thought. To be fair, Cho was truly beautiful. Hermione knew that Dean, Harry, and Ron, all sharing the same dorm, agreed she was the prettiest girl in the year. The Pettigrew twins were lovely, but even they didn't quite measure up to Cho. Ron glanced at Harry again. If things carried on like this, in a few years, his good friend might be asking Cho out on dates. The thought reminded him of the silly wager he'd made with Sherlock. No girlfriend before I turn 20. Merlin, I was just joking. Don't take it seriously, he told himself. And yet here he was, surprised to learn that Sherlock actually went after Quirrell. He looked over at Sherlock, feeling a surge of relief. Well, even if I don't manage to find a girlfriend before 20, at least Sherlock will be around to keep me from ending up alone forever. Ron smirked to himself. With Sherlock's knack for alienating everyone the moment he opened his mouth, and his complete indifference to the usual rules of courtship, he'd be lucky to find a girlfriend before he turned 30. Ron was about to tease him when a soft breeze drifted by, carrying a subtle, floral scent. In the next instant, a tall, breathtakingly beautiful witch appeared before them. Though dressed head to toe in Slytherin green and silver, she radiated none of the house's customary arrogance. Ron's breath caught. Gemma Farley, a fifth-year prefect from Slytherin, stood before them. Even Percy Weasley, as rigid and by-the-book as he was, had praised her repeatedly, calling her the least Slytherin-like Slytherin he'd ever met. To Ron, that was the highest compliment imaginable. At the last end-of-year feast, she had stood out among her housemates, as if a mooncalf had wandered into a nest of vipers. But what was she doing here? Was she hunting for Harry, too? My brother really is that famous. Before he could voice the question, Gemma gave Hermione and Ron a courteous nod, then turned her gaze to Sherlock. Mr. Holmes, it looks like you'd like the entire chapter polished, but I only see the 2 lines below. Could you please provide the full chapter text you'd like me to rewrite? Once I have the complete passage, I'll revise it into coherent, idiomatic English and deliver a polished version. Holmes, may I speak with you alone? Chapter 131. Beauty is Justice. Ron stared in startled frustration as Gemma Farley made her way directly toward Sherlock. It was one thing to imagine the Slytherin prefect showing an interest in a fellow student, but Sherlock was only a first year. A flirtation between them struck Ron as downright absurd. What made it worse was that just moments ago he'd been thinking Sherlock wouldn't meet a girl until he was at least 30, and now here was one of Hogwarts' most stunning students coming to claim him. Talk about awkward timing. Hermione, standing at Ron's side, tensed immediately. She'd already pegged the Pettigrew twins as the prettiest first years, but Gemma Farley was on an entirely different level, quite possibly one of the prettiest girls in the entire school. It was true that older students like Cho Chang might outshine her in a couple of years, once they'd had more time to bloom. For now, though, no one could match the perfect poise of the Slytherin prefect. Even simply standing still, she radiated an undeniable presence that drew every eye in the courtyard. Ron shook his head in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that someone as luminous as Gemma Farley would hail from Slytherin. Yet here she was, heading straight for Sherlock, her steady gaze never wavering, and Ron realized that, ridiculous as it seemed, he was about to witness something extraordinary. As soon as Gemma Farley suggested she and Sherlock speak alone, Hermione snapped back to reality and blurted, "No." Both Sherlock and Farley turned to look at her. Hermione's cheeks flushed, but she stood her ground. "Miss Farley, I mean no offense, but I don't think it's appropriate for him to be alone with you right now." After all, it was Sherlock's late-game heroics on the Quidditch field that had vaulted Gryffindor back into the lead for the House Cup, and, in the process, ended Slytherin's bid for a 7th straight title. Farley's lips curved into a cool, amused smile, her cerulean eyes narrowing to crescent moons. "Miss Granger, it seems you, and Mr. Potter, for that matter, harbor a deep prejudice against Slytherin House." Hermione lifted her chin, meeting Farley's gaze evenly. "It's hardly prejudice," she said crisply. "Their performance this year hasn't exactly been stellar." At that moment, Harry, who had been chatting with Cho Chang and 2 other Ravenclaws, noticed the tense standoff. Excusing himself, he hurried over. "Miss Farley," he called, stepping between them. Farley inclined her head politely. "Hello, Mr. Potter." Harry stepped into the drawing room to find Aurora Farley greeting him with a warm smile. "Potter," she said brightly, "you look as though you've made an excellent recovery." "Thank you," Harry replied, inclining his head. He glanced in confusion at the 2 women beside her. "If you don't mind my asking, what's this about?" Farley let her gaze drift toward Hermione, who was standing stiffly at her side. "I've come to speak with Mr. Holmes," she said lightly. Hermione here seems a bit anxious. She suspects I might have ill intentions toward Mr. Holmes because of the house cup. She turned back to Harry. "What do you think, Mr. Potter?" Harry frowned at Hermione's nervous expression. "Hermione, I don't believe Miss Farley is the sort of person to cause trouble." Hermione's eyes shot daggers at him. "Really, Harry? Just because she's pretty, you're taking her side?" Aurora Farley offered Harry a polite curtsy. "Thank you for your trust, Mr. Potter." At that moment, Cho Chang and her two roommates hurried into the room. The trio paused, taken aback by the scene. Aurora Farley's confident poise and refined beauty made her look every bit the aristocrat. Harry noted the surprised expressions on Cho and her friends as they gawked at Farley's composed elegance. Sherlock Holmes, who had been observing quietly from the corner, cleared his throat. "Miss Farley is certainly not the villain Hermione fears." Hermione whirled toward him, her mouth agape. "No way." Hermione's cheeks flushed with indignation. "It's one thing for Harry to be taken in by appearances, but you, of all people, with your thick eyebrows and huge eyes, how could you betray us? You were so persuasive with the Pettigrew twins just moments ago." Before Hermione could continue, Sherlock Holmes raised a hand. "If Prefect Farley has come about Marcus Flint, there's no need for a private discussion." At the mention of Marcus Flint, everyone except Farley froze. Marcus Flint? The fifth-year Slytherin Quidditch captain who'd maliciously fouled Harry in the Gryffindor-Slytherin match, nearly sending him plummeting from his broom. What could he possibly have to do with this? Sherlock's eyes met Farley's. "I see you're already in the know." Farley swallowed and glanced at the small gathering, 4 Gryffindors and 3 Ravenclaws. "Mr. Holmes," she said quietly, "are you certain you want me to say it here?" Her question spoke volumes. With so many onlookers, any revelation risked instant gossip. Harry, Ron, and Neville looked puzzled but calm, while the 4 Ravenclaw girls closest by exchanged frosty glares with Farley. Clearly, they were none too pleased at the idea of a public announcement. Sherlock gave a slight shake of his head. "All right, I'm listening." Encouraged, Farley dropped her resistance and began. Even before she'd spoken a full sentence, the others around the table leaned in, curiosity piqued. "After the graduation banquet," she said, "a group of Slytherins slipped down to the Black Lake to drown their sorrows." Drown their sorrows indeed. Slytherin had clinched the Quidditch Cup once more, thanks in no small part to Ravenclaw's steady play, but the House Cup slipped through their fingers, ending their bid for a 7th straight victory. It stung. Farley's voice was matter-of-fact. "Marcus Flint was with them. He can't hold his liquor. Once he's drunk, he's a disaster. When he'd finally had too much, he staggered off by himself, supposedly headed back to the common room." Her tone said it all. Nobody wanted to babysit an inebriated teammate. Harry felt a flicker of schadenfreude, so there was finally a Slytherin who what embarrassment felt like. But Flint never made it home. The next morning, other students found him sprawled, and still unconscious, on the banks of the Black Lake. A tense silence fell over the group as everyone exchanged uneasy looks. There was no debate about whether to get him help. The only question was how badly he'd landed. Sure enough, Flint couldn't hold his liquor. There he was, passed out on the grass as if it were his own bed. Ron leaned against the wall, arms folded, a smirk on his face. "I said it before, the lad's got troll blood in him. Something like this was bound to happen." Cho Chang frowned, stepping forward. "Miss Farley, really, is this worth dragging Mr. Holmes in over? He's just drunk." Farley shook her head firmly. "It's more than a simple binge. When Flint was found, his Quidditch robes had been ripped off. He was left in nothing but his underwear, face bruised and swollen, clear signs of a beating. And this." She pulled a scrap of parchment from her cloak and unfolded it. "If you cannot accept defeat, you must accept punishment." She held the note out to Sherlock Holmes. "Flint's still in the hospital wing. I've come to you because we need to know who did this and why." A stunned silence fell. The Gryffindor captain, a 5th-year star of their Quidditch team, had been savagely beaten? Harry and Ron could barely conceal their grin, each itching to shout, "Well, serves him right." But Sherlock's eyes were already fixed on the parchment. He slipped it into his coat pocket, mind racing with questions. Who had targeted Flint? And what price would someone demand for refusing to lose? Hermione's voice was barely above a whisper as she approached the cluster of students by the hospital wing entrance. Is he hurt badly? Why is he still here? Alicia shot her a sympathetic look. Thanks to Madame Pomfrey, his wounds aren't the problem. It's what happened afterward. He spent the entire night lying out on the grass, in nothing but his underwear. Hermione frowned. So, he caught a cold or something? Alicia shook her head. No, it's worse. He was poisoned. Poisoned, Hermione echoed, bewildered. How does that tie in with being in his underwear? Think about it, Alicia said. He was out there all night, completely exposed. Insects of every kind, biting insects, found him. Each one carried different toxins, and they all combined in his bloodstream. It's not an incurable poison, but it's slow to clear. By the time they found him, his face was so swollen you wouldn't recognize him. The students around them reacted in various ways. Sherlock stood rigid and expressionless, as if none of it concerned him. Harry tilted his head back and stared at the clouds drifting across the sky. Neville fiddled anxiously with his pet toad. Hermione pretended to study the intricate carvings on the hospital wing door. 3 Ravenclaw girls exchanged stifled giggles behind their hands. Only Ron couldn't contain himself. He burst into loud, uncontrollable laughter. Ron snorted. Pfft. Catching Farley's disapproving stare, he hastily composed himself. Sorry, Professor. I just remembered something amusing. Farley shot Ron a sharp look, but let it pass. She turned to Harry. Madame Pomfrey says Flint isn't in any life-threatening danger, but he'll have to stay in the hospital wing for 3 more days, exactly the same amount of time Mr. Potter spent recovering here. Harry blinked. Really? Really? He frowned, wondering why she was pointing out the coincidence. Farley shifted her attention to Sherlock Holmes. We would like Mr. Holmes to investigate this attack. In return, Hogwarts will do everything possible to assist you. Please accept this galleon as a token of our good faith. She placed a single gold coin on the desk. Should you identify the culprit, a second, more generous reward awaits you. Rest assured, we will cover any reasonable expenses. A hush fell over the nearby students. Cho Chang's eyes widened in disbelief. After all, during the Easter case, Penelope Clearwater had handed Sherlock a galleon, but only once the matter was resolved. Even Holmes looked unexpectedly pleased by Professor Farley's offer. The reason Penelope had been so generous was twofold. Besides the agreed-upon fee, she wanted to thank Sherlock for safeguarding Ravenclaw's reputation and to ensure his silence about the whole affair, a gesture that, in hindsight, felt a bit awkward. Yet even that gift paled next to Farley's display of wealth this morning. She had already laid down a full galleon simply to secure his agreement to take on the case, a clear testament to both her fortune and her determination. It was easy to imagine what even richer reward Sherlock would command once he formally signed on and solved the mystery. In Cho Chang's mind, with Sherlock Holmes at work, success was almost a foregone conclusion. Every eye in the corridor was now fixed on Sherlock, waiting for his answer. Meeting their expectant gazes, he gave a single, decisive shake of the head and spoke the 3 words that sent a ripple of surprise through the silent crowd. I refuse. Farley, poised and utterly unfazed, tilted her head ever so slightly. The soft waves of her hair brushed her shoulders, and her cerulean eyes shone with genuine curiosity. Mr. Holmes, she said quietly, would you care to explain why? If you're unhappy with the reward, we can certainly negotiate, Farley said, the corners of her mouth creeping up in a confident, knowing smile, as if to remind Sherlock that everything was on the table. Sherlock waved a hand dismissively. That's not the issue. He leaned back, fixing Farley with a cool gaze. I solve mysteries for the unique thrill of it. This one holds no interest for me. Is that so? Farley's brow arched. Do go on. Sherlock's eyes flicked to where Harry stood, silent and off to the side. Flint injured my friend in that Quidditch match, he said flatly. I think what's happened to him now is exactly what he deserves. Sherlock, Harry's head snapped up. His eyes shimmered with tears, his lips quivering. Sherlock actually remembered. He still remembered Flint's foul that nearly ruined Harry's career on the pitch. The realization sent a warm glow through Harry's chest, and emotion welled in his eyes. Miss Farley stood just inside the door of 221B Baker Street, her expression earnest. Mr. Holmes, she began, I admit that Flint's conduct during the Quidditch match was extreme, but Madam Hooch saw to it that he was punished. Holmes looked up from his papers, his gaze steady. Miss Farley, I believe that when the rules themselves fail to deliver justice, private retribution, though frowned upon, becomes not only understandable, but in certain cases even noble. For that reason, I must decline this engagement. Farley's eyes widened in surprise. She'd expected a more conventional excuse: insufficient fee, excessive difficulty, some undisclosed conflict. Instead, Holmes was championing personal vengeance as virtue. She fell silent, staring at the carpet for a long moment before lifting her head. "Mr. Holmes," she said softly, "your words, they strike a chord with me." Holmes said nothing, merely inclined his head. "I came on another's request," he finally added. "Ultimately, whether to take the case was yours to decide. It's simply—" He paused, searching her face. Miss Farley met his gaze evenly, a flicker of something mischievous in her eyes. The room grew quiet, each weighing the other's convictions before the next move was made. "Are you certain that's your reason for refusing?" Her voice took on a gently probing tone, as if she wanted to give Sherlock one more chance. When he simply nodded, Gemma Farley's lips curved into a dazzling smile like a spring blossom unfolding under warm sunbeams. With a graceful flick of her wrist, the galleon she'd been balancing in her palm caught the light and hovered before him. Without hesitation, Sherlock reached out and caught it. "Prefect, I've already told you, I'm not taking this case." Farley's smile softened into something almost conspiratorial. "Then keep it as a memento." She paused, letting her eyes meet his. "A true gentleman never refuses a lady's gift." She took a step closer, her tone dropping to a whisper that carried just enough for the nearby onlookers to hear. "And next time we meet, I expect a different form of address. As for today, let's simply agree it never happened, and I trust you won't mention it to anyone else." Her gaze swept over the small gathering, a silent warning glinting in her eyes. Then, with the effortless grace of someone accustomed to command, Gemma Farley turned on her heel and drifted away, leaving Sherlock alone in the fading sunlight. 132. Final case. Ron waited until Gemma Farley's figure had completely vanished before turning back to Sherlock, his eyes alight. "Sherlock, you were amazing just now." His praise resonated with everyone around. Flint's move on the Quidditch pitch had been plain to see. He deliberately lunged into Harry, nearly sending him plummeting from his broom. In the wizarding world, a fall from that height isn't always fatal, but Flint showed he never cared what might happen. "A pity," chimed Alicia, Cho Chang's outspoken friend, as if she'd been enjoying the spectacle. "I was counting on seeing Mr. Holmes solve his final case at Hogwarts this year." Cho felt a flush creep up her cheeks, and Lucy gave Alicia a discreet shake of the head. Alicia always spoke her mind, a genuine thrill-seeker, but she knew where to draw the line. After Cho and Harry agreed to exchange letters over the summer, the three girls drifted away, leaving the courtyard to quiet down once more. Neville Longbottom had never been confident in his own memory. He was always convinced he'd forgotten something important. Once he finally located Trevor the Toad, he was determined to get back and finish packing. The longer he dallied, the more anxious he became, especially with Sherlock Holmes and Harry Potter hovering nearby. He knew staying close to them would only drag him into another adventure. With a stifled sigh, he slipped away, leaving Sherlock and his three friends standing in the clearing. Hermione couldn't hold back any longer. "Sherlock, are you really just going to stand by and do nothing?" "I want to know who did it," she pressed on. "Who beat Flint so badly that he's black and blue and left him lying in the grass like mosquito bait?" "Exactly." Ron clenched his fists and jabbed at the air. "Just thinking about it makes me furious. If I ever get my hands on that person, I'll call him Big Bro." Sherlock offered only a quiet, Ron stared at him. "What's that for?" Sherlock met his gaze. "You just called someone Big Bro for roughing up Flint. I'm honored. Consider the offer accepted." Ron's mouth fell open. "But I meant—" Harry and Hermione exchanged incredulous looks. Sherlock Holmes, the world's greatest detective, had just agreed to be Ron's honorary Big Bro simply for approving a bit of rough justice. Silence fell over the clearing as each of them tried to process this unexpected alliance. Hermione's brow shot up in surprise. "Sherlock, are you saying you did that?" He nodded calmly. "Yes, Everyone was celebrating that night, and in the midst of the chaos it was almost too easy. A few drinks had dulled Flint's senses, one well-placed stupefy, and he was out cold. Then I saw to it that he learned his lesson. Judging by the results, it worked quite nicely. He paused, a playful glint in his eye. After all, you can't very well outwit yourself, can you? I remember. Ron's face suddenly lit up as if a light bulb had gone off. You said that exact line during the Quidditch match. Sherlock allowed himself a faint, pleased smile. Congratulations, Ron. Your memory has finally done you some good. Harry and Hermione exchanged bewildered looks. Wait, what did he say? Hermione asked. Ron waved them to hush. You two weren't in the stands. Harry, you were still on the pitch. Hermione, you'd gone to help with Quirrell's spell. But when Flint nearly knocked Harry off his broom, Sherlock warned that someone would pay the price. Hermione's eyes widened, and she let out a soft, "Oh." Relief flooded her features. So Sherlock had already made up his mind back then? Harry's jaw dropped, his green eyes brimming with tears. He'd already been touched when Sherlock refused to take the case for Prefect Farley, but now the emotions swelled anew, until Sherlock's next words froze him in place. Actually, Farley suspected me from the start, Sherlock said quietly. After our little conversation just now, she's absolutely certain I'm the culprit. Ron's eyes went wide. What? She knows? Hermione and Harry exchanged alarmed glances. Honestly, it wasn't hard to figure out, Sherlock continued. For one thing, Flint's hospitalization coincided exactly with your own disappearance. He paused and offered a wry half-smile. But I won't bore you with the specifics. I'm sure you'd accuse me of insulting your intelligence if I did. Ron held up his hands. All right, no need for details. Harry's heart pounded. Is she going to tell anyone? He feared that if Farley spoke up, Flint would retaliate. Sherlock had risked everything for him. Harry wouldn't stand by and let his friend be harmed. No, Sherlock replied, shaking his head. The galleon I just handed over was the price of her silence. At that, Hermione's eyes lit up with understanding. Sherlock's last case at Hogwarts ended in far more drama than anyone anticipated. He never officially took the commission, yet he unraveled the entire plot in record time. Farley kept her promise and told no one else a word. Even so, when Sherlock and a handful of Slytherin students demanded answers, the school quietly dropped the matter. Professor Snape, the head of Slytherin, brushed off their concerns with a sneer. As a wizard, he can't even manage basic vigilance. He ought to be perfecting his charms, not storming around like a brainless troll. Most students left for the summer holidays immediately, but Dean Flint had to remain at St. Mungo's for 2 extra days. That morning, the first years gathered in the boathouse, ready to board the small boats that would carry them across the Black Lake. Rubeus Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds, led them down the pier. The instant he spotted Harry, he dropped to his knees, tears streaming down his massive cheeks. You nearly died, Harry, he wept, pulling the boy into a fierce hug. Hagrid had just learned from Professor Quirrell how Harry had managed to subdue Fluffy, the 3-headed dog guarding the trapdoor. Relief and fear overwhelmed him at once. I'm such an idiot, Hagrid blurted, his voice cracking. Oh, don't be like that, Hagrid. It's not your fault, Hermione soothed, stepping closer. He had already broken down once before Sherlock, Hermione, and Ron, and their gentle encouragement had helped him pull himself together. Perhaps out of guilt, or maybe because he'd been planning it for weeks, Hagrid now produced a neatly wrapped package and handed it to Harry. With shaking fingers, Harry peeled back the paper and lifted the lid. Inside lay a bound album, its pages brimming with photographs. The mounting was a bit rough, but that hardly mattered. On every page, smiling and waving, were 2 familiar faces, his father, James Potter, and his mother, Lily Potter. These must have come from all sorts of places, Sherlock observed, leaning in to examine the images. And someone's taken the trouble to bind them together in one book, he added, nodding. Hagrid beamed. That someone was me. I sent owls to your parents' old classmates and friends, asking them for photos. Professor Dumbledore kindly gave me yesterday off so I could put it together. So, Harry, do you like it? Harry couldn't speak. He'd been moved to tears so many times over the past 2 days that each new one felt almost ordinary. But this gift, this living memory of his parents, was priceless. He simply nodded, his eyes misting over once more. Sherlock's answer was plain enough, or at least clear to Hagrid. After one last wave, the students, no longer true first years, clambered aboard the Hogwarts Express once more. When Ron complained about the train's speed, Sherlock calmly pointed out that Express was a more fitting name than Special Express, and that settled the matter. This time, there was none of the wide-eyed wonder or nervous excitement that had marked their journey in. Instead, the carriages rang with laughter and easy chatter. Every now and then, someone would snatch at the compartment door, eager for another recital of the season's greatest exploits. Harry, exhausted by memories, Hermione, polite but uninterested, and Sherlock, well, he was simply too detached to volunteer. That left Ron, ever the enthusiast, to spin the tale on their behalf. Over and over he told how the Lion King and the Savior had braved 7 deadly trials and ultimately defeated Professor Quirrell. And though his classmates had heard it before, they still pressed close, hanging on every word. Sherlock's voice rang out across the compartment as he recounted their first-year trials at Hogwarts. He lingered on Professor McGonagall's giant chessboard challenge, the most arduous, dangerous, and time-pressured test they'd ever faced. At the decisive moment, Ron Weasley, the red-haired hero of the hour, strode forward without a second thought and made the supreme sacrifice, clearing the way so the rest of them could race on and stop Professor Quirrell. The younger students clustered around them listened, spellbound and full of admiration. Ron sat back, cheeks flushed, feeling as though he were floating on air. Harry, Hermione, and Sherlock exchanged triumphant smiles, happy simply to see him proud. Outside the window, rolling fields grew ever greener and tidy villages slipped past. When the conductor's voice crackled over the loudspeaker to announce their imminent arrival at Hogwarts, the students began shedding their wizard robes and slipping into jackets and t-shirts. Hermione, however, lingered in the compartment, her eyes bright with curiosity as Sherlock changed attire nearby. At last, the train eased into King's Cross Station, coming to rest at platform 944. This time, it took them even longer than at Christmas to gather their things and file out onto the platform, each reluctant to leave the warmth and camaraderie of the compartment behind. The guard at the barrier was just as indifferent as ever, admitting only 2 or 3 people at a time so that no crowd would spill through and attract Muggle attention. Once they'd slipped through, Ron waved them over enthusiastically. "You all have to come stay with us this summer," he said, addressing Harry, Hermione, and Sherlock. "I'll send owls with the details." Harry gave a grateful nod. "Thanks, I could really use something to look forward to." Hermione shot a warning look at Sherlock and jabbed him in the ribs. "You'd better write and call," she urged. "I know you. If I don't remind you a dozen times, it'll slip your mind." They retraced their steps toward the station exit and were immediately swallowed by a flow of ordinary commuters. Familiar faces pressed forward, calling out greetings, mostly to Harry and Sherlock. Ron elbowed Harry with a proud grin. "Blimey, you two are even more famous than you were at Christmas," Harry chuckled. "I'm not sure I deserve that much attention." He turned to Sherlock. "You really can't hide anywhere, can you? A brilliant detective like you shouldn't be unknown, even among Muggles." Sherlock said nothing. Instead, he reached into his cloak and handed Harry a handful of brightly wrapped Magical World snacks. It was a silent reply, one that spoke of secrets still left between wizards and Muggles alike. Sherlock held out a handful of small, wrapped packages. "Sherlock, what is this?" Harry asked, furrowing his brow. "My dear Harry," Sherlock replied with a faint smile, "I believe you'll find them most useful." Perplexed but unwilling to offend, Harry tucked the treats into his pocket. Before he could press for details, a familiar clamor erupted from the driveway. "There he is, Mum! There he is! Look!" A tiny, red-haired girl leapt forward, pointing excitedly. "Mum, it's Harry Potter!" "Ginny!" Mrs. Weasley chided gently as she emerged from the doorway, flanked by Ron and his 3 older brothers, Bill, Charlie, and Percy. "It's rude to point." Weasley was short and round, her cheeks rosy with warmth. She greeted Harry and Sherlock with effusive smiles, perhaps even more enthusiastic than the greetings she'd given her own children that morning. After all, Sherlock had not only invited Ron to spend Christmas at Baker Street, but had generously gifted him a brand-new wand. In Mrs. Weasley's hands was a beautifully wrapped box, tied with festive, multicolored ribbons. "Sherlock, for you," she said, stepping forward. "I made it myself." Sherlock accepted the parcel with polite gratitude and carefully peeled back the paper. Nestled inside was a card, its elegant handwriting reading, "Wishing you both a very Merry Christmas and a peaceful New Year. With love, Molly Weasley." Beneath the card lay an assortment of Mrs. Weasley's famous homemade magical sweets, fizzing whizbees that crackled at the tongue, chocolate cauldrons whose molten centers swirled like a dark potion, and several entirely new flavors of her own invention. Sherlock's expression softened as he looked up, appreciation in his eyes. Even in the most logical mind, there was room for a little Christmas magic. "Thank you so much," Mrs. Holmes exclaimed as she arrived to collect Sherlock. She'd stumbled upon the scene, and after hearing what had happened, she threw her arms around Mrs. Weasley. "Thank you for giving Sherlock that gift." Mrs. Weasley returned the hug with a warm smile. "It was the least I could do. Sherlock's been looking out for Ron at school." Their friendly chatter soon drew Mrs. Granger into the conversation, but when they beckoned Mrs. Dursley over, she refused with barely concealed impatience. Harry noticed how much thicker Mr. Dursley's hair had grown. Clearly, the Potter family's hair growth potion was doing wonders for him. Dudley, too, looked a bit slimmer, though nowhere near as dramatically changed as his father. Harry suspected the special weight loss potion simply couldn't keep up with Dudley's legendary appetite. In a feast-off, Ron might manage 6,000 points of hunger, but Dudley easily hit 10,000. "Come on, say your goodbyes, and let's go," Uncle Vernon grumbled. "We haven't got all day." Harry couldn't help but smile at the familiar tone. It might sound a little abrupt, but Vernon's treatment of Harry was already a vast improvement over the past. In previous years, Harry wouldn't have dreamed that his uncle would bother to meet him at the station. Yet here he was, thanks entirely to Sherlock. Harry couldn't help but feel that encountering Sherlock had been the luckiest thing to ever happen to him. He glanced back at the detective, excitement bubbling up. "Sherlock," he called softly, "you've made quite a few friends, haven't you?" Mrs. Holmes watched with delight as wave after wave of young witches and wizards passed by, each bowing or offering a cheerful greeting to her son. The students from the magical world were simply charming. "Indeed, friends," Sherlock agreed, returning his mother's proud smile. At the sound of Mrs. Holmes's voice, Sherlock turned and caught sight of Harry waving eagerly. A small, curious smile flickered across his face. Magic! How utterly fascinating. Chapter 133, Blushing Girl. 128 Kings Road, Kensington, Chelsea, second-floor master bedroom. Shelves groaned under the weight of curious specimens preserved in glass jars. Piles of ancient leather-bound tomes lined the walls. Golden afternoon sunlight filtered through the mullioned window, illuminating swirling dust motes and bathing the room in a warm, ethereal glow. At the center of it all sat 12-year-old Sherlock Holmes, his profile calm and composed beneath a tousle of dark hair. Long, well-defined fingers gripped a razor-sharp scalpel with the precision of a practiced artisan. On the oak table before him lay a plump toad, its mottled skin stretched taut on a wooden cutting board. Sherlock's gray eyes, slender slits of concentration, tracked each deliberate incision, as though he were unveiling a hidden treasure rather than conducting a simple dissection. Just a year had passed since the screech of an owl heralded an acceptance letter to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, upending everything he believed about the world. Science and magic, which had once seemed vastly different disciplines, were now threads woven into the same tapestry of knowledge. Here, in the quiet sanctuary of his family home, Sherlock practiced that union. His steady hand, guided by both scientific rigor and the faint spark of enchantment that lay at his fingertips. In this moment, nothing existed beyond the soft scrape of the scalpel and the promise of discovery hidden within the toad's delicate anatomy. His face betrayed no doubt, only the pure, unbroken focus of a boy who had learned to read the secrets of nature, whether they were scrawled in ink or whispered in spells. Sherlock drew a steadying breath and let the scalpel descend. In an instant, a clean, precise slit opened along the toad's abdomen. Gently, he parted the muscle layers, and the creature's inner workings lay bare, organs glowing with a pale translucence, each veiled in an unusually delicate membrane. The telltale fragility of the tissues spoke of repeated use. This toad had long served as a test subject for experimental potions. With practiced ease, Sherlock lifted a liver-like lobule with his tweezers, holding it up to the light for closer inspection before lowering it into a waiting vial. His hands moved with the assured confidence of someone who had performed this procedure many times before. Within minutes, the once whole toad had become a carefully organized array of organs and tissues. Sherlock then retrieved his reagents and began the next phase of his analysis. As he worked, his mind raced through everything he knew about amphibian physiology and potion-making theory. Each cut, each droplet of solution was part of a larger puzzle. He was testing hypotheses, seeking patterns in the toad's altered biology. The soft clink of glass and the rustle of his lab notes were the only sounds in the quiet room. When he finally checked the time, more than half an hour had slipped away. Suddenly, a voice rang up the stairs. "He's up here," called Mrs. Holmes from below. "Just come up and find him." Mrs. Holmes called from downstairs. "Sherlock!" Almost instantly, feet thundered up the stairs. Sherlock's quill hovered mid-air, and his brow creased in concentration. In less than 3 seconds, he'd already deduced who was approaching. His mother's tone, the rhythm of the footsteps, even the faint creak of the banister spoke volumes. Yet he made no move to stop his work. The footsteps halted at the threshold of his open door. No knock was needed. Through the frame stood a young woman whose eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of parchment strewn across the desk, ink blots splashed on the carpet, and hastily scrawled diagrams pinned to the walls. She parted her lips as if to speak, but for a moment she could not find her voice. Finally, she managed. "So, you haven't written or called me because you've been doing all this?" Sherlock didn't look up. He simply dipped his quill in ink and continued annotating the latest discovery. It was Hermione Granger, his friend from Hogwarts, the first classmate he'd ever met. They had bumped into each other at the Leaky Cauldron before the school year even began last autumn. Hermione stepped fully into the room, closing the door behind her. She surveyed the sprawling evidence of Sherlock's investigation and shook her head in amused exasperation. "Honestly, Sherlock, you could have at least sent a howler." He glanced up then, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. "Email lacked the immediacy," he replied, "and I rather enjoy a challenge." Hermione sighed, crossing her arms. "Well, challenge accepted. Now tell me what on earth you're up to." Sherlock set down his quill and tapped a cluster of diagrams. "I'm mapping the trajectory of a magical contagion," he said. "It's been mutating faster than the Ministry can track. If I'm right, it'll reach Hogwarts by winter, unless we find a counter-curse." Hermione's eyes lit up with determination. "Then let's get to work." As she moved to join him at the desk, Sherlock surveyed his scattered papers with satisfaction. It was good to have an ally. After all, even the greatest detective could use a clever friend by his side. After the new term began, their shared passion for the library carried Sherlock and Hermione beyond mere acquaintances. They were now friends who could call each other by name. Their bond had been sealed on Halloween night, when Sherlock braved a rampaging troll to save Hermione in the corridors. Both children came from Muggle families in Greater London, and their parents, too, had become friends. So when the Grangers returned home to King's Road after their trip, Mrs. Holmes cheerfully waved Hermione away. "Children have their own conversations. Let's not get in the way." "Quite right," Mr. Holmes added with a smile. "Off you go, Hermione." Mrs. Granger readily agreed. She'd already been impressed by Sherlock's perceptiveness. Hermione had excitedly relayed how, on their very first meeting, Sherlock had deduced her parents' professions within minutes. Mr. Granger only offered a mild frown at her enthusiasm, but he didn't argue once his wife gave her blessing. With the grown-ups' approval secured, Hermione grinned and dashed up the stairs to the second floor, eager to find her friend and dive into their next adventure. Hermione had been to 2221B Baker Street more times than she could count, so she knew exactly where Sherlock's rooms were. Today, though, her father paused at the doorway of the sitting room, a wistful look on his face as he took in the familiar clutter of books, chemical apparatus, and irregular furniture. For a fleeting moment, Mr. Granger felt a pang of sadness. Memories of past visits, of cases discussed around this very hearth, flooded back unexpectedly. "Father, come on. Sherlock's got something new to show us," Hermione called, pulling him gently by the sleeve. Before he could reply, Sherlock himself appeared. "Granger, there you are. You won't believe what I've just gotten my hands on. It's far more interesting than a new car." He flashed his trademark sly grin. "Trust me." Curious, Mr. Granger followed Holmes into a smaller chamber off the main sitting room. There, on a low table, stood a chess set unlike any other. Wooden pieces carved and painted, poised on richly inlaid squares. "Wizard's chess," Holmes announced, sweeping a hand over the board. "Straight from the magical world. I thought you, as a chess aficionado, might appreciate it." Mr. Granger's eyes lit up. "You know I can't resist a challenge." He sat down opposite Holmes and arranged his king and queen. "Shall we?" They began their game at once. At first, the pieces moved when and where Mr. Granger directed, but only for a moment. Soon the knight barked refusals, the rook flatly ignored its master, and the pawns chattered among themselves. "I said move forward." "Yes, there!" "Bishops threatened," he protested. Holmes, thoroughly entertained, countered with polite detachment. "Sacrifice the pawn. It's strategically sound." "You'll pay for that," Mr. Granger huffed. On Lank, I'd watch his knight gallop heedlessly into danger. The enchanted army had its own agenda. Meanwhile, Hermione and Mrs. Granger settled in the next room with steaming cups of tea. The two ladies chatted quietly about summer plans and the family's upcoming trip abroad. After all, the school term was over, and the Grangers intended to spend their vacation touring the continent. From the soft murmur of their conversation and the muted clack of chess pieces, it was clear. Another afternoon at Sherlock Holmes's home had begun exactly as it always did, brimming with the unexpected. They hadn't gone straight home after their outing. Instead, Mrs. Granger steered the family toward the Holmes residence on King's Road. She was eager to exchange travel anecdotes with her old friend, Mrs. Holmes, and Hermione had her own motive. She wanted to pick Sherlock's brain about certain magical theories and techniques. Although Hermione had finished the last semester at the top of her class, she knew that in some areas, both in theory and in practical application, she still trailed behind Sherlock. There were countless questions she hadn't yet resolved. So mother and daughter had promptly agreed to drop by the Holmeses on their way back. Mr. Granger raised a mild objection. Surely we should be heading home? But he recognized that both his wife and his daughter were already convinced. He wisely decided to go along with their plan, and so 2 fathers, 2 mothers, and 2 children arrived at the Holmes household, perfectly paired off. Yet Hermione was unprepared for the startling scene she encountered as soon as she climbed the stairs. Sherlock kept his scalpel moving in precise, unhurried strokes, as if Hermione's voice were nothing more than a passing breeze, utterly without power over him. Hermione, who had come buoyed by the thrill of reuniting with her long-lost friend, felt the sudden weight of disappointment pull her shoulders down. Her lips pressed into a thin line, and the spark in her eyes dimmed, if only for a moment. Then she squared her shoulders and spoke again, her voice sharp with irritation. "Sherlock, I'm talking to you." With that, she slammed the small box onto the workbench with a hollow thud. Crossing her arms, she took a step forward, her cheeks coloring with anger. But Sherlock didn't flinch. He never lifted his gaze from the toad splayed out on the metal tray, never paused the careful movement of his blade. "Sherlock, you." Hermione's voice wavered on the brink of frustration. Just as her temper threatened to snap, Sherlock finally set the scalpel down. Sherlock arched his shoulders, cracking his neck after hours spent hunched over his desk. He sat up, calm and measured, and asked, "Belgium or the Netherlands?" Hermione's temper flared. "What was that?" Unperturbed, Sherlock leaned back, stretched his lower back with another soft crack, then reached for a pristine white cloth. With practiced ease, he dabbed at the dried blood on his fingertips. "My dear Hermione," he said, voice smooth as silk, "your recent travels must have yielded something of real value. I'm betting you were in Belgium, or perhaps the Netherlands." Though offered as a question, his tone left no room for doubt. Hermione's frustration, the very anger she had been nursing, fizzled out instantly. After a year by Sherlock's side, she'd grown accustomed to his uncanny insights, but this guess still took her breath away. She stared at him, wide-eyed and unsettled. How did you know?" she whispered. "I haven't even said a word to you." Startled by her own outburst, Hermione lowered her gaze and began inspecting herself with exaggerated care, front, back, left, right, as if she could somehow reveal the secret Sherlock had already uncovered. But try as she might, she found no mud, no sand, no hint of where she'd been. By then, Sherlock had finished packing his instruments. He stepped forward with deliberate calm and studied her. "Your skin is noticeably darker," he observed. "That kind of tan only comes from extended exposure to the elements. Your dress, your shoes, even your luggage, they all tell the same story. You scrubbed them thoroughly, but without a cleaning charm, traces remain. First, the mud on your hem isn't from London, immediately obvious. Second, it's unusually dark and contains fine grains of sand. That combination points to a landscape where rivers meet the sea. Frequent tidal wash leaves the soil high in salt, so when the mud dries, salt crystals form and trap sand particles. The result is exactly what we see here." Hermione swallowed. There was no hiding from Sherlock's relentless logic. "Taking into account your travel time, the only place that fits our criteria is along the Belgium-Netherlands border. And don't forget your coat," Sherlock added. He leaned in toward Hermione, tilting his head slightly as he inhaled the faint scent of her perfume. A sudden warmth blossomed in Hermione's cheeks, the flush creeping all the way to her earlobes. But before she could dwell on her embarrassment, Sherlock's next words snapped her back to the matter at hand. Chapter 134. Sherlock watched as Hermione's cheeks colored ever so slightly, but he paid no mind to her blush. He cleared his throat and continued, "The Dutch tulips are celebrated the world over. In the Netherlands, entire landscapes turn into endless seas of color. Pollen drifts on the breeze, and the air hangs heavy with their fragrance. Even a brief visit leaves your cloak and your skin with that faint, lingering scent for days." He paused, regarding Hermione intently. "That delicate, refined floral aroma clinging to you now is exactly what led me to my conclusion. You haven't cast any charm to remove it. Underage wizards aren't allowed to perform magic outside school, after all, so the evidence was all the easier to read." Hermione's eyes widened in astonishment. Sherlock tipped his head toward the small metal case she had just set on the table. "And this," he said, touching the dented nameplate, "though its lettering is worn, is unmistakable. It's the distinctive shipping tag used only on cargo vessels running between the port of Antwerp in Belgium and Rotterdam in the Netherlands." He folded his hands neatly in front of him. "Combine the tulip scent with this particular tag, and the picture becomes quite clear. You traveled through Northern Europe, specifically the Low Countries, very recently." Hermione opened her mouth to protest, but the certainty in Sherlock's voice left her momentarily speechless. She exchanged a glance with Harry at the next table, then looked back at Sherlock, a reluctant admiration flickering in her eyes. "You're remarkable," she finally murmured. Sherlock inclined his head slightly. "Just careful observation and a few basic facts." He offered her a small, self-satisfied smile. "Now, perhaps you'll share the rest of your itinerary." Sherlock lifted the small leather tag dangling from Hermione's suitcase and examined it with clinical precision. "Notice this tag," he began. "Passengers who book one of the few cabins on these cargo ships receive exactly this kind of label to identify their luggage. And here," he pointed to a miniature medallion attached to the zipper, "is a commemorative charm combining two landmarks, the silhouette of Brussels's Grand Place and a stylized Dutch windmill. Local merchants craft these for tourists making the cross-border journey, selling them as souvenirs of both Belgium and the Netherlands. So even without saying a word, I can tell you've been to one, or perhaps both of those countries." Hermione's initial irritation evaporated, replaced by a look of genuine surprise. Then her face softened, admiration shining in her eyes. "Only you, Sherlock," she murmured. "I knew you'd deduce something, but you still managed to amaze me every time. Before your explanation, it seemed like magic, and yet the moment you laid out the facts, it felt utterly obvious." A small, amused smile tugged at her lips. "Honestly, I don't know whether to be more impressed or more exasperated." Hermione shook her head in mock surrender, but couldn't suppress a grin. "All right, you were right. I did go to the Netherlands. I spent days wandering through those endless flower fields. And she stepped over to the table and began rifling through a small wooden crate overflowing with souvenirs. After a moment, she withdrew a neatly wrapped little box patterned with bright Dutch windmills. Sherlock studied the cheerful design and allowed himself a quiet smile. He'd have pegged Amsterdam even without her confession. "I know you've taken to exploring new gadgets," Hermione said, lifting the lid. Inside lay a miniature brass orrery, its tiny gears arranged to trace the planet's orbits. "After the Greek interpreter case, you mentioned wanting to learn more about astronomy. I found this in an antique shop in Amsterdam and thought it might be a good place to start." She handed him the delicate mechanism. Sherlock's eyes lit up as he traced a finger along the gleaming planets, already imagining the mysteries they could unlock. Hermione carefully unwrapped the small brass instrument and held it out. "Oh, Sherlock, this is a 17th century Dutch navigator's astrolabe," she explained. "Though it's centuries old, it's astonishingly well preserved. Every scale and knob still turns as smoothly as the day it was made. I thought you might uncover some fascinating secrets with it." Sherlock accepted the gift, his gloved fingers tracing the delicate engravings. For an instant, surprise flickered in his dark eyes. Standing a few paces away, Hermione's lips curved into a self-satisfied smile. She'd chosen this present precisely because he'd never grasped the idea that the Earth revolves around the sun. Let him puzzle that one out. But as she watched him examine the astrolabe, her triumph wavered. She'd come here intending to chastise him for his silence, his failure to write first, but now all she'd done was present a gracious gift. And of all things, he'd been wrestling with that toad mere moments ago. Why hadn't she interrupted his amphibian antics instead? A wash of irritation flushed through her, but she forced it down. The gift was already given. If she blew up now, she'd only make herself look petulant. Best to let this moment stand unspoiled. She squared her shoulders and adopted a neutral expression, content, for the time being, to let Sherlock lose himself in the secrets of his new astrolabe. Hermione felt an odd disconnection welling up inside her. Her emotions no longer made sense. Shaking her head, she walked over to the workbench, curious what could have Sherlock so absorbed that he hadn't even taken time to write her a letter. What she saw made her stomach lurch. One quick look was enough. She turned away, squeezed her eyes shut, and fought the urge to be ill. She couldn't find words to describe her disgust. Still, curiosity won out. She forced calm into her voice and asked, "Sherlock, why are you dissecting a toad?" He glanced up, clearly amused by her horrified expression, and said, "I'm comparing Muggle creatures with their magical counterparts." Sherlock set aside his scalpel and met her eyes. "You see, wizards keep all manner of magical pets, puffskeins, phoenixes, neasels, creatures you'll never find in the Muggle world. But some animals overlap: owls, cats, rats, even toads. While they may look similar to Muggle eyes, their behavior, and in some cases their very biology, differs in subtle but fascinating ways. After all, owls don't deliver the mail in the Muggle world, though now we know that's only because of magic," Sherlock said, a spark of excitement lighting his eyes. "What I want to do is dissect two toads, one from the magical world, one from the Muggle world, and compare them in 3 key areas: physiology, magical energy storage, and practical applications. If we can map out the differences, we could finally build a bridge between the two knowledge systems. That would make dealing with magical incidents involving Muggles seamless, and vice versa." Over the past year, Sherlock had tackled several cases that grew steadily more intricate. He'd discovered that the real challenge lay in reconciling 2 fundamentally different frameworks: empirical science on one hand, arcane magic on the other. His deductive methods still worked, but only if he could draw on both bodies of knowledge at once. Hermione leaned forward, curiosity shining in her eyes. "Have you made any progress?" Sherlock nodded. "So far, our preliminary tests show that Muggle toads and magical toads are physiologically identical. Their organ structures, cell types, even neural pathways, all match up perfectly." Hermione raised an eyebrow. "Perfectly? Even the magic-bearing tissues?" "Here's the twist," Sherlock replied. "Under normal microscopy, they look the same, but when I expose the so-called magical specimens to a controlled ley line resonance, their cellular matrices began to shimmer, something you'd never see in a Muggle toad. It's as if one set of cells is keyed to an extra dimension of energy. Hermione's eyes widened. You mean the toads are storing magic at a cellular level? Precisely, Sherlock said, pushing back a lock of hair. These magical cells act like microconduits, channeling ambient magic. The Muggle toads lack that component, but otherwise there's nothing anatomically different. It's pure biochemistry plus one arcane variable. Hermione tapped her chin thoughtfully. So if we can isolate those cells, figure out how they synthesize and store magical energy, we might replicate their properties in a Muggle specimen? Exactly, Sherlock said, steepling his fingers. That's the bridge I've been talking about. Imagine the breakthrough. Muggle scientists and magical researchers working from the same playbook. We could predict or even prevent magical flare-ups in Muggle areas, and magical folk could better understand how their powers intersect with everyday biology. Hermione smiled. It's ambitious, but if anyone can pull it off, it's you. Sherlock returned the smile, a slow, satisfied grin. Then let's get to work. The toad livers, tadpoles, and every other ingredient we use in potion class are sourced directly from ordinary toads, Sherlock explained, holding up a smooth green specimen. Biologically, they're identical to any Muggle toad, but in the magical world, their roles and symbolic significance differ greatly. Hermione frowned, leaning forward. How so? It comes down to magical properties. Take Neville's pet, Trevor, for instance. Magical zoologists describe Trevor's constant escape attempts as a natural resistance to contract magic. Hermione nodded thoughtfully. That's exactly how it's described in Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. Sherlock shrugged. Of course, in Muggle biology, that behavior would simply be classified as a stress response, nothing more. He paused, then walked over to a nearby cage and casually lifted out a live toad. Notice something else? In Diagon Alley, a pet toad goes for just a few galleons, far cheaper than an owl or a cat. Yet in any Muggle pet store, that same toad might cost under £1. Hermione's eyebrows rose, so the magical world both overvalues and undervalues them, depending on context. Precisely, said Sherlock, setting the toad gently back in its cage. It's all about perception, and of course the enchantments we place upon them. Such an exorbitant markup is entirely driven by the magical world's voracious demand for potions, Sherlock concluded. He then launched into a systematic comparison of magical toads versus their Muggle counterparts, examining their roles as pets, their legal classifications, and the various hazards they posed. Hermione leaned forward, quill in hand, eager to capture every detail. But her pen froze when Sherlock offhandedly remarked that he'd only discovered both species shared identical internal anatomies after dissecting them. Hermione's heart skipped a beat. Wait, Sherlock, just a moment, she blurted, eyes wide. Where did you get the magical toad you dissected? You didn't— Neville's toad, did you? Sherlock cocked an eyebrow, amused. My dear Hermione, what on earth are you implying? Hermione bit her lip, searching his face for a hint of jest or guilt. Surely you don't think I'd dissect a classmate's cherished pet, Sherlock continued, his tone blending exasperation with incredulity. A wave of relief washed over Hermione. Of course, she jumped to a ridiculous conclusion. She inhaled, chastising herself for the misjudgment. But before she could apologize, Sherlock's voice dropped to a whisper. I found it. Hermione's brow furrowed. You found it? Where did you find it? Hermione demanded, folding her arms. Sherlock looked up from the parchment in his hand. During my last skirmish with Flint, I spotted it in the grass nearby and picked it up. Hermione's eyes narrowed. She'd suspected as much. Only someone like him would stumble across something so casually. Flint couldn't begin to compare to Neville in her estimation, but she let it go. If Sherlock said he'd found it, she'd take his word. After a few more minutes of debriefing each other on recent cases, Hermione's spirits brightened as she recounted everything she'd seen and heard on her trip to the Netherlands. She paused, smoothing a lock of hair back behind her ear. Speaking of letters, she said, shooting Sherlock a pointed look. He didn't flinch. Hermione huffed and continued, You never write to me first. I have to chase you down every time. She turned toward the window, looking out as if it might explain her frustration. Harry's even worse. He never replies to my letters at all. And Ron, well, he writes back, but all he ever talks about is summer homework. She sighed, dropping onto the arm of the sofa. Honestly, you'd think taking initiative was a curse word. Sherlock gave her a half smile. I'll work on that. Hermione rolled her eyes good-naturedly, pushing off the sofa to snatch her satchel. You'd better. I'm not carrying this friendship all on my own. With a final, teasing glare, she turned and strolled out of the room, leaving Sherlock to chuckle quietly to himself. Aside from those first few days, she'd sent 5 letters by owl and never gotten a single reply. You're so amazing, they'd say, so aloof. The only friend who bothered to write back, Ron, gave away his true colors in 3 words, lend me your homework. She had only 3 close friends at Hogwarts, and all of them treated her the same way. It was completely exhausting. Chapter 135, I Object. Hermione stepped off the Hogwarts Express, her heart in her throat. The summer had been maddening. She'd heard nothing but vague rumors about what Harry, Ron, and the other boys had been up to, and she'd spent most of it away on a family trip. All she wanted now was to dive back into her studies with Sherlock Holmes. Despite being the top student in her year, Hermione knew she was still light years behind Sherlock's genius. She still couldn't summon even the simplest object with the Accio charm, the very spell Harry had used to fetch the Philosopher's Stone last year. And more often than not, she ended each study session by asking Sherlock to explain the theory behind the most obscure enchantments. In turn, Sherlock treated her like a walking library, peppering her with questions whenever he didn't feel like riffling through dusty tomes himself. His inquiries were so cryptic that Hermione frequently burned the midnight oil, scouring every reference she could find just to keep up. After banishing her irritation, she closed her new copy of Advanced Magical Theory and turned to him. By the way, she said, you must have finished your summer homework by now, right? Sherlock didn't answer. He tapped his quill against the table, his gaze drifting as though he were mentally composing a letter. Finally, he looked up, eyes sharp. You said Harry hasn't replied to my letters. Do you know why? Hermione swallowed. She hadn't expected that question, but she had an answer, even if it wasn't the one Sherlock wanted to hear. And with an exchange like this, she knew their first conversation of the term was only just beginning. How many letters have you written him altogether? Sherlock asked, his brow furrowed in thought. 5, Hermione replied, tilting her head. Why do you ask? She hadn't yet guessed the reason behind his question. No sooner had she spoken than Sherlock rose and strode to the window. He threw it open and called out into the courtyard below. Watson! A moment later, a beautiful snowy owl swooped through the opening, wings beating softly against the frame. It sidled up to Hermione and gave her hand a gentle peck as if greeting an old friend. Hermione offered the bird a warm, amused smile. Meanwhile, Sherlock drew quill and parchment from his coat pocket and began to write with rapid precision. As he did, he said without looking up, Ron sent me a message earlier. Harry still hasn't replied to him. Hermione paused, stroking Watson's feathers, her expression growing serious. You mean something's wrong? Exactly, Sherlock replied, sealing the letter with a neat press of wax. We need to test our theory. The answer should come back swiftly. He handed the freshly sealed note to Watson. Fly fast, my friend. With a clear cry, the owl spread its wings and took to the evening sky. After Watson left, Hermione seized the moment to go over summer homework with Sherlock. As they settled into a quiet corner of the common room, a flicker of unease pricked at her conscience. At the end of last term, almost every first-year Gryffindor had approached her, promising to write letters all summer long if she only agreed to reply. A handful of Hufflepuffs had done the same. Although she'd politely said yes to them all, she knew what they really wanted. Her notes, her essays, her answers. If it were purely academic interest, why had no Ravenclaws shown up? And Slytherins, if that old house rivalry didn't stand in the way, they'd have been just as eager to get their hands on her work. She'd seen right through the whole thing. Now, here she was, doing almost exactly what she'd reproached her classmates for. But the moment Sherlock mentioned he'd already finished every assignment, yes, even for the subjects he cared least about, and was happy to share his insights, Hermione cast her misgivings aside. Never mind the politics of who asked first. First come, first served. Besides, having Sherlock Holmes's meticulously reasoned solutions in her pocket was an offer she couldn't refuse. Hermione felt a thror, ill of excitement and newfound understanding. What kind of man was Sherlock Holmes? In his own time, the late 19th century, he'd only learned what he considered useful, never bothering with things like the heliocentric model. Yet since the Greek interpreter case, he'd begun devouring every scrap of knowledge, useful or not. They had been so absorbed in conversation that Hermione lost all sense of time. Only the soft flutter of wings at the window alerted her. Watson had returned. She sprang to her feet. "He's back already?" Sherlock closed his notebook with a wry shake of his head. "Remarkably fast. It's been under 20 minutes." "Under 20 minutes?" Hermione echoed, incredulous. She'd assumed the hours had slipped away in their academic debate. But Watson truly was that swift. Yes, Holmes had given him instructions, but never had Hermione's own owl performed with such eager efficiency. Sherlock had already lifted Watson from the sill and was inspecting him with keen attention. The owl sat patiently as Holmes turned him this way and that, examining every feather and claw. Then Hermione's eyes widened. The tiny scroll she'd tied to Watson's leg was gone. Sherlock stood by the window in 221B Baker Street, staring out at the fog-shrouded Thames. "It's clear Harry received my letter. Otherwise, we'd have heard nothing at all, but he responded exactly as he does to Ron and Hermione, with complete silence. Preposterous." Hermione exchanged a glance with Watson. Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the chosen one, might ignore his best friends, but he would never ignore you. Sherlock turned from the window, his sharp eyes fixed on Hermione. "That's precisely why this is so suspicious. Since the holidays began, he's only written me 2 letters, and I'm convinced neither ever made it to me." Hermione frowned. "How can you be certain?" He folded his arms, pacing the narrow room. "I was foolishly wrapped up in my investigations and overlooked a simple but vital detail. Mail doesn't just vanish. If my letters never arrived, then neither could his." "Why not?" Hermione asked, leaning forward. "Because of time." Sherlock's voice grew animated. "Surrey and London are adjacent counties, yes, but even if Watson pushed every carriage horse to its limit, he couldn't make a round trip from here to Privet Drive in under 20 minutes. If Harry's letters vanished, then so did mine." Hermione's brow furrowed. "But you sent Watson with explicit instructions to hurry, didn't you?" Sherlock paused mid-step, his eyebrows arching in silent reproach. Hermione realized the futility of her question, stuck out her tongue in mild exasperation, and fell silent. Watson cleared his throat. "So our mail is being intercepted?" Sherlock nodded grimly. "Exactly. Whoever is behind this knew exactly how to buy themselves time, and how to keep us none the wiser. It's time we discovered who and why." Sherlock ignored Hermione's cooing delight and turned instead to Watson, raising a gloved finger. "Look here," he said, pointing at the owl's legs. "These fibers clinging to his talons, they came from some old cloth, and see how his wing feathers are askew? Harry never handled him so roughly. It means someone intercepted Watson and stole the letter I just entrusted to him. From the fabric's weave, I'd say our culprit was clad in worn garments, was of below-average height, and had a slender build. That's as far as my deductions go for now." Hermione, fully grasping his reasoning, nodded emphatically. "You're absolutely right. We must seek the professor's help at once. Professor McGonagall will do everything she can, and Professor Flitwick too. But above all, we should go straight to Mr. Dumbledore. He's the one who can safeguard that letter and prevent whoever did this from striking again." Hermione began to speak. Dumbledore, but paused, counting off her options on her fingers. Which professor could they turn to for help? Sherlock shook his head before she could finish. "It wouldn't do any good," he said quietly. "Huh?" Hermione glanced at him, puzzled. "If someone's intercepting Harry's letters," Sherlock explained, "they'll catch any correspondence we send to the professors as well. If I were behind it, that's exactly what I'd do." Hermione straightened up, her eyes sharpening. "Then who is it? What do they want with Harry?" A flicker of fear danced across her face, and she lowered her voice almost to a whisper. Could it be Voldemort's followers? Like Sherlock and Harry, Hermione had once known almost nothing of the Dark Lord's rise. At that time, she'd been one of the few who could speak his name without a tremor. But the more she learned about the magical world, and the more she learned of Voldemort, the less natural it felt on her tongue. After all, This was the wizard who had terrorized the magical community for over 10 years. Even now, most witches and wizards refused to utter his name aloud. Hermione shuddered at the memory. Voldemort had personally slaughtered hundreds of wizards. Just the thought was enough to make her blood run cold. There was one thing she still hadn't dared tell anyone. After she, Sherlock, and Harry had saved the Philosopher's Stone, she went several nights without a wink of sleep. The image of Lord Voldemort clinging to Professor Quirrell's skull tormented her waking hours and haunted her dreams, until Quirrell was consumed by flames. It wasn't until Dumbledore assured everyone that Voldemort was now, and would remain, severely weakened that Hermione's sleep finally began to return. Yet even in his diminished state, the mere thought of last year's events summoned that nightmarish vision all over again. One afternoon, Hermione finally admitted her lingering fears to Sherlock. He fell silent, hands clasped beneath his chin, gray eyes bright with thought. Hermione recognized his habitual thinking posture and sat patiently by his side, careful not to break his concentration. After 5 long minutes, Sherlock straightened suddenly. Hermione looked up. He met her gaze with a steady calm. "Hermione," he said, "I'm going out now." "If you could come with me, I would be very grateful," Sherlock said, turning to Hermione. The spark of adventure in Hermione's eyes flared instantly. "Let's go! Let's go!" Sherlock let himself smile. He'd known from the moment he'd invited her that Hermione would jump at the chance. As soon as school was out for the day, he made his way home to break the news to his parents. When Mrs. Granger learned that the two planned to travel to Surrey to visit one of Sherlock's friends, she paused. It wasn't that she mistrusted this boy. She'd met him briefly at the Holmeses' last Christmas, and again on the station platform when term ended in June. He'd struck her as honest and well-mannered, not the sort to cause trouble. Surrey wasn't exactly next door, but it wasn't an impossible journey either. Still, Mrs. Granger's brow furrowed until Sherlock added, "Father will come with us the whole way." At the mention of Mr. Holmes's name, her worries melted away. Since their pleasant meeting at the Leaky Cauldron the previous summer, she and Mrs. Holmes had become fast friends. If both Holmes' parents were willing to vouch for the trip, then it was all right by her. "That settles it," Mrs. Granger said, calling Hermione up for tea. As the two girls chattered excitedly about what to pack for the journey, Sherlock slipped away to join his father in the drawing room, confident that this expedition would be every bit as stimulating as any case he'd ever pursued. Over the years, the Holmes and Granger families had become like kin. They'd visited each other's homes so often that Mrs. Holmes had even taken time off to drop by Valita Granger's office. Their bond ran so deep that Mrs. Holmes regarded Sherlock almost as a son. Naturally, when she learned that Mr. Holmes would be escorting Valita's 2 children, she felt entirely at ease. After all, he was a man of impeccable integrity. "Valita, my dear," Mrs. Holmes began with a reassuring smile, "if Mr. Holmes is to look after the children, I have no objecting on." "I object," cut in Mr. Granger. Everyone turned in surprise to the chess table, where he'd been deeply engaged in a game of wizard's chess with Mr. Holmes. With one raised hand, Mr. Granger's sudden proclamation brought the room to a stunned silence. Sherlock Holmes eased the car out of the driveway, and from the passenger seat came a familiar protest. "Brother," the voice began, light but insistent, "it's just a trip out to Surrey. You really don't need to come along. Are you saying you don't trust my driving skills?" Sherlock glanced over his shoulder. "My dear fellow, I trust you perfectly, but I haven't had a proper day out in months, and I'd hate to miss the chance." "It's a sleepy little town. What's there to see?" "You can't say that," the other replied. "My daughter is visiting a friend for the first time, and as her father, I ought to chaperone her. If I remember correctly, when Sherlock went there last Christmas, wasn't your wife the one who drove them?" "Well, yes, Valita took them," Sherlock admitted, shifting gears. "I stayed home." "Then let me take the children this time," the man insisted. "You can relax." Sherlock's grip on the steering wheel tightened. "You can't drive my car." "Fine," came the compromise. "Then I'll ride with you." A heavy silence settled over the front seats. In the back, young Hermione shifted, her eyes darting first to her father, cheeks still pink from the debate, then to Sherlock beside her. She watched them both in bewilderment. "Who am I? Where are we going? What's happening?" Sherlock caught her gaze in the rearview mirror and offered the slightest of smiles. His decision, as always, was final. Chapter 7. A Muggle road to Privet Drive owl post had grown too risky. Every message risked interception by Death Eaters lying in wait. So Sherlock and Hermione settled on a bolder plan. They would travel in person to Privet Drive and find Harry themselves. In the Muggle world, they reminded each other, magic wasn't always the answer. Sometimes you had to rely on good old-fashioned methods. But they were still minors, and Privet Drive lay 40 kilometers away. Even the most talented young wizards needed adult supervision on an unsanctioned trip like this. After deliberation, Sherlock asked his father to escort them. After all, Mr. Holmes's formidable intellect and unflappable demeanor would see them through any unforeseen complication. Mrs. Holmes and Mrs. Granger, too, approved at once, each offering a nod of support. Hermione was relieved that the mothers didn't object. What she hadn't counted on was her own father's insistence on joining the party. "You're all underestimating the dangers," Mr. Granger declared firmly. "If you're going into Little Winging to confront Voldemort's agents, I'm coming along." The two fathers, Mr. Holmes and Mr. Granger, fell into a good-natured, if heated, debate over logistics and route planning, each determined to prove his argument soundest. Hermione shook her head with a small, rueful smile. She'd been hoping to avoid a second round of parental squabbling. Yet here they were, maps spread across the dining room table, the two men arguing over traffic patterns and Muggle roadside cafes, while she and Sherlock exchanged exasperated glances. It wasn't exactly how she'd pictured the start of their mission, but with or without harmonious planning, they were all committed to one goal: reaching Privet Drive and bringing Harry back to safety. Hermione leaned closer to Sherlock, her voice dropping to a whisper. "Do you think Harry's in real danger? Have you deduced something about him?" Sherlock shook his head, a faint look of exasperation crossing his features. "My dear Hermione, I fear you've misunderstood me." He studied her anxious expression. "I can often reconstruct past events from what remains, but that doesn't mean I can predict the future." He paused, then added quietly, "Remember, drawing firm conclusions on scant evidence is a perilous business." Hermione's brow furrowed. "But you just argued that our letters to Harry must have been intercepted. Doesn't that imply he's already at risk?" "That's only one possible explanation," Sherlock replied evenly. Hermione pressed on, urgency creeping into her tone. "Then what else could have happened?" Silence stretched between them. Sherlock off. Arid, no answer. In the carriage's driver's seat, Mr. Granger caught the tail end of their exchange in his rearview mirror. His daughter was leaning forward like a detective on a case, while Sherlock sat as cool and inscrutable as ever. A flush of irritation warmed his cheeks. That boy's detached air, it irked him more with every passing moment. Unable to hide his displeasure, Mr. Granger let out a short, contemptuous snort. Sherlock Holmes drove on in thoughtful silence, his eyes flicking now and then to Mr. Granger in the passenger seat. A faint smile curved his lips. He clearly found the situation entertaining, but he said nothing. Both hands gripped the steering wheel as he steered the car smoothly and swiftly down the road, giving the impression that whatever turmoil swirled behind him was no concern of his. They were two fathers in exactly the same predicament, yet each approached it with a completely different mindset. Meanwhile, dozens of kilometers away at 4 Privet Drive, Harry Potter lay on his bed, troubled by memories of last Christmas. At Sherlock's insistence, he had accompanied Holmes on an unexpected visit to the Dursleys. The main goal had been to persuade Aunt Petunia to part with a childhood photograph of Harry's mother, Lily. But Sherlock hadn't come empty-handed. He'd prepared Christmas gifts tailored to the Dursley household: a course of special diet pills, a bottle of anti-hair loss shampoo, and a chocolate frog. Harry still smiled at the thought of that shampoo. It was one of the Potter family's side ventures, so giving it to Uncle Vernon amounted to selling to yourself. In any case, both the hair tonic and the diet pills had performed miracles. Vernon's hair grew noticeably thicker, and he looked years younger, an outcome that even Aunt Petunia had to grudgingly admit was impressive. Harry's treatment at the Dursleys that summer was remarkably better than before. Otherwise, he was certain that the moment he walked through the door, Uncle Vernon would have locked up his spellbooks, wand, robes, cauldron, his prized Nimbus 2000, and everything else, in that tiny, dark cupboard under the stairs, the very place he'd called home for 10 long years. Instead, Harry now had his own bedroom. Of course, Uncle Vernon still barked at him when Hedwig returned with her morning foraging haul too early, and Aunt Petunia never missed a chance to sneer thinly veiled barbs his way. But Harry was grateful for their relative mildness. The greatest surprise, however, was Cousin Dudley. The boy who had once delighted in tormenting Harry had become, astonishingly, the friendliest member of the household. And at the heart of Dudley's transformation was one simple thing: the special diet pills Sherlock had given him. Though Dudley had just started middle school, his elementary school reign of terror showed no sign of abating. Of course, stricter rules and older classmates meant he no longer dared yank down someone's trousers in the cafeteria or order them hauled back up when he needed the bathroom. But brute force alone was no longer enough to keep the entire school quivering at his whim. At 14, looks mattered, and Dudley, always eager for an edge, had quietly begun popping diet pills to maintain his chubby, cherished image. Harry, on the other hand, found himself leaning unexpectedly on a different kind of ammo all summer: the astonishing mountain of sweets Sherlock Holmes had pressed into his hands at King's Cross Station. At the time, Harry had thanked him politely, but assumed it was just the kind of indulgent parting gift Sherlock might toss off in a joking mood. As the weeks wore on, though, he realized the truth. Dudley had an iron stomach and a sweet tooth to match. Chocolate frogs and Bertie Bott's every flavor beans were to him what penny candies were to most children. Even the notorious cockroach clusters, with their blend of nuts, caramel, and, well, an unidentifiable, crunchy, secret ingredient, vanished from Harry's living room cupboard faster than he could blink. By mid-July, Harry had witnessed a parade of sweets disappear into Dudley's ravenous maw. He couldn't help but grin at the irony. Sherlock's offhand generosity had become the very thing that kept Dudley too busy gorging himself to bully the rest of the neighborhood, or, at least, kept him too distracted to lay a hand on Harry. Oddly enough, Harry found himself wondering if Dudley and Professor Dumbledore shared more in common than anyone would expect. Both seemed to thrive on secrecy and surprises, preferred their allies, however reluctant, kept on their toes, and wielded their power in ways that left everyone else guessing. As the lazy days of summer stretched on, Harry tucked another chocolate frog wrapper into his pocket, ready for the next time Dudley appeared at the kitchen door with that smug little grin. He'd learned long ago that surviving Dudley required patience, planning, and apparently an endless supply of candy. But thanks to Sherlock, Harry was well prepared. Those two developments had utterly transformed Dudley's behavior toward his cousin. He no longer sneered at Harry the moment he walked into the room. In fact, he'd even taken to calling him Old Ha, a pet name that, bizarrely enough, felt almost affectionate. Each time Dudley used it, Harry couldn't help but think how fortunate he was to have friends like Sherlock Holmes looking out for him. In his next letter to Sherlock, Harry made sure to underline just how much that small kindness had meant. At first, the summer break seemed like old times. Harry spent the opening weeks exchanging letters with his Hogwarts friends, and even Cho Chang, who was halfway around the world in the Far East, wrote to share her adventures. Then, around the middle of July, something changed. Replies from Sherlock, Ron, Hermione, and the others simply stopped coming. Hedwig flew out again and again, each time to return without a single answer. The silence felt like a wall between him and the magical world he cherished, and Harry's bright new hope began to wane. Harry first convinced himself that his friends had simply forgotten to write back, or were too busy to bother with letters. But after a year of studying alongside Sherlock Holmes, his instincts had sharpened. When the replies never came, he began tagging every envelope with a polite plea: "Please reply upon receipt." Still, nothing. Realizing something was wrong, Harry wasted no time explaining the situation to Sherlock in meticulous detail and asking for his help. He sent Hedwig out 3 times in a row, each time hoping for an answer. Each time the owl returned with empty talons, and each time with baffling speed. The letters vanished without a trace, as if dropped into an endless sea. That unbroken silence confirmed Harry's worst fears. He was in serious trouble. He was one of the very few at Hogwarts, aside from Hermione, who had learned more than mere potions and spells from Sherlock. He'd picked up stealth, boxing, and most importantly, sharp powers of deduction. Now he applied that same logic to the missing mail. The turnaround on Hedwig's flights was the crucial clue. If the letters had been intercepted far away, at Hermione's or Ron's home, the owl's return would have taken far longer. Sherlock's lodgings on Baker Street were nearby. Hermione lived at a respectable distance. Ron's family home was even farther afield. Whoever was snatching Harry's letters must be close, perhaps lurking somewhere within the castle walls themselves. Harry stared out the window, watching the familiar shape of Hedwig's white wings vanish into the sky. Day after day, her departure and return followed exactly the same schedule. No matter whom he addressed in his letters, Hagrid, Sirius, even Professor McGonagall, the owl never arrived late, never early, always on the dot. He couldn't shake the words Sherlock Holmes had once uttered: "When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth." It was starting to look less like coincidence and more like something, or someone, was intercepting his mail. If only he understood bird language, he thought with a pang of frustration. Then he could simply ask Hedwig what was happening. But as a 12-year-old boy, without magic at his disposal outside Hogwarts, there was no way to question her directly. He'd even tried a more unconventional plan. The next time Hedwig flew off, he told her to slow her flight just slightly. He crouched in the yard, ready to tail her to discover where she was really going. But within minutes she'd veered off course, lost him entirely, and returned alone, looking none the worse for wear. Desperate, Harry considered enlisting Vernon Dursley to drive him on a family outing that would double as owl surveillance. He broached the idea casually at breakfast. "I'm not taking you anywhere, just so you can follow a bird," Uncle Vernon barked, swatting at his toast. Then, with a sneer, he added, "Intercepting your precious letters, huh? Whoever's doing it ought to be thanked. Keeps you off our backs." Harry clenched his fork, his stomach knotting. Intercepted mail, he realized, meant someone on the inside, someone at Hogwarts or within the wizarding post, was watching him closely. And however unwelcome the thought, it was the only explanation he had left. Chapter 137. I can tell at a glance you're not human. Harry Potter, savior of the wizarding world, the one who stood up to the Dark Lord and won, Sherlock Holmes's closest ally, found that all his titles counted for nothing the moment his lines of communication went dead. Stranded and helpless, he couldn't help but long for the days he spent at Sherlock's side. If Holmes were here, Harry was certain he'd already have a plan. Or at least, he'd know how to get one with a quick phone call. But he was cut off. No owls, no flu messages, no enchanted parchments. Nothing. And that maddened him most of all. How could a wizard, raised by muggles, make such a rookie mistake? He realized, with sinking dread, that in all the excitement before the holidays, he'd forgotten to ask Sherlock, or even Hermione, for their home numbers. He winced at the memory. Last Christmas, while staying at 21B Baker Street, Hermione had handed him her number, just in case Mai Kaufu showed up. A precaution he'd never needed, and now couldn't recall. That single slip left him stranded, without the one person who could turn this disaster around. Harry shook his head and couldn't help a rueful laugh whenever he replayed the incident. In just over a year, he'd allowed himself to lean far too heavily on the wizarding world's conventions, so much so that he'd lost sight of the most basic common sense. Only now, in hindsight, did he see why. Those miserable years with the Dursleys had left him desperate for a place to belong. When Hagrid showed up and told him he was a wizard, Harry seized the news like a lifeline. His first year at Hogwarts, hailed as the boy who lived, was a heady contrast to the bleakness of Privet Drive. He reveled in the title and bit by bit forgot what it felt like to live as a muggle. But the error had been made, and no amount of self-reproach could undo it. All Harry could do was stare at the wreckage of his own making and try to think his way out of it. He kept asking himself, what would Sherlock do, over and over, as if adopting Holmes's famed deductive method would soothe his frustration. Yet the harder he tried, the more he realized he didn't and couldn't think like Sherlock Holmes. Harry couldn't deny it. Even though Sherlock was his friend, the man was anything but ordinary. Harry was just debating whether to don his invisibility cloak and follow Hedwig on her rounds again when everything suddenly changed. One morning, Uncle Vernon burst into the house in an uncharacteristic state of excitement. He announced that today might mark the biggest deal of his entire career. He had finally persuaded Roland Bishop, a fabulously wealthy property developer, and his wife to come to Privet Drive for dinner. Vernon made it clear that this dinner was strictly business. His sole aim was to secure a massive order from Bishop's firm. Harry remembered that, during last Christmas break, he and Sherlock had already pieced together Vernon's plan when they visited the Dursleys. Harry had assumed the matter was settled, until he returned home for the summer and discovered that Bishop had inexplicably cancelled at the 11th hour. In response, Vernon had exploded in impotent fury. After all, in Vernon's world, the customer is king, and Bishop was one of the most important customers imaginable. But now, thanks to weeks of relentless phone calls and delicate negotiation, Uncle Vernon had finally pulled off what he believed would be the crowning achievement of his professional life. Tonight's dinner could make or break everything. And Harry, despite himself, felt a growing sense of anticipation. The Dursleys were never ones to overlook a problem, and this one, Harry's missing owl, had them positively frantic. They set about making plans with all the fervor of a military campaign. Even Uncle Vernon, who normally wouldn't give Harry the time of day, grudgingly extended an olive branch. "All right, boy," he barked after breakfast. "Here's the deal. You stay locked in your room tonight, don't make a sound, act like you're not here at all, and tomorrow morning I'll drive you wherever you like." He paused, glaring at Harry's hopeful expression. "But don't expect me to chase after that owl. We're not traipsing around the countryside looking for Hedwig. Instead, you'll come with me directly to Diagon Alley, London." Harry nearly choked on his cereal. Diagon Alley? He'd never dreamed. Aunt Petunia seized the moment to butt in. "Isn't that where your friend Holmes said all those hair restorer tonics and slimming potions come from? He said last time he was here that if you want that sort of thing, you have to go to Diagon Alley. It isn't far. You'll find someone there who can help." Harry's heart leapt. He may have lost Hedwig, and chasing a winged owl by car seemed a recipe for disaster. But Diagon Alley was another story altogether. Bright storefronts, bustling crowds, and best of all, magic he could use for himself. Slipping out of the Dursleys' driveway the next morning, Harry felt a surge of hope. If there was a way to fix this mess, he'd find it in that hidden London street. Diagon Alley's location wasn't going anywhere. It was still tucked behind the leaky cauldron, exactly where it had always been. And, as Aunt Petunia had pointed out, once Harry managed to get there, he could rely on plenty of friendly faces. The landlord of the leaky cauldron, Ollivander himself in the wand shop. Harry still remembered the kindly way the old man had examined his holly and phoenix feather wand last Christmas, and every shopkeeper up and down the alley. Why hadn't he thought of this sooner? He felt ridiculous for overlooking such an obvious plan. Still, now that Uncle Vernon seemed willing to help, odd as it sounded, Harry was more than happy to go along with it. He'd never wanted to meet Mr. and Mrs. Mason anyway, and according to Vernon's version of events, the Masons didn't even know he existed. Better to let that misunderstanding stand. That evening, Harry did something he rarely did. He lingered outside the drawing-room door, listening in. Inside, his aunt, uncle, and Dudley were running through their routine for the Mason visit. Normally, Uncle Vernon's orders were clear. Stay in your room, make no sound, pretend you're not here. Tonight, however, Harry's curiosity had the better of him, and he found himself quietly watching. "And then you bow," Uncle Vernon coached, "and say, 'Mr. Mason, welcome to our home.' Very polite. Petunia, you'll step forward and offer tea." "Tea," Petunia echoed primly. Dudley shuffled on the verge of a snort. "Miss," Harry caught that single word and grinned to himself. "Mr. Mason, welcome." He could almost picture how stiff and awkward they'd all look. In his mind's eye, he was already slipping away through the wall of the leaky cauldron and into the bustling magic of Diagon Alley, where real adventures awaited, far from the stifling rehearsals of No. 4 Privet Drive. Harry laughed so hard at the breakfast table that he nearly buried his face in his hands. Dudley was grinning back at him, something Harry had never thought he'd describe as pleasant. In that moment, three things became abundantly clear. Harry was in an unusually good mood. Dudley, beneath all the bluster, wasn't beyond redemption, and that slimming potion Vernon had slipped him really did work. Buoyed by his optimism, Harry threw himself into helping the Dursleys prepare for their evening guests. He scrubbed windows until they gleamed, washed the car, edged the lawn, weeded and mulched the flower beds, pruned the rose bushes, and even repainted the garden bench. By the time he was spreading manure in the last bed, his back was stiff with fatigue, and sweat trickled down his cheeks. Yet knowing he would return to Hogwarts the next day, reunited with his friends and his world of magic, lifted his spirits so completely that the aches and soreness felt almost insignificant. When Mrs. Dursley caught sight of Harry's weary form as he trudged through the yard, she paused mid-coaching session with the silverware. "Harry, you must be exhausted," she said, sounding genuinely concerned for the first time in ages. "Why don't you go inside and rest before dinner?" Harry hesitated only briefly. The promise of a hot bath, a soft seat, and a few hours' peace before the guests arrived sounded almost as magical as any spell. With a relieved nod, he clambered off the wheelbarrow, dusted his hands, and made his way back into the house, already daydreaming about the adventures that awaited him at Hogwarts. Petunia's face betrayed a mixture of pride and reluctance. "Honestly, no one asked you to go to all this trouble," Uncle Vernon's wife murmured, though there was a faint edge of gratitude in her voice. Then she straightened up, pointed firmly at the kitchen table, and snapped, "Now go and eat, quickly. The guests will be here any minute." Harry glanced at the table and found a neatly arranged plate waiting for him. It wasn't a feast worthy of a palace, but it was definitely more than he dared hope for. He'd expected maybe a hunk of stale bread and a sliver of cheese, so this small spread felt almost lavish in comparison. When he noticed Aunt Petunia wearing a simple but elegant pale orange cocktail dress, he couldn't help himself. "Aunt Petunia, you look really lovely today," he said, genuine surprise in his voice. Petunia paused, blinked once, then let out a sharp sniff. "Enough nonsense. Just eat," she replied, though the corners of her mouth twitched as if struggling against a smile. Harry nodded and, remembering a tip from Ron, attacked his meal like a whirlwind. In less than a minute, so it seemed, his plate was clean. Petunia swooped in, whisked the empty dish away, and even managed a brisk, "Upstairs, now." He complied without hesitation. As he climbed the stairs, he heard her humming a light, cheerful tune behind him. It struck him that Aunt Petunia was in an unusually good mood, and for once he couldn't help but feel a little pleased himself. Harry paused at the living room doorway and offered a quick nod to Uncle Vernon and Dudley, both impeccably dressed in suits and ties. Dudley waved casually, but Uncle Vernon's glare could have frozen the room. "Up to your room at once, boy," Vernon hissed, voice low and dangerous. "And if I hear so much as a peep, I promise I won't make a sound." Harry cut him off, heart racing. Are you kidding? This was his golden ticket back into the magical world. He couldn't sabotage it with a snore. He slipped past them, tiptoed down the corridor, and quietly closed his bedroom door. It was a simple plan: collapse on the bed and sleep until morning. He didn't snore, after all, and in his dreams he could even wish Uncle Vernon all the success he liked with his dinner guests. Just as he was about to flop onto the mattress, Harry froze. Someone was already sitting on his bed. An intruder in his room was unsettling enough, but when Harry met the visitor's gaze, he nearly shouted. With polite voices drifting up from the dining room, Uncle Vernon's guests were arriving. He willed himself to stay perfectly still and silent. Harry stared at the small figure perched on his bed. It had sallow green skin, eerily like the goblins at Gringotts, a pair of enormous tennis-ball-bright eyes, a long, thin nose, and two bat-like ears sticking out from a tangled mop of hair. Its only clothes were a ragged pillowcase, crudely slit for arms and legs. At a glance, Harry knew it wasn't human. "What are you?" he began, then caught himself. "Who are you, and what are you doing in my room?" The creature let out a muffled squeak, slid off the bed, and dropped into a near 90-degree bow, its skinny nose brushing the carpet. For a moment, Harry wondered if it planned to stay like that forever. Suddenly it straightened and called in a high, urgent voice, "Mr. Harry Potter, sir!" Harry frowned. The little elf's eyes shone with excitement as it hurried on. Dobby is a house elf, sir. Dobby has long wished to meet you, Mr. Potter. Truly, Dobby has heard so much about you. It's truly an honor to meet you today. I see, Harry echoed, forcing a smile. In truth, he still had no idea what a house elf was. He felt a pang of envy for Hermione. If she were here, she'd certainly know. It was as though she'd devoured every magical textbook in existence, while he was left scrambling for answers. Harry studied the small creature before him, barely waist-high, with bat-like ears and wide, anxious eyes. He'd never heard of a house elf, but seeing no threat in its trembling form, he felt a cautious relief. Why have you come here? Is there a special reason? The elf, who'd introduced himself as Dobby, drew a shaky breath. Oh, yes, sir. Dobby must warn you. Only Dobby doesn't know how to begin. Harry sighed. He gestured to the unmade bed beside him. Sit down and tell me calmly. At once, Dobby's shoulders shook, and tears welled in his eyes. The creature let out a heartbreaking sob so loud it echoed in the quiet room. Shh, Harry said, hurrying forward. He gently guided Dobby onto the edge of the bed and spoke in soothing tones until the elf grew silent, gazing at him with tearful gratitude. No wizard has ever treated Dobby like an equal, never told Dobby to sit down as if he were a person, Dobby murmured, voice trembling. Harry offered a small, sympathetic smile. You probably haven't met many decent wizards, then. At these words, Dobby sprang to his feet, his expression alight with fierce loyalty. He stood before Harry, fidgeting with his long, purply ears, ready to share whatever urgent warning had brought him here. Suddenly, Dobby began slamming his head against the window pane, shrieking with each blow, Bad Dobby! Bad Dobby! Harry froze. He hadn't anticipated this reaction and stood rooted to the spot for a heartbeat. Then, recalling Sherlock's drills, he sprang into action. In seconds, he had Dobby hauled back onto the bed. From downstairs, Harry heard Uncle Vernon's booming laugh and chatter falter into a strangled murmur. They'd heard the commotion. Victory was within reach, and he wasn't about to lose it now. Stop that! What are you doing? Harry hissed, leaning closer. Dobby must punish himself, sir. The elf whispered, eyes rolling as a thin trickle of blood oozed from his forehead. He ignored the pain, whipping his head back to mutter, Bad Dobby! Dobby is a bad elf! Quiet! I said be quiet. Do you understand? Harry ground out, lowering his voice to a fierce whisper. He wanted to drown out Dobby's self-flagellation, but more than anything, he needed to keep the chaos from reaching the ears below. Tell me, Harry Potter, Dobby began, his large eyes blinking desperately. What do you plan to do? Harry bristled, frustration sharpening his voice. He stopped abruptly as Dobby continued, eyes widening in earnest alarm. Dobby must say this. Harry Potter cannot return to Hogwarts. At that, Harry froze. The sudden hush in the room felt almost tangible. Somewhere below, he could hear the clink of cutlery and Uncle Vernon's loud snore. That's impossible, Harry said, shaking his head. I belong at Hogwarts. I don't belong here, in the Muggle world. Dobby shook his head more vigorously, his long ears flapping against his shoulders. No, Harry Potter must remain somewhere safe. You are too important, too good, to risk everything. If you go back to Hogwarts, your life will be in grave danger. Harry sat up straighter. What are you talking about? What danger? A conspiracy, Dobby whispered, eyes darting to the corners of the room as if shadowy figures lurked there. A great, terrible plot is unfolding. The most horrible thing anyone can imagine will happen at Hogwarts this school year. Harry's heart thudded. What horrible thing? He pressed. In spite of himself, Harry's voice dropped to a whisper. Who's behind it? Lord Voldemort? At the mention of Voldemort's name, Dobby let out a strangled gasp and clapped a hand over his mouth. Then, seized by panic, he leapt to his feet and began banging his head against the wall, wailing, No, no, no! Harry watched, horrified, as the house elf frantically tried to silence himself. The warning was clear. Whatever lay ahead at Hogwarts would threaten them all, and Dobby would do anything to keep Harry from walking into that danger. Harry saw the strike coming and easily intercepted it. He swallowed hard and tried again. Over and over, he coaxed Dobby to speak, to reveal who wished him harm. But the house elf stayed obstinate, rattling off only 3 frantic points. Harry was in grave danger. He must not return to Hogwarts. He was too noble and too precious to lose, then clamped his mouth shut whenever Harry pressed for details. Worse still, if Harry asked too much, Dobby would fling himself against the wall, keening as his skull struck the plaster. Harry's reflexes kept him from doing real damage at first, but in a moment of distraction, the elf slipped free. Dobby sprang from the bed, snatched the table lamp, and began rapping it against his own head, his screams high and terrifying. The racket, thuds, cracking glass, frantic wails filled the attic room, then abruptly cut off. Someone downstairs must have frozen at the sound. Silence fell like a shroud. 2 seconds later, Uncle Vernon's voice thundered down the hallway. "Dudley's left the television on again. That little rascal!" Harry's heart raced as he heard his uncle's heavy footsteps coming closer. In a blur of motion, he yanked Dobby behind him, shoved him into the narrow wardrobe, and slammed the door shut, using his foot to hook it firmly. He collapsed onto the bed just as Uncle Vernon burst into the room. "What on earth are you doing?" Uncle Vernon growled, leaning so close that Harry could feel his hot breath. Harry opened his mouth to explain, but no words came out. All he could do was lower his eyes and admit defeat. I'm sorry, Uncle Vernon." Uncle Vernon's face turned beet red. "I was just getting to the best part of that Japanese golfer joke, and you go and ruin it." He paused, teeth clenched with fury. "One more peep out of you, boy, and you'll wish you'd never been born." With that threat hanging in the air, he stomped off down the hall. Once the footsteps faded, Harry leaned forward, undid the catch, and gently eased Dobby out of the wardrobe. Dobby's big eyes were wet with anger, matching the fire burning inside Harry. They stood together in silence, each furious in their own way, but both relieved that the danger had passed. The elf's behavior was maddening. He rambled on about helping Harry, but whenever pressed for details, he simply circled around the same half-answers. Even more infuriating was the constant clamor he made. It was impossible to carry on a normal conversation. Harry forced himself to stay calm as he faced the house elf, Dobby, newly freed, yet all too eager to meddle. "You see how things stand," Harry said, trying to keep his voice level. "That's why I have to return to Hogwarts, to be with my friends. If I stay here much longer, I'll go crazy." Dobby's eyes narrowed, a sly expression creeping across his face. "Friends? They haven't sent a single letter to Harry Potter." If this were the Harry of old, he might have let the remark slide. But after a year working alongside Sherlock Holmes, he'd learned to smell a lie. His gaze locked onto Dobby's. "And how do you know they haven't written?" Harry's tone dropped to a cold whisper. "You intercepted their letters." Dobby shrank back, ears drooping. "Harry Potter, please don't be angry with Dobby. Dobby only did it for what?" Harry cut in sharply, his patience evaporating. "To keep me here against my will. How am I not supposed to be furious?" His heart pounded. He was teetering on the edge of outright rage. Yet beneath that anger was a fierce determination. He would find his way back to Hogwarts, no matter what stood in his path. The moment the truth came out, all Harry wanted was to fling the culprit out the window. "Where are the letters?" he demanded, his voice tight with barely suppressed anger. "Dobby has them, sir." With that, Dobby produced a bulging pillowcase and dumped a thick stack of envelopes at Harry's feet. Harry knelt and flipped through the pile, instantly recognizing Hermione's precise, looping handwriting, Ron's sprawling, almost frantic scrawl, and most of all, Sherlock's cool, angular script. "Lord Harry Potter, please don't be angry," Dobby began, wringing his hands. "Dub, by only meant well. If Harry Potter believed his friends had forgotten him, perhaps he wouldn't wish to return to school, sir." Harry was beyond listening. He shot to his feet and lunged for the letters, but Dobby was faster. In a single nimble hop, he landed on a nearby chair, clutching the pillowcase protectively. Harry's frustration boiled over. "Give them to me." Dobby's big eyes widened. If Harry Potter insists on going back to Hogwarts, Dobby has no choice. And so they stood, Harry's fists clenched, Dobby perched just out of reach, each unwilling to back down. Harry's mind raced. A fleeting, absurd thought flitted through his head. So ridiculous he didn't even want to give it weight, but he shoved it away. He would get those letters back, no matter what. Hermione glanced at her watch and thought how wonderful it would be if Sherlock could descend upon them like a guardian angel right now. But in truth, Mr. Naur, Holmes's driving wasn't quite as flawless as he'd always claimed. By the time they reached Privet Drive, slowed by his unfamiliarity with the route and a sudden rainstorm, It was already 8 o'clock in the evening. Sherlock had planned to stride straight to the front door, but he came to a halt when he spotted a black sedan parked along the curb. He gave a brief nod to Mr. and Mrs. Granger and to Hermione, then slipped out of the car to take a closer look. Hermione fell into step behind him without a word. Inside the vehicle, Mr. Holmes and Mr. Granger exchanged a knowing glance. Mr. Holmes eased the car into a nearby driveway and joined them at the curb. Sherlock circled the sedan, peering in through the rain-spattered windows. After only a moment, he retraced his steps to the front gate and turned to address the two fathers. "Father, Mr. Granger," he said crisply. "Harry has guests. It would be best if you handled the introductions." "My dear Sherlock," Mr. Granger replied with a warm smile, "that certainly won't be a problem." Sherlock Holmes smiled politely. "After all, that's why I'm here." "Exactly," Mr. Granger added. "You can leave this sort of thing to us." With that, Mr. Granger stepped forward and rang the doorbell. Inside the house, Uncle Vernon Dursley was engrossed in discussing his latest and quite substantial gemstone shipment with Mrs. Mason. "Mrs. Mason," he commanded, "tell Petunia those jokes about American plumbers. She's been dying to hear them." But the doorbell cut him off mid-sentence. Vernon stared, bewildered, as the others at the table exchanged glances. A moment later, Aunt Petunia rose to answer the door. She opened it and froze. Standing on the porch were a tall, well-tailored man with sharp eyes and his companion, an equally distinguished gentleman. Petunia's mouth opened, then closed, her brow furrowed in confusion. "May I ask who you are?" she stammered. Just then, a second figure stepped lightly out from behind the taller man, slender, dark-haired, and unmistakably confident. "Mrs. Dursley," he greeted warmly. "Long time no see. It's good to see you again." Petunia's eyes widened. "It's you," she whispered, as recognition, painful and undeniable, flashed across her face. She remembered all too well that last Christmas visit, the unexpected knock, the stranger's cool smile, and the words she still couldn't bring herself to forget. "Madam, you wouldn't want your husband to lose his job, would you?" Sherlock's calm, measured tone carried an unmistakable edge. Aunt Petunia jumped in her chair, her heart pounding so hard she could almost hear it in her ears. And then he repeated the exact same words, with the exact same menacing inflection. A fresh wave of dizziness washed over her. "Again? Is he unwell?" she wondered, clutching the edge of the table. 5 minutes later, the double doors to the hall swung open, and Mr. Holmes and Mr. Granger were quietly escorted to their places at the dining table. The candles flickered, shadows dancing on the walls, as the uneasy silence stretched between the guests. Chapter 140. Harry, the moment Sherlock appeared. Rain drummed insistently against the windows, echoing the tension thickening the air at No. 4 Privet Drive. Inside, Vernon Dursley's fleshy face twisted with barely concealed displeasure as he faced the uninvited guests under his own roof. Worst of all, Mr. and Mrs. Mason sat among them, so Vernon could neither bark orders to leave nor risk appearing discourteous. With an effort, he forced a smile far more grotesque than genuine, and, arm in arm with Petunia, issued a stiff welcome. Dudley, however, brimmed with excitement. His eyes flicked incessantly between the tall, hawk-nosed figure of Mr. Sherlock Holmes and the composed, scholarly presence of Mr. Granger. Vernon's large hands rubbed together in a nervous tick, betraying the storm of emotions he tried so hard to conceal. Yet beneath his annoyance lay a curious relief. Not long ago, he'd learned the truth of Sherlock Holmes's parentage and, by extension, the identity of Hermione Granger's father. That knowledge, far from unsettling him further, gave him a strange sense of reassurance. At least now he knew precisely whom he was dealing with. Sherlock's father, Mr. Holmes, had been born into the landed gentry, and every movement he made bespoke that aristocratic heritage. Hermione's father, Mr. Granger, was a dentist whose assured, professional manner was plain to see. As they conversed with Mr. and Mrs. Mason, both gentlemen displayed flawless courtesy, measured speech, attentive posture, the very picture of refinement. They were nothing like the mad wizard parents Uncle Vernon had half expected. Instead, they seemed perfectly normal. By contrast, his unfortunate sister-in-law's husband, James, whom Vernon had met only a few times, struck him as little more than an uncouth lout. The thought brought a covert snort from Uncle Vernon, and the tension in his brow eased. At that moment, Mrs. Mason raised a hand to her cheek and winced. In a low voice, she told her husband that she'd been nursing a dull toothache since dawn and wondered whether she should consult a doctor. She cast a furtive glance at Mr. Granger. Now freshly introduced, he was exactly the sort of professional she had in mind. Mr. Granger caught her look and stifled an amused smile. Mr. Granger glanced across the room at Vernon Dursley, who met his gaze with a flicker of hope in his eyes. Courteous and composed, Granger leaned forward slightly, offering a warm, professional smile. "Mrs. Mason," he prompted gently, "could you tell me exactly how you've been feeling?" It was as if she'd been handed a lifeline. Mrs. Mason launched into a detailed description of her pain, throbbing by day, a sharp ache at night, and heightened sensitivity to cold. As she spoke, Mr. Granger listened intently, nodding, and occasionally asking for clarification. When she'd finished, he sat back and folded his hands. "From what you've described, it sounds like an acute flare-up of chronic periapical periodontitis," he explained. "The crown of the tooth may look healthy, but the root is inflamed, possibly to the point of nerve necrosis. To be certain, we'll need X-rays and other diagnostic tools. Given my experience, though, I suspect root canal treatment will be necessary." His calm, confident delivery only heightened the Masons' anxiety. They exchanged worried glances, then launched into a barrage of questions. What exactly does a root canal involve? How long will it take? Will it hurt? Patiently, Mr. Granger answered each query in turn, outlining the step-by-step process, the expected timeline, and measures taken to ensure comfort. For a few minutes, the hum of conversation died away as everyone in the living room focused on his every word. The Dursleys, once proud hosts, now sat quietly to one side, unable to interrupt. Yet Vernon and Petunia showed no sign of irritation. They exchanged a look of mutual relief. The parents of Harry's classmates, whom they'd feared would stir up trouble, had turned out to be allies instead. Gradually, the heavy air in the living room lifted, replaced by soft conversation. At some point, the rain had stopped, and thin shafts of sunlight pierced the clouds, warming the room. Meanwhile, Sherlock and Hermione slipped away as soon as the adults were absorbed in chatter. Moving silently, they followed Harry down the hall and into his bedroom, seizing the perfect moment to investigate without being noticed. As soon as Sherlock stepped into the little attic room, he paused, his gaze sweeping the bare walls and dusty corners. This was once a storage space for odds and ends, left unused for years. You've only been living here for under a year. That's exactly right, Sherlock, Harry said, his face brightening. He could hardly believe his luck. Sherlock and Hermione had actually come to visit. His heart raced so hard he could almost taste the sweetness in the air. He stared at them so eagerly that Hermione shifted, a faint flush rising in her cheeks. Harry cleared his throat. "I nearly forgot to tell you. Just about this time last year, they moved me upstairs from the cupboard. They thought hiding me here would keep Hogwarts letters from reaching me. This room used to belong to my cousin Dudley. He stored all his toys and things in it when his bedroom got too full." He burst into a relieved laugh. "But it didn't matter in the end. Hagrid found me anyway and delivered my acceptance letter in person." "Oh, Harry," Hermione murmured, her eyes soft with pity and affection. Hermione had always been doted on by her parents, so she found it almost impossible to imagine how miserable a child must be to spend 10 years living in a cupboard beneath the stairs. And yet, she reminded herself, Professor Dumbledore genuinely believed that Harry had lived quite well at his aunt's house all those years. "What? Dumbledore thinks that?" Hermione gasped, covering her mouth with her hand, her eyes wide with disbelief. If this was what passed for living comfortably, then Harry's childhood must have been utterly wretched. Sherlock Holmes turned his keen gaze toward the trembling figure before them. "Harry, you mean this creature was the one you were talking about?" At Sherlock's words, the three of them, Harry, Hermione, and Sherlock, closed in around the house elf. 6 eyes fixed intently on Dobby, but it was Sherlock and Hermione who studied him most closely. In the short corridor walk from the Great Hall to the second floor, Harry had confided that this very elf was responsible for intercepting their letters. Now, facing the ragged little being in person, Hermione couldn't help but cast an admiring look at Sherlock. The elf's tattered clothes, diminutive stature, and spindly limbs matched Harry's story exactly. The only real difference was that Dobby wasn't wearing ragged clothes this time, just an old pillowcase tied around him. Close enough, though. He dipped into a deep bow before Sherlock and Hermione, just as he had before Harry, his long nose nearly grazing the floor. Friends of the noble Mr. Harry Potter, you simply must convince the great and respectable Harry Potter that he absolutely must not return to school. Hermione stared in astonishment. He is unbelievably polite. Harry stifled a grin and shot Sherlock an expectant look. Ever since Sherlock and Hermione had shown up at Privet Drive in person, Dobby realized intercepting Harry's letters to Hogwarts wouldn't work anymore. Yet, instead of fleeing when his plan unraveled, he lingered, determined to enlist their help in stopping Harry's return to school. It was baffling, but to Harry, it scarcely mattered. From the moment Sherlock appeared on the doorstep, Harry knew everything would be all right. With Sherlock there, Dobby's presence or absence no longer changed a thing. After Dobby had given Sherlock a concise summary of the situation, all that remained was for him to trust the great detective's judgment. Sherlock studied the house elf for a moment, then asked quietly, "You want us to help convince Harry not to go back to school. Why?" "Yes, sir," Dobby replied earnestly, his large eyes darting between Sherlock and Harry. "Someone plans to harm the Honorable Harry Potter. He must not take that risk. He's far too important." "Who is this person?" "Lord Voldemort," Hermione ventured, her curiosity getting the better of her. The moment she spoke the name, Dobby convulsed. He shrank away, covering his ears as if to block out the very sound. A tortured moan escaped him. "Ah, don't say that name, miss. Please, not that name." Hermione recoiled. She had seen plenty of Dobby's anxieties before, but this reaction was different, far more visceral. I'm sorry," she stammered. Dobby trembled, tears welling in his eyes. Why do even Harry's friends say you-know-whose name so casually? It's the one name we dare not speak, miss." Hermione forced herself to meet his gaze. "Then who is it? Who's threatening Harry? Dobby cannot say." The elf began to cower and bounce in place, panic shining in every movement. Harry, having learned from past scares how easily Dobby could injure himself in his distress, called out, "Quick! Stop him! He's going to hurt himself again." Sherlock was already moving. With a swift, gentle motion, he caught Dobby by the arms and steadied him, preventing the elf's head from striking the wall. Dobby blinked up at Sherlock, still quivering, but now safe from self-inflicted harm. The detective's calm assurance seemed to settle him, at least for the moment, leaving the question of the mysterious threat hanging heavy in the room. Interesting. Sherlock raised an eyebrow as he brought Dobby to a halt. After a moment's thought, he leaned close and murmured something in Hermione's ear. The near intimacy of the gesture made her cheeks pink. Then surprise took over. "Sherlock, are you sure?" she whispered. Sherlock's steady gaze brooked no argument. Hermione nodded once, briskly tucked a stray curl behind her ear, and slipped out of the room. Dobby's large eyes followed her. "Where has Miss Granger gone?" he asked, his voice trembling with unease. "Don't worry," Sherlock said, dismissing Dobby's concern with a nod. "She's just running a small errand. Now back to you. I have another question." Dobby glanced nervously around the cramped space. Sherlock held up a finger. "Who is your master, Dobby?" The moment the words left Sherlock's lips, the house elf erupted in a frantic staccato of shrieks. He flailed and charged at the wall, as if to bash his head against it. Before Dobby could do any harm, Sherlock's hand shot out and caught him by the collar. Still, the elf was not done. With a wild look in his eyes, Dobby stretched out a trembling hand toward the lamp on the bedside table. But Harry was quicker. He darted forward, snatched the lamp out of Dobby's reach, and held it protectively in front of him. A long breath escaped Harry's lips. Finally, he thought, we've got him under control. Sherlock and Harry had barely stopped Dobby from smashing his head against the wall and battering the lamp when the house elf began thrashing and shrieking all over again. Bad Dobby! Bad Dobby! Dobby crept out to tell Harry Potter his master's secrets. Dobby is not a good house elf. Let Dobby go. Dobby must punish himself. Sherlock raised an eyebrow. So you serve Draco Malfoy, then? At once, Dobby froze in place. Both he and Harry stared at Sherlock, mouths agape. Harry's astonishment swiftly gave way to relief. Dobby, by contrast, looked as if he'd never been more horrified. Sir, you've used dark arts on poor Dobby, the elf wailed. Even though Dobby said nothing, Dobby still exposed his master's secret. Bad Dobby, bad Dobby. Dobby is utterly useless. Sherlock let out a short, scornful laugh. Dark arts? I wouldn't waste them on you. He leaned closer, eyes cold. Last I checked, house elves aren't the sort of thing that poor wizarding families can afford. And from that groveling attitude, I'd say your masters are even less pleasant to deal with than you are. At Hogwarts, the person who matches those conditions and harbors a grudge against you is hardly a secret any longer. The real question is, what exactly have they prepared next? Dobby parted his lips as if eager to speak, but no words came out. Something invisible seemed to strangle his voice. He shook his head violently and then croaked, Bad Dobby! Bad Dobby! Dobby almost revealed his master's secret. Dobby must punish himself. With a sudden burst of energy, Dobby bolted upright, his strength far exceeding anything Harry had ever seen. Sherlock, whose grip had been ironclad, finally loosened his hold and stepped back. Before either of them could move, Dobby threw himself headlong against the stone wall. Thwack! Thwack! Over and over his forehead met the unyielding surface in a grisly cadence. Harry's heart raced as each blow sounded. Dobby kept it up, more than a dozen times, his slight frame shuddering with every impact. Sherlock watched impassively. Harry's hand shot out, ready to intervene. Sherlock, stop this! Sherlock shook his head. Don't worry about Mr. Weasley or Hermione. They're still in the common room downstairs. Unless Dobby can smash through solid stone with his head, they won't hear a thing. Harry's voice trembled. So we're just going to stand here and watch him hurt himself? My dear Harry, Sherlock said coldly, you must put aside any sympathy. Dobby made his choice. Self-righteous kindness, presumptuous meddling, emotional blackmail. Sherlock regarded the trembling Dobby with cold detachment. This sort of creature isn't worthy of our pity. Harry started at the remark. He'd always considered himself genuinely kind, not the petty, manipulative kindness Snape displayed, but a true, principled goodness. Growing up under the Dursleys could have made him hate the world, yet he'd chosen compassion instead. If anything, he harbored a bit of a Madonna complex, feeling compelled to save anyone in distress. So even when Dobby's desperate self-harm had exasperated him, Harry could never harden his heart or lash out with harsh words. Had anyone else dismissed the elf so callously, Harry would have protested on the spot. But coming from Sherlock, the words cut deeper than he expected. He dipped his head, replaying Sherlock's judgment in his mind, and after a long, solemn pause, he slowly nodded. As Sherlock pointed out, Dobby had no business arranging Harry's life for him. From one angle, the house elf reminded Harry of Dumbledore, but he wasn't in the same league. Dumbledore had merely guided him toward confronting Voldemort. Dobby went further, intervening in every detail. Maybe his intentions were pure, but intercepting Harry's letters, bearing him from Hogwarts, then pounding his head against the wall in muteness, that felt spiteful. True friends, Harry thought, would do as Sherlock did, tell him the whole truth, and let him choose his path. Even knowing that, Harry struggled to remain calm as Dobby's frantic thumping echoed overhead. Yet Sherlock was immovable, so Harry turned away. Out of sight, out of mind. Just as Sherlock had predicted, Dobby's chaos upstairs made not a peep downstairs. Harry couldn't help but admire how formidable Sherlock and Hermione's father must be to keep Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia in check. Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia had long since lost any real authority in the grand hall below. They'd become little more than echoes of the true hosts, echoes that no one paid attention to. Meanwhile, Dobby's frantic hammering finally ceased. He swayed against the wall, eyes rolling, crimson rivulets streaking down his forehead where the old lamp had struck him. Sherlock stood a few paces away, arms crossed and face as cold as ever. He didn't move or speak. Harry, however, watched Dobby with mounting concern. At last, the house elf blinked into focus and croaked out, "Great and benevolent Harry Potter, and this," he wobbled toward Sherlock, "gentleman who can read minds." Dobby's large eyes darted between them. "Mr. Harry Potter really cannot go to school." Sherlock's voice was low and even. "So you're still refusing to tell us the truth?" Bad Dobby, bad Dobby. The elf pressed both trembling hands to his lips. Dobby must not reveal his master's secret. Without warning, he seized what remained of the lamp and smashed it against his skull. Wood splintered and metal bent, but Sherlock didn't bat an eyelash. Harry winced. However battered and discarded, that lamp had still worked. It felt like pure waste to see it shattered into useless fragments. Finally, Sherlock's measured voice cut through the silence. "Are you done destroying things? If you won't cooperate, you can go right back to banging your head against the wall." Sherlock's voice was ice cold. At his words, Dobby froze mid-fist to forehead, his self-inflicted bruises half-formed. The house elf looked up, eyes blazing with determination. "Mr. Harry Potter absolutely cannot return to school," he declared. "What if we refuse?" Sherlock asked, his tone still calm but unmistakably challenging. Harry's fists clenched so tightly his knuckles went white. He opened his mouth, but before he could speak, Dobby squared his shoulders. "Then this is what I'll do, for Harry Potter's own good." As though he'd been waiting for the cue, Dobby unleashed a surge of raw magical energy. The tiny elf's aura exploded outward, flooding the entire room with a crackling power that rattled the windows and set the curtains fluttering. Harry staggered back, eyes wide. He had always known Dobby was devoted, even self-sacrificing, but he'd never imagined this much strength in the little creature. Sherlock, however, remained composed. He watched Dobby with a faint, calculating smile, as if observing a fascinating experiment. Then he spoke in a low, almost bored voice. "I thought you said you were ruthless, Dobby. Is this really all you've got?" Before Harry could intervene, before Dobby could react, the air in the room shifted once more, ominously, irresistibly. Someone, or something, had just crossed the threshold. "Sherlock, you," Harry began, but the words caught in his throat as the very atmosphere grew heavy with the promise of another, even greater confrontation. A sudden, far more powerful magical presence burst into the room from behind, shattering the charge Dobby had been building for his spell as if it were spun sugar. The air thickened with an almost gelatinous weight, pressing in on Harry and Sherlock alike. Dobby's eyes went wide. Without a word, he snapped his fingers, his signal to apparate. House elves, after all, need no arduous training to master this ultimate escape art. It was precisely why he'd slipped away from his master's orders to warn Harry in secret, betting everything on this last resort. But to his horror, his trump card misfired. He snapped again, once, twice, and still nothing. Panic rippled across his face. At that moment, the bedroom door creaked open. Hermione stepped in first, her wand at the ready, closely followed by a tall figure in flowing black robes. Greasy strands of hair framed his chalk-white face and shadowed eyes. Severus Snape, Slytherin's head of house, potions master, and the feared Dark Prince of Hogwarts, stood in the threshold, every inch the imposing presence he was famed to be. Professor Snape swept the room with a cold, contemptuous glare, finally resting his dark eyes on Harry. "Potter," he drawled, voice dripping with disdain, "you are utterly useless." Harry opened his mouth to reply, but before he could utter a word, Dobby, the house elf who had been crouching nervously at his feet, let out a shrill cry. "Liar! Harry Potter is a great liar! He tricked Dobby!" At the same instant, Hermione Granger appeared beside Professor Snape, her expression one of curious alarm, while Sherlock stood unmoved, his features as unreadable as ever. Harry's frustration boiled over. He'd expected Snape's scorn, but Dobby's accusation was a blow that he simply did not deserve. Snape, clearly irritated by the elf's outburst, waved his wand without a second thought. A thin jet of silvery magic shot across the room and struck Dobby squarely in the chest. The elf froze mid-leap, his limbs locked stiff as carved wood, though his wide, terrified eyes continued to dart frantically. Snape sneered. "Incompetent. A mere house elf has you at his mercy, and yet you stand there like startled muggles putting on a pathetic circus act." He turned his glare back to Harry. "Potter, did you orchestrate, or at least permit, this charade?" Harry's stomach churned. He opened his mouth again, but no words came. All he could do was glare helplessly at Snape, willing the professor to understand that he was just as much a victim of Dobby's frantic panic as anyone else in the room. Hermione hurriedly spoke up. "Professor, this house elf just appeared out of nowhere and warned us that Hogwarts is in danger. And, as you know, we can't use magic outside the school, so we tried to stop him." "Silence," Snape interrupted, his tone icy. "Reason or not, this situation has spun completely out of control." Harry and Hermione exchanged exasperated glances. If this had happened at Hogwarts, would Snape have taken points off their house? Was there no way to calm things down? Ignoring them, Snape turned his attention back to the floating elf. With a flick of his wand, he broke the levitation charm. Dobby crashed to the floor with a heavy thud and then scrambled to his feet, too frightened to meet Snape's gaze. "Speak," Snape commanded, his dark eyes fixed on the trembling elf. Dobby's ears lay flat against his head, and he quivered under the weight of Snape's scrutiny. Clearly, the display of power had terrified him even more than Harry or Hermione. After what felt like an eternity, Dobby forced out his answer in a tiny, wavering voice. "Professor, Dobby has come for Mr. Harry Potter. Hogwarts is in grave danger. A terrible conspiracy is unfolding, one that threatens Mr. Harry Potter." Professor Snape's dark eyes narrowed. For a moment, doubt flickered across his expression, but he quickly smothered it beneath his usual disdain. "You expect me to believe that, without a single scrap of evidence?" He took a step closer, voice low and menacing. "You're nothing but a house elf who ran away from your master's home without so much as a by your leave. And now you come barging in here, claiming to know a great secret? You're courting your own demise."